Chapter 1 Ancient Pill. Grey Cloud Town, Feng Family Courtyard. The sun rose from the east and only half of its head could be seen. There were still drops of water on the leaves of the trees, but the sounds of sword strikes could be heard in the dense forest behind the mountain. A 17-year-old young man holding a 3-feet-long wooden sword, practicing his sword skills in the forest. The young man had sharp eyebrows and eyes. Although he dressed in simple clothes, his expression was serious, and he was immersed in practicing his sword. The sword arts he practiced was only the basic sword arts. Although the moves were ordinary, every single move in the basic sword arts was perfectly demonstrated by the young man. His name was Feng Yun. Slashing the sword, lifting the sword, sweeping the sword? Every single move in seemingly simple swords arts seemed to glow with youth in Feng Yun's hands, especially the wooden sword in his hands. From its initial wooden color, it had already transformed into a pure black, exuding a strong sense of history. However, after completing the set of sword arts, Feng Yun's complexion instantly paled, and at the same time, a look of unwillingness flowed out of his eyes. The quality of the body, as expected, is still unable to keep up. Just a basic set of swords arts is already unbearable. The heaven is unfair. After speaking, he tidied up the wooden sword, turned around, and walked toward the Feng family. Feng Yun is a member of the Feng family. He is the son of one of the 6 elders from the Feng family. Feng Yun's father Feng Luzong is a true talent. When Feng Luzong was 40 years old, he achieved Spirit Gathering Realm and become one of the strongest martial experts in the family. The Feng family is only the martial arts family in the Grey Cloud Town. Grey Cloud Town has more than 5,000 people. Aside from some travelers, other people are related to the Feng family, so the Feng family could be said to be the local tyrants. In the world, martial arts had spawned a splendid civilization. Formidable warriors performed cultivation to reach the peak of martial arts in order to do great things like moving the mountains, draining the seas, or slicing through the mountains. They could even prolong their lifespan indefinitely. Feng Yun started cultivation from 8 years old. Now it has been already 10 years past, but his cultivation base still stays in body refining first layer initial stage. This simply was trash compared to others of his age. Feng Yun has already been seen as a crippled person in the family. No matter how much effort Feng Yun put into the cultivation, his strength had not increased a bit. But Feng Yun did not give up on the cultivation. He has been practicing daily for 10 years. After 10 whole years of tempering, although it did not increase his cultivation, but Feng Yun's will had become incomparably firm, especially his desire to become strong. It was stronger than anyone else's on his age. Body refinement realm is divided into 9 layers, first 3 layers tempering blood and flesh, the middle 3 layers tempering muscles and bones, last 3 layers tempering internal organs. After crossing the 9 layers of body refining, next come in, introducing more heaven and earth spirit chi into the body, connecting the whole body with the meridians. At this stage the spirit chi is stored in the dantian, thus reaching the next state becomes a spirit gathering realm. As for the realm above spirit gathering, Feng Yun didn't know how many stages were there. After all, Feng family's sovereign was also an expert in the spirit gathering realm. The bright moonlight illuminated the land, covering the quiet little town with a layer of silver. At this time, Feng Yun also slowly arrived at his residence. This place was fairly secluded, and in the entire Feng family, it was considered to be a rather remote place. Driving his body that was covered in sweat, Feng Yun carefully washed his body, and after eating dinner, he sat down and took out an old black sword in a palm-sized wooden box. Both of the things emitting an ancient aura. It seems as if they had not been touched by someone for centuries or millennium of years. He has mistakenly entered a very old cave where he had found these 2 things. He tried to open the box many times, but it did not open whatever Feng Yun was doing. Feng Yun tried to destroy the box by fire, but it did not even burn. Feng Yun tried to cut it with a sword, but there was not even a scratch appeared on the wooden box. He stared at the wooden box for a long time and thought that what could be inside it. Feng Yun cut his finger and dropped a few drops of blood on the wooden box. For a few moments, nothing abnormal happened in the box. Seeing this, Feng Yun became disappointed. As Feng Yan thought the box would not open, he decided to put it back. However, at this moment, the dim light shined from the wooden box. Under Feng Yan's astonished gaze, the wooden box that had never changed for 1,000 years had actually emitted a faint glow, and the drops of blood of Feng Yan was absorbed by the wooden box. After absorbing Feng Yan's blood, the light became brighter and brighter. Click! A slight sound was heard, and the light became dim until it disappeared and the wooden box opened. Feng Yan's eyes were now filled with surprise and excitement. There was a small jade bottle inside the wooden box. Feng Yan took the jade bottle in his hand. He saw a finger-sized pill in the jade bottle. Feng Yan poured the pill onto his palm. It was a dark red pill with 4 golden lines. The dark red-colored pill suddenly emits a bright glow. When the pill started to glow, at the moment, Feng Yan felt as if he was standing in front of a vast and boundless ocean. His own body was incomparably small, and the monstrous wave brought by the dark red pill with massive killing intent that was going to swallow him whole. Feng Yan knew clearly in his heart that all of this was an illusion. After a while of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. The moment he swallowed the pill, the suffocating killing intent has disappeared. When Feng Yan swallowed the pill, it went directly to his dantian. After it emitted a golden light, and one of the 4 golden lines started to disappear. After a golden line was erased, the pill was slowly melted a little, and the size of the dark red pill reduced by 1/4. The melted part of the pill became a surge of energy and spread through the entire body of Feng Yan. Feng Yan felt his entire body heating up, as though he was in the mouth of a volcano. At this moment, severe pain hit his mind. Feng Yan only felt like a side hammer hitting his head hard. The unbearable pain made him almost yell, but he held in because of his willpower. However, the pain did not decrease for a long time, instead it became worse. Feng Yan was unable to hold the immense pain and fainted. The energy released by the melted pill was tempering his muscles and inner organs. Even his bones had been tempered, making them more sturdy. His blood starts boiling and some black slimy liquid came out of his pores. Feng Yan's skin and muscles were refined. His skin became more white and his muscles slightly bulge. Feng Yan's face also changed from before. Now he became more handsome and also acquired a toned body. After a quarter of an hour, the steam of energy was absorbed entirely by Feng Yan's body. Feng Yan woke up. He slowly started to check the change caused by the pill's energy. Feng Yan discovered that at this moment, his own strength, vital energy, blood, bones, and even meridians had all received a degree of enhancement. His cultivation also raised to the 3rd layer of the body refining realm. Chapter 2: Ancient Inheritance. Until now, Feng Yan had only had a lean body, but after being infused with the energy of the pill, his body slightly grew bigger and his muscles bulged slightly, showing that they were packed with strength. At this time, Feng Yan found that there was a lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. A lot of mysterious and complicated things suddenly appeared in his mind: spells, divine mark, Daoyin, all kinds of strange light flashes, gorgeous dazzling. Finally, 2 obscure ancient scripture poured into his mind. They were the Heavenly Yang cultivation technique and the 9 Heaven Swords arts. From his newly obtained knowledge, Feng Yan knew that a powerful expert from the ancient fire demon clan refined the dark red pill. Before the death, he refined the pill with his own blood essence and bloodline for passing his inheritance, so that his lineage can be passed on to the future generation. The demon race and the human race have always hated each other. Tens of thousands of years ago there were lots of powerful and different types of races living in this world, but suddenly history changed, and many demon races were extinct or fled to the distance, living in the shadow and never appeared again. Not only that, but many ancient powerful human clans also disappeared and became a mystery. Ancient Fire Demon Clan was the most powerful demonic clan. People of the ancient Fire Demon Clan had the formidable power of the flame, rising fear in the hearts of human clans. But this clan was betrayed and exterminated by the joint hands of some powerful human and demon clans. The clan members of the ancient Fire Demon Clan were very lustful. Because of their lustful nature, they provoked many powerful clans that led to their demise. There was another reason for their extermination, that they have some treasures that others desired to obtain. In that chaotic age, many clans fought each other, some died, some fled. There was only this information given by the pill, and what happened in history, why it suddenly changed, was not mentioned in given information. The pill had refined by one survivor of the ancient fire demon clan. He was the grand elder of the clan and also one of the most powerful experts of the history. His name was Zhou Shang. He has only digested 1/4 of the pill, the rest of the information will be in other parts of the pill. The more he obtained the inheritance of the ancient fire demon clan, the purer his bloodline will become. The heavenly yang cultivation technique was the secret art of the ancient fire demon clan. Zhou Shang found the 9 heaven swords arts and the black sword in the old ruins. He could not use them, but according to him, this sword is an extraordinary sword, maybe even an immortal weapon. Feng Yun looked at the black sword, which looked like an old iron sword, but this could be an immortal weapon. The black sword was 3 inches wide and 1 meter long. As Feng Yun bit his finger and a few drops dripped on the sword, the blood absorbed by the sword and it began to tremble slightly. After, it became a flash of light and entered Feng Yun's dantian. When Feng Yun looked inside the dantian, the black sword was floating in his dantian like a supreme being. Feng Yun tried to contact the sword and the next moment it appeared in Feng Yun's hand. It has changed from before, now it looked more smooth and sharp, there was no rust or any sign of damage. It looked newly made sword. Feng Yun examined the sword, but he did not find anything extraordinary, only this sword sharper. Feng Yun knew that this was a mysterious weapon, even Zhou Shang was unable to find out about this sword. So how can Feng Yun do that even ancient experts couldn't do it? Feng Yun thought about 9 heaven swords arts and started to study this sword art. 9 heaven sword was very difficult to understand and more difficult to practice. But Feng Yun continued to study the sword art. He did not know how much time passed. He slowly moved, and the wooden sword in his hand traced a mysterious and indescribable trajectory. However, the learning of the 9 heaven sword art was actually more difficult than he had imagined. Even if he had already mastered the basic swords arts, there were still many places he could not get his hands on, and he could only rely on careful study during his swordsmanship. This caused Feng Yun to be quite shocked. One must know that within the younger generation, Feng Yun is the most genius in learning the sword arts. But just for understanding the first move alone was enough to waste many hours. One could imagine how difficult it was. Feng Yun's eyes flashed brightly, filled with surprise because of the difficulty of comprehending. It is enough to prove that 9 heaven sword art was extremely strong. Feng Yun is even certain that as long as he used this move, no one in the same realm could block it. Just the first move is hard to understand, and there are a total of 9 moves in this sword art. Hiss, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Such a magical sword skill thoroughly stirred his interest, made him determined, and gave birth to a strong desire to master it. He promised to himself that he will surely grasp these 9 styles of swordsmanship. Chapter 3: Heavenly Yang Cultivation Technique. After practicing the sword art, Feng Yun began to study the Heavenly Yang Cultivation Technique. This cultivation technique was the secret art of the ancient fire demon clan. Because of this cultivation art, the ancient fire demon clan was able to become one of the top powerhouses in the ancient age. But only the members of the ancient fire demon clan can cultivate this technique. The cultivator of the ancient fire demon clan was known for their lustful behavior and their perverted secret art. Because this cultivation technique also works as a dual cultivation technique between man and woman, but this technique was a very high-grade technique, it benefits both man and woman. The male cultivators absorbed the yin qi of females and refined it into pure yang qi. For female cultivators it refines the male cultivators' yang qi into pure yin qi. The heavenly yang cultivation technique can also work as a normal cultivation technique. It absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the body and refined it into internal spirit qi. But there is a benefit that the heavenly yang cultivation techniques refine internal spirit qi is many times more firm and strong compared to the other cultivators' internal spirit qi. Feng Yun didn't want to waste one more second. He sat down in a lotus position and started cultivating the heavenly young cultivation technique. Fong Yun has already a breakthrough in the third layer of body refining with help of the pill. Because of the heavenly young cultivation technique, pulling spirit chi inside him through blood and flesh at a speed faster than ever before, noticing how effective the technique was, Fong Yun didn't want to stop at all and continued cultivating. After 1 week of cultivation, Fong Yun has reached the peak of the body refining 3rd layer. Heavenly Yang cultivation technique is a higher grade cultivation art, and because of it, Fong Yun needs much more spirit chi than any normal martial artist to break through. After the cultivation ended, he looked tired. If being exhausted was one reason, the other reason was due to the lack of yang chi inside him. The only reason he was able to cultivate this far was due to the young spirit chi he obtained from his bloodline changing. If he wanted to make it grow at a quick pace, he'd need to consume yang-based items or have sex with women. He used all his money to buy yang treasure in the last month for the cultivation. Fong Yun had to ask for money from his father if he wanted more money to buy the spirit grass. He already has a bloodline of the ancient fire demon clan which known for lustful nature, so if he wants to become stronger quickly dual cultivation is a good option. But Fong Yun was not a demon who can grab any woman to cultivate. He needs the consent of the other party as well. I already used the money to buy yang resources, so I have to borrow some from a father, but father is not here now, guess I have to find Aunt Fong Wan. There is another person he knows that will lend him money. She was the adoptive daughter of his grandfather, Fong Wan. Fong Wan always treats him well and also secretly fallen in love with Fong Yun. In the past, Fong Yun has always been busied with cultivation, so busy that he no longer pays attention to other matters. Now it is different. He was not a crippled person anymore, soon he will become stronger, now can finally be responded to her love. Fong Wan is the most beautiful woman in the town and as well as talented in martial arts. At the age of 25 years old, already reached the body refining peak realm cultivation base, supposed to break through to the spirit gathering realm in a few years if there was no accident happened. In the middle of the night, Fong Yun has stepped out from his courtyard and came straight to Fong Wan's courtyard. Just he was about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened without warning. A faint sweet aroma drifted into his nose. Oh! My little nephew! Why are you here? A soft voice came into Fong Yan's ears and a graceful woman in the blue clothes appeared in front of him. The beauty of this woman was stunning, directly piercing the deepest part of your heart so that your soul. The delicate and tender woman with long black hair and deep black eyes. The feminine charm of the mature woman is completely seductive combined with her pure and enchanting voice. This is the type of woman you cannot guess the age, as female cultivators could keep looking younger for a while longer compared to mortal women. Hi, Aunt Guan, how are you? Fong Yun civilly asked. Fong Yun, to what do I owe this pleasure of such a late visit, did you miss me so much? Seeing the smiling face of Fong Yun, she couldn't help but tease him. She was truly happy that Fong Yun came to meet her because he was always cultivating. She was slowly attracted to Fong Yun when she met him for the first time. He was continuously bullied by the other children at that time. She helped him again and again. They both have a reserved personality, both of them didn't friend, so they started playing and practicing with each other. Fong Yun practiced diligently daily and was a hard-working young man. As time passed, they slowly became friends. After a few years, Fong Wan unconsciously fell in love with Fong Yun. Aunt? Can we talk inside? Sure, come on in. Hiding her true feeling of elation, Fong Guan apathetically nodded her head and moved away from the door to let Fong Yun enter her house. When Fong Yun finally entered her house, Fong Guan hastily shut the door. Take a seat and wait while I make us some tea. Fong Guan quickly said and walked towards the kitchen to bring some tea. As she couldn't hide her joy from the sudden visit of Fong Yun in her house. Sitting on a chair, Fong Yun took his time to observe her properly. Adding on her glossy black hair and her small lips which were always curved seductively, she looked like a vixen that could tempt any man. Fong Guan brought the tea and placed it on the table. She sat down on the chairs opposite to Fong Yun. There was only a small coffee table between them. So tell me, Fengyun, what brings you to me? Is there something you want from me? Fengguan looked at Fengyun carefully. She felt that Fengyun seems to be different today. He looked more handsome and mature. Fengguan checked the cultivation base of Fengyun, and she was shocked. Third layer of the body refining realm. You break through to the third layer, Fengguan said. She couldn't believe that person was in front of her is Fengyun, who was a waste person until a few months ago, and now had already advanced to the third layer. "Aunt, the reason I can break through to the third layer of the body refining is all because of the spirit fruit that my father bought for me from the mountain. If it is not for the spirit fruit, how can I break through?" Fengyun smiled and lied. Fengyun cannot tell her about the pill for now and only tell her a different story. Fengguan felt very thrilled. She has been looking after her nephew for many years. She always felt that heaven is unfair for giving her nephew a low-grade talent. "Aunt Fengguan, I need some yang type of spirit herbs, can you help me to get it?" Fengyun asked with a dazzling smile. "Oh. I have some yang type of spirit herbs, you can use them. My dear nephew, if you need more, then just tell me," Fengguan said as she hastily stood up and went to her room. After a few moments, she returned with a wooden box. There were spirit herbs inside the wooden box. "Thank you, Aunt Guan," Fengyun said with a delighted face. After talking with her for half an hour, Fengyun returned to his house and started cultivating. Chapter 4, In the Mountains. 3 days passed. Heavenly Yang cultivation technique did not disappoint Fengyun and smoothly pushed his cultivation base to the body refining fourth layer peak. So easy? Although the small realm is very good, though, isn't this a bit exaggerated? After his breakthrough, Fengyun did not feel the growth of power. This is normal. One realm's breakthrough only allows him to continue to improve the foundation. The benefits are slowly reflected through the accumulation of the cultivation base, rather than immediately. Later he spent most of his time on 9 Heaven Swords art every day. This 9 Heaven Sword art can't be seen by outsiders, so he didn't go to the square anymore. He stayed in his yard every day. He was like a madman. He jumped up and waved the wooden sword. That's because he has studied 9 Heaven Sword art constantly. Even if he only got a hint of inspiration, he is like mastering the most mysterious truth in the world. There is no mystery in front of anything. 10 days later, he finally made a breakthrough after cultivating the 9 Heaven Sword art, and he can barely make half power of its first form. At least half a month later, I will be able to fully display this style of sword art. Fengyun shook his head. Just a sword art would take a month to do the initial display, which is too long, or is the soaring heaven 9 forms too profound? Fengyun has no sparring objects to test the semi-style sword art's formidable power, and he can't just find someone in the Feng family to spar. His Aunt Guan is also busy in her cultivation. "If I can't find someone from the family, then I will go to the mountains and find wild beasts to practice. Only in the real life and death struggle can enhance the use of sword art. This needs experience, no one can teach it." Fengyun cleaned up, took an iron sword, and quietly left the Feng family. He walked out of Grey Cloud Town and entered the lush forest of the vast soaring heaven mountains. When was the last time I left Grey Cloud Town? Fengyun recalled that when he was very young, his father once took him into the soaring heaven mountains to hunt a monster beast, and since he was crippled he couldn't cultivate. Feng Luzong began to search for spiritual medicine for him. Naturally, there was no effort to accompany him. I don't know where is the father right now. Fengyun could not help but rise with strong determination. The soaring heaven mountains are very big. As for how big it is, Fengyun is not clear. He only knows there are wild beasts in this mountain, but also the existence of monster beasts. Monster beasts are wild beasts that can be cultivated by nature. They can enhance their body by sucking the spirit chi of heaven and earth or by hunting each other. The energy of their flesh is far more delicious and nutritious than the ordinary wild beast. For a cultivator, it is an item of great nourishment and delicacy. Monster Beast is also very dangerous, just as human beings are far from being rivals of the tigers. A cultivator is not an opponent of a monster beast under the same realm. The reason why Feng Yun had never entered the Soaring Heaven Mountains was that he was afraid of encountering a monster beast, which was a monster he couldn't fight. After half a day of walking in the forest, he arrived deep in the mountains, and monster beasts were roaring everywhere, which gave him goosebumps. Roar! Dash roared by a giant black bear that rushed out of the bushes and ran straight toward Feng Yun. Feng Yun looked at the beast cautiously and said, "It's actually a black iron bear. Even though this bear is only at the 4th layer of the body refining realm, his body defense is extremely tough." However, Feng Yun was not afraid. Holding onto the sword, he immediately attacked the giant bear. Whoosh! Waving his long sword, a sword light flashed. Clang! Feng Yun hacked his sword onto the bear, producing a metallic sound. The bear blocked the sword with his paw, but blood dripped from the bear's paw. With a sinister look, he roared loudly, wanting to tear Feng Yun into shreds. He directly attacked Feng Yun. First sword form. Feng Yun couldn't help but show his excitement. With a slamming sound, the long sword was unsheathed, and the 9 Heaven Sword Art first form was already flowing. This is totally different from the time he practiced alone. Feng Yun's sword cut into the bear's body without resistance and killed it. With only a strike, the bear was killed. This 9 Heaven Sword Art is really powerful. At that moment, Feng Yun consciously imitated Soaring Heaven first form to 80%, and this is just a metamorphosis. He doesn't know how long it will take to master the rhyme. This is only the shape of 80%, but it is a sword that can already kill a 4th layer black bear. It's just this sword took away more than 30% of his Yang spirit chi. However, the power of the sword art was really very formidable. Feng Yun contained his excitement in his heart. He used his sword to cut the body of the black bear, and then he took the bear's paw to eat. He found a stream and washed it, then he started a fire and got the bear's paw. He put the bear's paw on the fire and grilled it. After a while, the flavorful fragrance of the meat grilling of the bear's paw was released, and Feng Yun smiled. Although the Feng family is the ruler of Grey Cloud Town is not rich, so the Feng family is not very famous. The living conditions are better than ordinary people, but it is not strong enough. Of course, Feng Luzong is one of the family's 6 great elders. The family is naturally very kind to him. Every month they gave him 1,000 silvers. Because of the need to give Feng Yun a cure, the money is basically spent on purchasing medicine and on the ingredients. Chapter 5: Bloodline's Power. Feng Yun took a few bites, and there was a small amount of heat spreading in his lower abdomen that came from the meat, and this small amount of heat was spirit chi. After eating the flesh of monster beasts, my body can also get a lot of improvements, and it is not worse than those precious pills. Feng Yun said while eating. His appetite is not small. The weight of the bear's paw is not light, just one is enough to fill his stomach, but he ate both of the paws. The night was getting deeper. Feng Yun opened a 3-foot deep hole in a mountain wall and blocked the entrance of the hole with a boulder, blocking 2/3 of the hole. Then Feng Yun spread a lot of weeds grass on the stones for the cover-up. The weeds grass covered the stones and the entrance of the cave. He then took out the insect-proof powder that he carried and sprinkled some at the hole and sat down in lotus position to cultivate. The next morning, Feng Yun woke up and went to the water stream for a bath. After washing in the stream, he also washed the meat of the bear for grilling. After grilling the meat, Feng Yun ate until his stomach was full. After he finished eating, he packed up and continued to go deeper into the forest, looking for a fierce wild beast to grind his skills. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed quickly, and 10 days quickly passed. At midnight, the moon and stars were shining brightly in the sky. Feng Yun sat cross-legged in a cave, his eyes were closed and his beautiful face flashes with a fierce look. The fierce battle with wild beasts for 10 days makes him less awkward controlling his strength. He reached the peak of the body refining 4th layer and was soon hitting the body refining 5th layer. Bang! Within the body of Feng Yun, spirit chi surged, and a big explosion spread out. Body refining fifth layer. Feng Yun said with a satisfied smile. His power increased again and cultivation speed was a lot faster than any genius in the town. The next morning, Feng Yun walked out of the cave and ran deeper into the forest. With the improvement of his cultivation, he has gained a lot of improvements in both strength and speed. Every step he took was close to 10 meters. Feng Yun was running for 2 hours at full speed. After running for 2 hours, he saw a small valley. On the side of the valley, there was a blaze of fire, and there was a blazing fiery heat sweeping from below like airwaves. This heat wave was suffocating him, but Feng Yun's determination did not chicken out. There must be a spirit treasure grass conceived by the spirit chi here. Feng Yun thought. In front of him is a fiery abyss, and it looks like a mouth with hot lava boiling continuously. This type of place surely has unique spirit herbs because of the abnormal atmosphere. The spirit herbs are mostly grown in an abnormal atmosphere. In the fire type of places, there must be a good yang type spirit herb grown in there. After searching for a while, Feng Yun finally found a yang type spirit herb. It is a red and delicate spirit flower under the wall of the cliff, blooming in the wind. That is a strain of the fire spirit flower, which is quite rare. With it, I can advance my cultivation base and temper my body from the heat of fire spirit flower's fire spirit chi. Feng Yun looked excited and went through it without much thought. Feng Yun climbed the cliff where the fire spirit flower is located and looked at the quartet with caution before he carefully picked towards the fire spirit flower. Feng Yun was relieved after picking up the fire spirit flower and started to feel the heat from the fire spirit chi making his face joyful. Hiatus. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly sounded, making the young boy's face change with fear. No, a fire python is guarding this fire spirit flower. Feng Yun looked at it with surprise and fear, and he also saw that the fire python was not far away from him. Suddenly the tail of the python moved towards Feng Yun like a fire whip. The fire python's tail slammed at Feng Yun. It was a monster python that reached the sixth of body refining. Bang! After being hit by the tail of the python, Feng Yun's body tilted, and his foot slipped. He coughed a good amount of blood and lost balance and fell towards the fiery abyss. There is a terrifying flame below. If I fall down, I will definitely burn to ashes. Feng Yun's body started to fall towards the abyss, and he could not control the speed of falling, but he still held the spirit flower tightly in his palm. Soon Feng Yun fell on the fire ground. The hot fire swept through his body and started burning him, but at this critical moment, Feng Yun quickly calmed down and mobilized the yang spirit chi to try to absorb the fire in his body and those around him. Under Feng Yun's mind, the yang spirit chi drew out and moved around Feng Yun. Pure yang chi wrapped Feng Yun, making a protective sphere around him. Feng Yun fell into the fiery abyss, soon completely submerged in the fire. A wave of heat underneath drowned him. After some time, Feng Yun was unable to endure the pain and fainted. At this moment, the ancient fire demon bloodline started to buzz and seemed excited. Yellow light blooms inside Feng Yun's body and starts to draw out the fire spirit energy inside from the depths of the flaming magma. The magnificent fire spirit chi was unknowingly absorbed by Feng Yun. The yellow light protected him from the fire, and when the yellow light bloomed, Feng Yun appeared. The nearby sea of fire became calm. It was not as violent and angry as before but became as meek as a sheep, that looked just like meeting its father. Time has passed, the night has come, stars are shining in the sky, and the night wind blows from time to time. The sun was rising in the distant horizon, and when the warm light covered the earth, the young man wrapped in yellow light stirred up. After Feng Yun opened his eyes, he was startled. I am still alive? How's that possible? Feng Yun's eyes glanced at the surrounding fire, showing a stunned expression. Now his whole body is covered with yellow light, but his whole body's perception is still very clear and obviously a sign of being alive, but when he looks at his four sides, he is still in the fiery abyss. Why didn't I die? Feng Yun thought for a moment and then glanced at his body. Suddenly his eyes flashed with a surprised expression. It was ancient fire demon bloodline that saved me from the fire. Not only it has saved my life from the fire, but also helped me to refine the fire spirit chi from the heat. The sudden discovery made Feng Yun excited. After some thorough inspection, he found that not only was he not injured, but he seemed to become stronger. The fire spirit chi is tempering my body. Chapter 6, Conflict. The fire-tempered Feng Yun's body made his muscles, skin, and meridians more sturdy. With only body strength only, he can defeat the fifth layer of body refining realm cultivator. With pure yang qi, he could kill the sixth layer of body refining realm cultivator. When Feng Yun saw that his palm was still holding the fire spirit flower, a smile appeared on his mouth. Fortunately, the fire spirit flower has not been ruined by this. This time it's been a quite fruitful adventure. After putting the fire spirit flower in his pocket, Feng Yun did not leave the fire abyss but continued to cultivate. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed. Feng Yun was still cultivating in the fiery abyss. With the help of the fire spirit chi, he broke through to the seventh layer of the body refining realm. After cultivating in the fire, his body became more powerful. Also, his combat strength is comparable to the eighth layer of body refining cultivator. The next day, Feng Yun woke up from the cultivation and climbed up the cliff. As he approached the top of the mountain, he appeared extra vigilant as he knew that the fire python should be here. Hisses. A strange hiss rang out, and with it, a fire python appeared in front of Feng Yun. The python then attacked Feng Yun with its tail. I almost died in your hands in the last time. Now it is your time to die. Feng Yun's eyes narrowed, and he did not panic. He grabbed the tilt of the sword in his hand and slashed it into the fire python's tail. The python kept attacking Feng Yun, but Feng Yun kept defending them with his sword. Both of them fought for a half hour, but neither of them died. Feng Yun did not use his full strength because he wanted to learn from fighting with the python. Feng Yun is sweating. Some wounds appeared on his body from the attack of the python, but the excitement in his eyes was getting crazier and crazier. At this time, he knows that in the world of martial arts, to become stronger, he must take an adventure and need more fighting experience. Bang! Feng Yun's mind was shocked and suddenly entered a wonderful state. The 9 patterns of the 9 heaven sword art automatically surged from and constantly changed. Is this? He shouted and his sword swung out, drawing a trail full of mystery. Poochie! Sword directly pierced the tail of the python. Next, the sword stabbed into the head of the python. The fire python didn't even have the chance to send out a hiss, and immediately fell to the ground. Feng Yun gasped for breath, almost falling completely on the ground. The fight with the fire python took an immense toll on his body, depleting half of his spirit chi in the process. I have mastered the first form of 9 heaven sword art. Feng Yun showed a satisfied smile that made him happier than killing the python. His current body is already very strong, and the wound on his body begins to heal. After Feng Yun's eyes looked towards the python, he smiled. As he was about to walk over to the corpse, but at this moment, he heard footsteps coming from behind, and Feng Yun immediately stopped and turned around sharply. There were 6 men and 2 women walked out of the woods and appeared in front of him. They are all young people and with weapons on their backs and waists. These 8 people are all wearing wealthy clothes and those 2 women are extremely eye-catching. The tight clothes are completely showing their youthful temperament. Their towering chest, rounded buttocks, and beautiful face formed a powerful temptation. When the 8 cultivators saw Feng Yun, they were slightly surprised, but when they saw the python on the ground, their eyes shone with greed. What a stroke of good luck! I met a monster beast in a few days we are hunting. A 20-year-old male laughed. He looked handsome, just proud, and seems to have made this fire python to his. Senior brother Zhao's luck is good. A 17-year-old boy flattered the handsome man, then he turned his face to Feng Yun, pulled the sword out of the sheath, and pointed the sword at Feng Yun. Hey boy, roll away from here, this monster beast is now ours. Others did not speak but nodded. They naturally recognized the fire python as a monster beast, and from the scars of Feng Yun, they guessed that this monster beast was killed by Feng Yun. This monster beast should be Feng Yun's, but they are stealing from him. Why? Naturally, because of the fire python's body, it was too valuable. Monster beast is a treasure. Their skin can be used as armor because it is light and soft but also has a strong defense. The biggest use of the fire python is its snake gall, which can relieve hundreds of poisons. That is a valuable thing. Finally, there is the meat of the monster beast. Monster beast is a wild beast that can cultivate. The meat of the monster beast contained rich energy. For a cultivator, it is an item of great nourishment. Cultivator's world has always been ruled by the rule of the jungle, the strong eat the weak. Since this treasure was seen by 8 of them, this fire python is theirs, because they have more people and also more powerful than Feng-yun. Feng-yun was furious, but the other party had 8 people. Each and every one of them had a cultivation base that was not under him. With a group of 8, he had no chance of winning. He has to wait for the opportunity. Kid, you can roll. Otherwise, die. The senior brother Zhao shouted to Feng-yun. Senior sister, aren't we too much? A girl with big eyes barely couldn't bear the injustice and whispered to the other girl. You are too soft-hearted. You know that the cultivator's world is to take advantage of the weak, and if you have strength then you can steal from them. Another girl said. Feng-yun is expressionless, but inside he is getting more furious. Kid, don't be fooled by our appearance, we are under the door of the Black Water Valley. A young man wearing black clothes stepped out of the group and said to Feng-yun. His face was full of arrogance. Black Water Valley? Seeing that Feng-yun didn't know the Black Water Valley, the 8 people's faces were all showing a trace of disdain, for not knowing the great name of Black Water Valley. This is also the case why they are more and more contemptuous of Feng-yun, not to put him in their eyes. Get out of the way. A man wearing black clothes came in front of Feng-yun to move him aside. Just as he came close to Feng-yun, Feng-yun directly attacked him with his sword. Swoosh! Suddenly a sword was slashed and Feng-yun's sword lightly cut through the sky. The man's face turned pale with fright. He never thought that Feng-yun would dare to attack him. At this time, it was too late to parry the attack. Poochie! The sword directly pierced the man's heart. As Feng-yun pulled out the sword, a large amount of blood in the body of the man immediately flowed out like a water pump and spewed out 2 meters away in distance. Feng-yun didn't think about anything else, he turned around and ran. When he was passing the body of the python, he reached out and grabbed the head of the python and slashed it with his sword. After that he ran away without any pause. That bastard! Damn it, kill him! Junior brother Louis. It was then the 5 people in the back reacted, and they made angry shouts and curses. One of the girls ran to see the man, and the remaining people went to pursue Feng-yun. Feng-yun, in his heart coldly snorted, how can these people not consider the consequences when they were showing their strength and stealing his treasure? Originally, he could directly pick up the snakehead and fled, but since the other party is aggressive, how could he not give the other party a lesson? Chapter 7, Refining the Fire Spirit Flower. Feng-yun constantly changed the route of travel and gradually opened up the distance with the pursuit of cultivators, but it was still a little hard to get rid of them completely. But he is not in a hurry. The terrain of the forest is completely complicated. It is dark and the light can't peek through the thick leaves. They are just 6 people, even 60 people will never be able to catch up to him. 6 people continued to chase after Feng-yun, but in a few hours the sky was completely dark, and the forest was densely covered by clouds. It actually started raining. The light in this forest is not bright, and it seems to be darker at the moment. The 6 people are talking to each other to avoid distraction, but judging from the sound, Feng-yun knew that he was getting farther and farther away. The rain was getting worse. When the last trace of sunshine disappeared, the forest was so dark that sight could only reach out 2 meters. The sound of pursuing cultivators was getting lighter and further, and Feng-yun knew that he had almost lost their pursuit. But he didn't stop, and it's still far from being safe enough. There is almost no light in the forest, and Feng-yun does not dare to run too fast. The ground is now wet and slippery. If one does not pay attention, they will hit a tree. He slowed down and his movements became lighter and lighter. There was a hillside in front of him. After Fengyan touched it, he found out that there was a narrow hole in the middle of the two large stones that were only allowed to pass by one person. It was very hidden. After he thought about it, he went in to avoid the rain. After going in, Fengyan discovered that the hole was quite deep and that is also enough to hold few people. He sat down on his knees and started to refill his consumed spirit chi. With a lot of running, plus a few hours without eating, he felt hungry and tired. Fengyan took the snakehead, then removed the poison gall. After Fengyan cut out the clean meat from the python, it's ready for eating. It is raining outside, so he had a hard time finding dry vines and woods for cooking the meat. There are some dry vines and grass in the cave, and Fengyan gathered them and started the fire. Fengyan cooked the meat as a barbecue on the fire. In a few minutes, the meat was ready to eat. After Fengyan filled his stomach, he took out the fire spirit flower from his pocket. In the darkness, this flower exudes soft light, and although it is very weak. Start. Fengyan took a deep breath and carefully put the flower in his mouth. The fire spirit flower melts like gentle spring water in his mouth, which flows down into his abdomen. After a quarter of an hour, Fengyan felt his body warm up, as if a flame was burning in his body, and the burning sensation soon spread all over his body. His body gradually became hot, and his naked skin was flaming red. Now, Fengyan knows that the spirit flower has come into effect and immediately runs heavenly yang cultivation technique, refining the spirit chi that is rushing into his body from the spirit flower. Swizz! A faint gleam of light circulates on the surface of the body, making this dark cave illuminated a little. Fengyan was startled. He felt as if a spirit chi volcano erupted in his body. The rich spirit chi seemed to rush across his body, and the terrifying heat seemed to melt him completely. At this moment, spirit chi is flooding every corner of his body. His body is getting hotter. Fengyan dare not to be careless, and runs the heavenly yang cultivation technique wholeheartedly, quickly guiding the fire spirit flower's spirit chi in the body into the flesh and blood, and tempering blood and flesh with such pure spirit chi over and over. 1 hour later, Fengyan was shocked. At this moment, he reached the body refinement 8th layer. At this time, he still has a lot of fire spirit flower spirit chi in his body, wandering around like a dragon hunting. Continue to cultivate. The heavenly yang cultivation technique continues to operate. The fire spirit flower is a treasure and Fengyan does not want to waste anything. It's just that it's different now than before. This time, he no longer simply guided spirit chi into the flesh but used yang chi as the guide to introduce these fire spirit chi into the bones. Tempering muscles and bones. It hurts. In an instant, Fengyan trembles and feels severe pain. At this moment, Fengyan only felt that a sharp blade was cutting his meridian, and a sledgehammer was hitting his bones. The pain of the fissure made him almost yell out. Cold sweat ticked in his forehead. Although being a cultivator is very prestigious, the process of cultivation is too hard. Fengyan cursed in his head. That being said, his cultivation did not stop, but he took it more seriously. Yang Qi guides fire spirit Qi tempering muscles and bones to make the muscles and bones tough and strong, and the power of the cultivator is also greatly improved. Not only that, this stage will let a part of the spirit Qi stay in the muscles and bones, forming a tiny cycle with true essence in the flesh and blood, thus making the cultivator's energy and endurance greatly enhanced. Fengyan is running the heavenly yang cultivation technique over and over again. Despite the extreme pain, he endured it all the time. Gradually, his skin became normal and no longer as hot as before. 4 hours passed, the darkness dispersed, and the morning light fell to the ground. Fengyan opened his eyes, exhaled for a long time, and then stood up. He clenched his fists and moved his body, only to feel that his whole body became a lot lighter, his hearing became sharper, his eyesight became clearer, and he seemed to have endless energy. Peak of the body refinement 8 layer. Fengyan was secretly surprised. One night's cultivation actually made him jump from body refinement's 7th layer to the peak of the body refinement 8th layer, which is a huge improvement. Many people would have to spend months for this, but he only did it in one night. How can he not be surprised? At the same time, it also makes Fong Yun appreciate the preciousness of spirit flower. It is time to go back, Fong Yun said and decided to go home. Chapter 8, Back Home. I'm going back home. Fong Yun's heart suddenly burst into a strong determination, and he could not wait to see Fong Luzong and share his success and joy with his father. Father should have returned to the Fong family now. Fong Yun ran and leaped in the direction of Grey Cloud Town. 4 days later, Fong Yun finally returned to Grey Cloud Town. At this time, the atmosphere of the new year is already very obvious. Every family has a lot of lights, and from time to time, children who wear new clothes are running around the streets and singing cheerful songs. Fong Yun couldn't help but smile. For him, because the strength assessment is at the end of the year, this is his most fearful day. Since the age of 8, he has been spending his time with his father in their yard on every New Year's Eve. This time, he can finally be dignified and appear in front of everyone, let his father be proud of him. At the door of the Fong family mansion, there were 8 guards who were standing on the guard post. The only difference is that several lanterns are hung at the door, showing a cheerful festive color. Fong Yun took a deep breath and strode forward. Stand up. Hello, young Master Yun. When the 8 guards saw Fong Yun, they were all startled, but after a shock, their face was floating with a weird expression. When Fong Yun's eyes swept over, it was a little strange. He was a cripple in the eyes of the Fong family, but he always stood in the name of the young master. Moreover, his father is the family's elder, and can any one of them not be disrespectful to him? But the expressions of these 8 people are actually revealing the expression of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. What's the matter with them? Fong Yun didn't want to bother with them and just said, "Did my father came back?" Answering to young Master Yun, "The 6th elder came back 3 days ago," one guard replied. He was looking towards Fong Yun with a bit of doubt when the cripple young master had such terrifying pressure. It seems like a peerless sword that has been drawn out from the sheath. Fong Yun suddenly rejoiced, and he didn't look at these 8 people's weird expressions and ran straight to their house. When Fong Yun passed by the training ground of the family, a few youngsters stopped their cultivation and looked at Fong Yun. Their eyes were filled with disdain. "Hey, Fong Gong, what's so good about this trash? Hurry up and cultivate." A youngster with a flat head impatiently said. "This brat's lucky days are over." A few days later, there will be a family competition, according to family rules. If one has not reached the 4th layer of body refining before the age of 18, then he has to be removed from the family resources and go out to earn money. Fong Gong said. "Look, that cripple is Fong Yun, the trash of the family." For a time, whispers filled the entire martial art practice field. Although their voices were soft, as cultivators, their senses were extremely sharp. When Fong Yun heard the taunts, he was angered for a moment, but in the end, he thought about family competition and immediately left. In the competition, I will teach them a good lesson, Fong Yun thought. However, when Fong Yun took 2 steps forward, he suddenly stopped, and his eyes became cold. A vicious flash appeared in his eyes. "Fong Yun, you're such a good for nothing. Why didn't this cripple doesn't commit suicide yet? What's the point of living?" A teenager appeared in front of Fong Yun. He is Fong Bing, son of the 2nd elder. Fong Bing's elder brother is a genius of the family and already is in the 8th layer of the body refining at the age of 21 years old. Fong Bing has a mediocre talent, but he has already reached the 4th layer of body refining. He liked to bully the weak youngsters from the family. In the past 10 years, he beat Fong Yun many times. Fong Yun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and stared angrily at Fong Bing. "When you say that others are useless, look in the mirror and see what kind of virtue you have," Fong Yun said coldly. "Fong Yun, you dare speak to me like that?" After hearing Fong Yun's words, Fong Bing was also stunned for a moment, before he immediately said angrily. Usually, Feng Yun, the publicly recognized trash, would not dare to treat him like this. But right now, Feng Yun actually dared to scold Feng Bing in front of so many people. "Why do I not dare?" Feng Yun said fiercely. "Feng Yun, you are courting death. As trash, what qualifications do you have to scold me?" Feng Bing said coldly. The numerous youngsters in the training grounds were all whispering to each other. This made Feng Bing even more furious, and now he wanted to make this trash, Feng Yun, to die. Feng Yun looked at Feng Bing, his eyes cold, the corner of his mouth raised, his face full of disdain. "I think you are just a fool who likes to bully people with the support of your brother and father. Without them, you are nothing but a clown," Feng Yun said while smirking. The current Feng Yun had the strength of the 9th layer of body refining. Even if he faced Feng Bing's elder brother, he would be able to defeat him. Sure enough, after hearing what Feng Yun said, Feng Bing became angry. Good. Feng Yun, I want to let others know how this fool defeated you." As soon as Feng Bing finished speaking, he suddenly punched out. The 4th stage of the body refining was instantly unleashed, and a wave of tyrannical power directly gathered onto Feng Bing's fist from within his body. Boom! Chapter 9: Healing Father's Injury. Feng Yun doesn't know what's good for himself. His own strength is so weak, but he actually dares to anger Feng Bing. Feng Yun will be unable to withstand one of Feng Bing's punches. He has truly brought out his own destruction. Many people looked down on Feng Yun and thought that he would be miserable from a single punch. Quietly standing, Feng Yun didn't move at all. As he stared at the approaching Feng Bing, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Soon after, Feng Yun moved his fists and used his only body strength to meet with Feng Bing's fist. Bang! A loud sound rang out. A human figure was instantly sent flying. Everyone looked over and was immediately startled. The one who flew out wasn't Feng Yun, but Feng Bing. What exactly was going on? How is this possible? Feng Yun is able to send Feng Bing flying with a single punch? Some youngsters exclaimed. Feng Yun looked coldly at Feng Bing, who was lying on the ground. Feng Bing is currently injured, his arm is broken. Trash! After Feng Yun finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind the incomparably shocked public. What the actual fuck? Feng Bing could not hold back his anger and he coughed a mouthful of blood. After that he immediately fainted. Feng Yun soon returned to his own house and pushed the door away. Feng Yun couldn't help but yell, "Father!" But he didn't hear Feng Luzong's answer. Feng Yun shouted a few times before he heard a weak voice responding, "Yuner." Feng Yun's complexion changed and went to Feng Luzong's room. A middle-aged man is lying on the bed, his face is pale and his whole body is revealing a strong weakness. He was his father, Feng Luzong. Feng Luzong is a handsome man, looked like a 30-year-old man, had long black hair and black eyes, medium size, physical body not too thin or not too fat. He is wearing white clothes. "Father, what happened to you?" Feng Yun was both shocked and startled. The pair of father and son have depended on each other since Feng Yun's childhood. In the eyes of Feng Yun, the only person he can rely on is his father. "No, nothing, it's just a minor injury." Feng Luzong waved his hand and forced to lift his body, but his face was flushed, and his head was the only one he lifted. He lay down again and coughed again and again. Cough, cough. "Father, don't move." Feng Yun quickly rushed and put a pillow under Feng Yun's back, so he could lean back. "Yuner, where have you been these days?" Feng Luzong looked up and down at Feng Yun and asked with a concerned face. "Did you face any problem in the past few days?" Feng Yun couldn't help but be tearful. His father is clearly hurt, but he still cared about his son. Feng Yun became surprised after thinking about his father's injuries. "Father, what is your injury? And how were you injured?" Feng Yun pressed the sadness and anger in his heart and asked in a calm tone, but his slightly trembling voice still exposed his anger. Feng Luzon thought about his son's natural intelligence. He said that he could guess one or two. It is better to tell him directly. He said, I heard that a divine medicine was born a few days ago, so I decided to obtain it for my son. But it was guarded by a fearful monster beast. Feng Yun understood that his father is trying to find him a spiritual medicine that can treat him, but it was risky and deadly. His father is his only relative, but because of him, he has injured himself. Feng Yun is furious. It is because of Feng Yun's previous incompetence that his father has nearly sacrificed himself and rushed around for a deadly adventure. Feng Yun knew that this was a self-blame. If he was not useless, would his father be injured? Feng Yun swears in his heart that this wouldn't happen again and forced his face to squeeze out a smile, and said, Father, I will tell you good news, I can cultivate now. Well, what, really? Feng Luzon became stunned and startled. After that, there was endless joy flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Feng Yun carefully, and immediately checked the cultivation of Feng Yun. He became most shocked. The 8th layer of the body refining realm. He had only been away from home for more than 4 months, and his son had reached the 8th layer of the body refining boundary from a crippled person that could not cultivate? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Feng Luzon burst into laughter full of joy, but the laughter shook his wound, and he immediately coughed again, just as because of the excitement his face became a ruby face, but it immediately became pale again. But his face still holds a proud smile, and he patted Feng Yun's shoulder and said, good child, I knew you could. You cannot be a crippled person. Feng Yun also nodded, clutching tightly his father's hand. Father, who hurts you? Feng Yun finally couldn't help but ask. Sigh. It was the Crimson Firewolf whom I had a fight with. The Firewolf had a cultivation base of the profound establishment realm. I was lucky enough to survive, but the fire chi from the Crimson Firewolf was left inside me, which was burning my body from the inside, said Feng Luzon. Fire spirit chi from the profound establishment realm spirit beast. Profound establishment realm is one level higher than the spirit gathering realm. Feng Yun thought about his life and death experience from down the cliff. My bloodline helped me to refine the fire chi, maybe it can also cure my father. Father, let me check your injuries, maybe I have a way to cure you. Feng Yun said to his father. Feng Luzon nodded and let Feng Yun place his hand on his chest, and Feng Yun started operating the power of his bloodline. A yellow flame appeared on the palm of Feng Yun and entered Feng Luzon's body. When the yellow flame met the violent fire chi from the firewolf, the yellow flame started to devour the fire. After 2 long hours, the fire calmed down and was refined into the true spirit essence to heal the body of Feng Luzon. Feng Yun controls the spirit chi and uses it to heal his father's body. But the fire chi is more powerful than Feng Yun, so it can't be expelled in one time, and he had to refine it in a few periods. Feng Luzon is soaked from head to toe. He knew his son had changed, but he did not think he would do such a miracle. He can cure his injuries and dispel violent fire, which is only a profound establishment realm cultivator can do. Yuner, how did you cure your crippled body? Feng Luzon asked because it puzzled him. Feng Yun hesitated for a moment, then told his father the whole true story about the sword. Feng Luzon was convinced of this miracle because he blindly trusted his son, and only a miracle can cure his son's crippled body. Who said that my son is a crippled person? Who has seen a crippled person raise his cultivation from the body refining 1st layer to the body refining 8th layer in just 4 months? Feng Luzon thought smugly. The body refining 9th layer before age of 18 years old, how many Feng family's people can do it? Yuner, this is incredible. Feng Luzon closed his eyes and thought for a while. His face was very serious. And the sword is a treasure, you can't tell anyone, and if the news is leaked, it may bring you a disaster. You have to hide it whatever it takes. Feng Luzon made the most accurate judgment in a flash. Feng Yun nodded. Oh. Yuner, I have something to tell you, now that you can cultivate. You should try to join a sect. A sect has powerful experts to teach high-level martial arts, said Feng Luzong. Feng Yan suddenly remembered that he heard one of the sects where all the geniuses from the surrounding towns were gathered to learn martial arts. Father, what are the requirements to join the sect examination? Feng Yun asked. The minimum requirement for selection is that the cultivator has to reach the body-refining 7th layer in under 20 years old. Feng Luzong said. Feng Luzong wants his son to join a sect to broaden his son's view of the world and become an expert. The sects are also holy places for cultivation. Father, you should rest for now. I will go see Aunt Fengguan. After the family competition, I will go try a sect examination. Feng Yan said to his father and walked out of the room. His father is still not healed properly, so he let him rest. It is also the perfect time to visit his Aunt Guan. E/N, smirk. Chapter 10, Start of Competition. After a few days, early in the morning, the entire family was in an uproar and the family members were everywhere in the family's martial arts practice field. In the middle of the huge martial arts practice field, there was a commotion. As time passed, the platform was gradually filled with the higher-ups of the family. The competition could be considered the most famous event, and the majority of the people in the family were present to watch the competition. On the left side of the platform, there was a white-haired old man. Beside this white-haired old man, sat a beautiful lady. The white-haired old man is Feng Bai, also known as the current patriarch of the family, and the lady beside him is Feng Guan. Guan heir, who do you think will win first place in this competition? Feng Bai asked. Father, I don't know, maybe we will get a surprise from this year's competition. Feng Guan spoke and she secretly glanced at the distant Feng Yun and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Unfortunately, Feng Yun's eyes were closed and he missed the chance of seeing Feng Guan looking at him with a charming smile. Within the martial arts practice field, young males and females were discussing amongst themselves. Do you think the first place will change this time? Impossible, Feng Yang has already reached the peak of the 8th layer of the body refining, no one can defeat him. That's right, I also think highly of Feng Yan. Feng Yan defeated Feng Bing a few days ago, I wonder how far he can go? Feng Yun, that trash? Although he has defeated Feng Bing, it was just a fluke. That's right, trash is still trash after all. It's already too late for him to start cultivating. I think Feng Yan will be beaten to death by Feng Yang, because he is the older brother of Feng Bing. I think so too, Feng Yang is a ruthless person and he will definitely try to kill Feng Yun in the competition. Of course, the focus of everyone's discussions was all Feng Yang. As for Feng Yun, no one thought he would be the dark horse of this competition. Feng Yun was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed waiting for competition. Time passed, bit by bit, until finally, under the watchful eyes to the crowd, the competition was about to begin. On the main platform, the 5th elder of the family surveyed and waved his hand for the crowd to quiet down. Today is the day of our Feng family's competition. I will announce the rules of the competition. I hope you can all show a good result for the family. The rules are simple. There were a few points in the rules of the competition. The first point was that no one was allowed to kill or cripple anyone in the competition. The second point, the elimination stage was used in the competition. Everyone would choose a number to compete in, and the first round would end. The second round would continue on like this. In the end, the top 3 will be rewarded by the family. After hearing the rules of the competition, everyone was ready to make a move. A moment later, the number was given out. There were nearly 100 youngsters in the family. All right, the match starts now, the 5th elder said. As soon as the 5th elder finished speaking, a 4th layer of the body refining cultivator stepped onto the stage. His opponent was also the same realm cultivator. Bang! Bang! Swoosh! The two people instantly began fighting, and soon, the outcome of the battle was decided. Due to the great difference in strength between the cultivators, the speed of the matches was very fast. After about an hour, it was Feng Yun's turn. Feng Yun's opponent was a practitioner of fifth layer of the body refining. He is Feng Hong. Feng Hong stepped on the platform and looked at Feng Yun with disdain. You are going down yourself, or will I send you down myself? I hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Feng Yun said. Do you think I am the same as Feng Bing? Just admit defeat, otherwise I will throw you out. Feng Hong looked seriously at Feng Yun. In your dreams. Feng Yun said with a smirk. Come on. Let me see how good you are. I will give you 3 chances. Feng Hong said with a very confident face while pointing 3 fingers to Feng Yun. Feng Yun put on a strange smile and said with a smirk, this is what you said, okay? Do not regret it. The words of Feng Yun made everyone on the field hear it because he talked quite loudly and they couldn't help but laugh after hearing him. Nobody believes that Feng Yun will be able to win. Feng Hong naturally thinks that Feng Yun is afraid and deliberately speaks loudly for bravery. He immediately looked at him with disdain and said, I won't regret it, of course, that is if you can force me back a single step and 3 tricks, then I will admit defeat. Feng Hong said loudly, for fear that the audience would not hear it. Feng Yun smiled and said, well, as you are seemingly ready, I am going to attack. Feng Hong outstretched his hand, pointed 2 fingers to Feng Yun and taunted him to come. Come here, let alone 3 strikes, even with 30 strikes you may not hurt me a little. Feng Hong is quite confident because the person in front of him was the famous cripple of the family. Then I'm coming, Feng Yun said while walking slowly towards Feng Hong. He looked like walking leisurely in his backyard and not going to fight at all. Chapter 11, Shocking Victory. Feng Yun came in front of Feng Hong and punched him using a very ordinary fist style. Feng Hong covered his face with his hands and moved slightly sideways, and he easily avoided the punch of Feng Yun. Feng Hong, with a despising look on his face and said, What's with this kind of basic style? If you think this can even touch me, dream on. Feng Yun withdrew his fist and shook his head. He threw his fist again, but increased the speed a bit and smashed it towards Feng Hong, and with no surprise, Feng Hong escaped again. Feng Yun's performance puzzled the Feng family's young cultivators under the stage. Is it because he knows he is not an opponent of Feng Hong that he deliberately gives a few weak punches to him? I also think this is boring. The performance of Feng Yun also puzzled the elders on the viewing platform. They all thought Feng Yun was playing because they all agreed that it was impossible for Feng Yun to beat Feng Hong. This is the last move, come on. Feng Hong sneered. Feng Yun touched his nose and said, It's good you dodged my 2 punches. But there's no skill in it. This is the time to become serious. Feng Hong said, Don't talk too much nonsense, you only have one last chance to draw your sword. In the past few hits, Feng Yun was just using his bare hands to hit Feng Hong, and be aware that the strongest move of any warrior is when they use weapons. Only weapons can make the other party feel a sense of pride because it is rude not to use weapons in a battle. Feng Yun's eyes flashed a subtle color that was not easily noticeable, and he couldn't help but chuckle. You are not worthy in my eyes to using my sword, and with your small 5th layer of the body refining, I just need a simple punch. It stunned Feng Hong for a while, and he immediately laughed loudly. Feng Yun said lightly, If you are ready, I'm going to move. Less nonsense and come. Don't waste my precious time, this is your last chance to win. Feng Hong said confidently. As soon as his words fell, Feng Yun moved. His movements seemed to be slow, but quick. His footsteps were faint and strange, as if like a gust of wind. He came to Feng Hong in an instant. Feng Yun's palms rushed towards the chest of Feng Hong, who had not responded as quickly as Feng Yun. Feng Hong just felt that it was a blur in front of him and Feng Yun had already attacked him. He didn't even have the time to react. He was like a piece of garbage, and he was thrown out the stage with no chance to counterattack. It stunned everyone, whether on stage or off stage. When Feng Hong was sent flying like a broken kite, it dumbfounded them. The young cultivators of the Feng family under the stage didn't know how Feng Hong was punched. Only a cultivator with the 7th layer of the body refining and above was able to see Feng Yun's attack. This is impossible, Feng Bing from the audience exclaimed with wide eyes. Feng Yang on the side is slightly surprised, but he was not too surprised. He said to Feng Bing, "You don't have to worry, when I meet him just look how I cripple him." In the battle arena, Feng Yun said to the stunned elder, "Isn't the time to announce the result?" The 5th elder looked at Feng Yun with a surprised expression for a few seconds and then said, "The winner of this match is Feng Yun." At this moment, the audience cheered. No one anticipated that Feng Yun, who was a crippled person of the family, would really beat Feng Hong of the 5th layer of the body refining realm. "No, this is impossible. I did not lose. Let us fight again, Feng Yun." Feng Hong, who was unable to accept defeat, roared and stepped onto the stage again. Feng Yun glanced at Feng Hong and said, "You are not my opponent." As he said that, a powerful pressure burst out from the body of Feng Yun, thus making Feng Hong suffocate. The 5th elder waved his hand and an invisible pressure swept over Feng Hong. He kicked him out of the stage and said, "You lose, kid. Don't break the rule of the competition, otherwise you will be punished according to the family law." Feng Hong came back to his senses, bowed to the elder, and said, "Forgive me for my impudence, elder." The elders and the other old members of the family were more shocked by Feng Yun. From the pressure he released, they all knew that Feng Yun broke through to the 8th layer of the body refining realm. Multiple elders looked at Feng Luzong asking for explanation, and when Feng Luzong saw their curiosity, he told them a false story. Yun'er got lucky in the mountains and got a mysterious herb. After eating the herb, his crippled body disappeared, and in 4 months, he successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the body refining realm. Feng Luzong said with a proud expression. 8th layer of the body refining realm. News about Feng Yun being not crippled anymore spread like a wildfire in the field, and many youngsters looked at Feng Yun with envy and jealousy. They were cursing the luck of Feng Yun that he got such a mysterious herb. Everyone knew that there were many miraculous things in or out of the world, and some people got really lucky and some people also got unlucky enough to lose their own lives. Chapter 12, The Final Match. The competition continued for another hour, and finally, it was Feng Yun's turn. Feng Yun's opponent was a practitioner of the 6th level of the body refining realm. Upon seeing Feng Yun, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Finally, he said with a low voice, "I admit defeat." From the previous match of Feng Yun, he knew that he was not the opponent of Feng Yun. Feng Yun was already at the 8th layer of the body refining realm, and there was a 2-layer gap between them, so he had to admit defeat. For Feng Yun to have won so easily in the second match, it was within everyone's expectations. One after another, battles broke out. The battles lasted for a full 3 hours before they ended. After the first round of the competition ended, the second round of the competition was about to begin. The first match of the second round was a big match because one of the young cultivators reached the 7th level of the body refining realm. To think Feng Jiang would meet Feng Kuan. Yes, although Feng Jiang is very strong, Feng Kuan is also very strong. Feng Kuan has already reached the 7th layer of the body refining realm, and he has many more death experiences than him, so Feng Jiang is definitely not his match. As the junior members were discussing amongst themselves, Feng Kuan stepped into the battle arena. Feng Jiang also stepped onto the stage, a slight smile could be seen on his face. "Feng Jiang, you are not my opponent," Feng Kuan said arrogantly. "Feng Kuan, we still don't know who will win," Feng Jiang said. "That I will let you know who will win." As the sound of Feng Kuan's voice faded, he started attacking Feng Jiang. Bang! Boom! Swish! After fighting for 10 minutes, Feng Jiang defeated Feng Kuan. What? Feng Kuan lost? Damn it, Feng Jiang also reached 7th layer of the body refining realm. Feng Jiang won. The 5th elder looked at Feng Jiang with a satisfied smile because Feng Jiang is his son. He is naturally proud of his son's progress in the cultivation. Although the fact that Feng Jiang defeated Feng Kun surprised the audience, the competition continued. Time slowly passed, and it was Feng Yun's turn again. This time, Feng Yun's opponent was a young man at the peak stage of the 7th layer of the body refining called Feng Wei. Feng Wei stepped into the battle arena, and he arrogantly looked at Feng Yun and said, "Feng Yun, I hope that you can give me a good fight." As he took out a sword from his waist and moved forward to attack Feng Yun. Feng Wei performed the family's sword art. He waved the long sword, and the sword light flashed. Feng Yun also took out a normal sword from his waist and struck towards Feng Wei's sword attack. Clank! Both of them took 2 steps back. Feng Yun didn't use any sword art, he was fighting with just basic sword arts. He didn't want to defeat Feng Wei too soon. He was fighting him for the sake of combat experience. Both of them fought for almost 30 minutes until Feng Wei became exhausted and admitted defeat. He was also grateful to Feng Yun for the fight. If Feng Yun wanted to, then the match would have ended in a few moves, and he would be more ashamed. This kid has fully mastered basic sword arts and also has a good fighting sense. On the main platform, the patriarch looked at Feng Yun with appreciation and said lightly, "The trash became a genius." That's right. To think Feng Yun defeated Feng Wei with only basic sword art. I think Feng Yun can also defeat Feng Yang. One of the elders said. I don't think so, Feng Yang is the first genius of the family. In the field, many people were discussing each other's thoughts. The next match was Feng Yang's, but his opponent gave up before the match started. The matches continued, but Feng Yun and Feng Yang didn't have to fight anymore and had already moved into the finals. After 1.5 hours, it was the final match between Feng Yun and Feng Yang. Feng Yang came in front of Feng Yun and arrogantly said, "Feng Yun, although your strength has increased a lot, in front of me, you are nothing at all. Trash is trash after all." Trash? After this trash defeats you, what will you become? Lower than the trash? Feng Yun said with contempt. Hearing that, Feng Yang's face changed, and he said in a heavy voice, "You are courting death, Feng Yun." Feng Yang angrily looked at Feng Yun and with a sword in his hand, he moved towards Feng Yun to attack. Feng Yang waved the sword and streams of tyrannical aura spread out from Feng Yang's body. Feng Yun looked at Feng Yang with indifferent eyes, there was no fear in his eyes. After practicing the 9 heaven sword arts, his temperament has changed to a high stage. Not a person in the same realm could make him fear, and not even a few stages upper realm could do that. Falling water technique. Feng Yang roared and performed the family's secret sword art. A blue-colored aura rushed out from Feng Yang's body and his sword became covered with water spirit chi and moved toward Feng Yun. Is this the falling water technique? It's too powerful. I feel like my body will no longer move in front of this pressure. Feng Yang is really worthy of being called a genius. He can actually cultivate this sword technique to such a high mastery. I think Feng Yun will lose. On the field, many people started speaking their thoughts about who will win this match. Feng Yun, this child is not bad. He practiced the falling water technique to the great accomplishment realm. The patriarch nodded and said while looking at Feng Yang in the battle arena. Yes, he is a genius in martial arts. He has a brilliant future up ahead. Another elder praised Feng Yang. On the stage, Feng Yun also felt the bright aura of Feng Yang, but it was useless against him. He has an ancient fire demon bloodline. How could a measly ordinary water aura make him concerned? Feng Yun also waved his sword and a yellow aura covered his sword. He then thrust the sword towards Feng Yang without any technique. Ignorant fool. Feng Yang said. Seeing Feng Yun didn't use any sword technique, Feng Yang was ecstatic. He shouted loudly and unleashed his powerful attack and fiercely collided with Feng Yang's sword. Clang! The sound of the metal clashing rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both of them took a few steps back. Feng Yang observed Feng Yun and his eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. He then said with a deep voice, "I underestimated you, Feng Yun." Chapter 13 News about Mother. Feng Yang attacked again. This time his attack was more powerful than before. Too powerful. Many junior members gasped in admiration after seeing the power of the attack. Seeing the powerful attack of Feng Yang. Feng Guan and Feng Luzong also had some concern for Feng Yun. But Feng Luzong was not too worried as he already knew that Feng Yun has an ancient bloodline, and he had also seen his capabilities when Feng Yun was curing him. Feng Yun activated his bloodline power and a blazing yellow spirit chi covered his sword. A golden shine came from his sword and next, he slashed his sword at Feng Yang. Swoosh! The golden light clashed with blue light and one of the lights exploded. It was Feng Yang's move that was broken under the attack of Feng Yun. Impossible! Feng Yang became dumbstruck. His proud sword art was broken by Feng Yun in one move. I do not believe it. Feng Yang's eyes turned red. He roared and attacked, again and again, but the result was still the same. Feng Yun only used one move to every powerful attack of Feng Yang. How is this possible? Feng Yang couldn't accept defeat and shouted Feng Yun. He still refused to accept this and attacked again. Seeing that Feng Yang has not stopped, Feng Yun became bored and attacked Feng Yang in a quick and powerful move. Feng Yang could not react in time and was sent flying. He flew directly outside the stage and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Before today, he was a genius of the family, but now, the family's famous crippled person defeated him. He will surely become a laughingstock in the town, and thinking of this, he could not endure and fainted. Feng Yang really lost to Feng Yun. This Feng Yun really has heaven-defying luck to obtain such a treasure that able to cure him. Many people were whispering to each other and many were cursing Feng Yun's luck for getting such a wonderful spirit herb. My family has really been blessed this time to have these two geniuses. The patriarch proudly said while looking at Feng Yang and Feng Yun. Congratulations, sixth elder. One of the elders bootlicked. Yes, and with Feng Yun's latent, he will definitely become a sect disciple. Another elder said. Many elders gave their congrats to Feng Luzong and Feng Luzong returned their greeting with a polite smile. The successful end of the competition exceeded everyone's expectations. Feng Yun had won first place and became the dark horse. Since then, no one would ever call Feng Yun trash again. He became undoubtedly the number one genius of the family. After the competition ended, it was time to give out rewards. This time, the competition's first place will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins and a fine steel sword. The patriarch loudly said. Feng Yun was not too interested in the rewards, and after taking the rewards, he left the field and went to his house to take a rest. But not long after he came in, his father also came into his room. He has a serious face and some complicated emotions in his eyes. Yuner, today, I will tell you the story about your mother. Feng Luzong took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Feng Yun became startled and looked at his father with some doubts. This is no surprise because he was told that his mother died before he turned 2 years old, but looking at his father's expression, there must be some story in the sudden disappearance of his mother. Feng Yun hopefully looked at Feng Luzong because he really wanted to see his mother. Yuner, I know that you have some doubts, and don't worry, your father will tell you everything today. Feng Luzong proudly looked at Feng Yun and dropped the bomb. Your mother is still alive. What? Feng Yun jumped up at once as what Feng Luzong said was too shocking. Don't intervene and let father say it to you from beginning to end. Feng Luzong said, and a nostalgic expression became apparent on his face. After he became calm, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Your mother is not a native of Grey Cloud Town. She fled here when she was 16 and at the time, I was only 18 years old when I met and saved her. One thing led to another, and we became friends. We traveled and did some adventures until we fell in love with each other. After that, we got married and after a few weeks, we had a child and that child was you. Originally, I thought our family would be very happy, but I didn't expect Feng Luzong sighed. That your mother is not an ordinary person. She is the little princess of the Red Sun Dynasty's great Mu family. When the Mu family encountered a great calamity and was almost annihilated in a night. The family members scattered and your mother also fled into snow country. She wandered around, and unknowingly arrived at Grey Cloud Town. But the Mu family has a heaven-defying genius called Mu Tian. He quickly revived the Mu family and pushed the Mu family to a new level. And when you were 2 years old, he found your mother and brought your mother back to the Mu family. My mother is not dead. Feng Yun took a moment to accept this fact. It is because he knew that his father would never lie to him. Why did he want to take away my mother from you? Feng Yun frowned. Why did Mu Tian separated his father and mother? He was very proud. He thinks that I am not worthy of your mother. Feng Luzong said with bitterness, and he added. He said as long as I can stop his finger, then he would let your mother come back. But I was useless. Ani really couldn't stop his attack. Feng Luzong clutched his hands and revealed a painful look. There was too much gap between our families to offend the other party. Our family never mentioned this matter to anyone and slowly forget this incident. Feng Yun thought about this for a few minutes. He knew that his family is small in the outside world and the Mu family will definitely not give their little princess to an unknown and weak family. Father, you can rest assured that I will bring my mother back. Feng Yun said. One day, I will definitely stand above all in this world and explore the vast world. Feng Yun promised in his heart. I believe you, my son. Feng Luzong nodded and said. Your cultivation speed is fast. However, there are too many experts in this world, and let your father tell you about the world. Limited to a level, Feng Yun only knows that the Whitestone City under the Purple Lake City and Purple Lake City is under the Wind Sky Nation. As for the outside of the Wind Sky Nation, he knows nothing about it. It is said that at the earliest time, there was only one powerful country in the entire Sky Martial continent. As for what it was called, it has been forgotten in the dust of history. Feng Luzong began to teach Feng Yun. Afterwards, the mainland divided and formed a group of 4 imperial dynasties. Only one of them that father knows, which was the Long Imperial Dynasty, and they ruled the 4 small-sized dynasties. Black Turtle Dynasty, Bright Moon Dynasty, Frost Cloud Dynasty, and Red Sun Dynasty. And yes, your mother is from the Red Sun Dynasty. Under the Red Sun Dynasty, they ruled dozens of small kingdoms and countries. Our Wind Sky country is just one of those dozens of small countries. The world is so big. And it turns out that Wind Sky country is so small. No wonder the Mu family refuses to admit Feng Luzong to be their son-in-law. As the great family of the Red Sun Dynasty, the Mu family definitely has the pride of the Red Sun Dynasty. But Feng Yun will never accept it. Right, you still don't know the realm of martial Dao after gathering Spirit Realm, right? After Spirit Gathering, third lay is Foundation Establishment Realm, then Gold Core Realm, Earth Profound Realm, Sky Profound Realm, Heaven Profound Realm, Sovereign Profound Realm, and Divine Profound Realm. Feng Yun did not interrupt Feng Luzong and just listened quietly. Mu Tian has been at the Heaven Profound Realm for more than a decade. Now, maybe he's already at the Sovereign Profound Realm. Feng Yun showed a bit of bitterness. Can he really fight this king of Powerhouse? After more than a decade, let alone catching up with him, and maybe Mu Tian is already further away. Sovereign Profound Realm? Feng Yun holds both of his hands and his eyes became determined. He will definitely be able to surpass the Sovereign Profound Realm. Father, you don't have to worry anymore, as I will definitely pick up my mother. Feng Yun said confidently. Yuner, I know because I have faith in you, now have some rest. Feng Luzong said lightly and walked towards his room. After his father went away from his room, Feng Yun began thinking about what surprises the future hold for him. Chapter 14, Fisher Time with Feng Guan, R18. Just as Feng Yun entered his house, another person came next to him. Surprisingly, Feng Guan appeared in front of him with a seductive smile on her face. Aunt Guan, it is you. Please, come inside. Feng Yun said and let her enter the house, and after she entered, he closed the door. Coming inside the room, Feng Guan sat on the chair and Feng Yun also sat in front of her. There was a small table between them. Feng Guan looked at the smiling face of the young man in front, which looked much more handsome than it did in the past. "Aunt Guan, how was my performance in the competition? Did you like it?" Feng Yun looked at Feng Guan with a smile and said. As Feng Yun looked at the stunning body of Feng Guan, his thoughts started to wander and lust began to spread in his mind. "I liked it, and you were even looking so handsome in the battle arena," Feng Guan said while seductively licked her lips and looked at Feng Yun. When she noticed that Feng Yun was staring at her body, her face became flushed a little. It's not her fault, as when Feng Yun's bloodline changed, his manly aura also changed, and keep note that this is the first time she fell in love. Heavenly Yang cultivation technique refined the spirit qi of his body into the pure Yang qi, which attracts the yin qi of the female cultivator, so it explains why Feng Guan became more attracted to him. Pure Yang qi was also the reason that Feng Yun felt more desire to conquer the yin qi of female cultivation. Coincidentally, Feng Guan cultivated Moon Yin's secret art, and she is already at the peak of body refining realm, and also a virgin, which added to Feng Yun's desire to have her. Feng Yun stared at her charming face with full desire to eat her. Feeling his gaze full of lust and admiration, Feng Guan's pretty face turned crimson. Unable to hold back his desire, he decided to make the first move, as he knows that Feng Guan has feelings for him. If not, then he will not force any girl to cultivate with him. He went in front of her and held her face between his hands, and he didn't even hesitate the slightest when locking his lips on her lips. Sucking softly of Feng Guan's lips, Feng Yun waited a long time. When he found no reciprocation from her, he stopped kissing her, as he was afraid he did something wrong. Tilting his head back so that he could see her face, Feng Yun sighed and said, "I love your aunt. Do you love me?" Though he knows she loves him because she always likes to tease him, and as she is very obvious with her actions, so when he kissed her, she should have kissed him back. Shaking her head absent-mindedly, since she still hadn't recovered from her first kiss and her face is still flushed, Feng Guan loudly said, I love you too, Feng Yun." Listening to this, Feng Yun smiled and looked at her with eyes full of love and resumed kissing her. This time Feng Yun didn't stop kissing at all and waited until Feng Guan was finally ready to kiss him back. First, he slowly sucked on Feng Guan's lips, after which his tongue slowly licked her lips and tried to go inside her mouth, which he successfully entered. But before her tongue could escape, Feng Yun used his tongue to battle fiercely with her tongue and continued their deep kiss. MMPH. Feng Guan's face was completely red. She closed her eyes and her eyelashes shook gently. He tightened his arms around her waist and continued invading her mouth fiercely. Feng Yun slowly brought her to the bed, and once both of them were on the bed, he kissed her lips again. Aunt Guan heaved a sigh of joy and answered his kisses. He then filled her entire body with kisses and bites while slowly taking off her clothes. Feng Yun slowly strips off the clothing of Feng Guan. After there is nothing left on her body, revealing that seductive body. Feng Yun inwardly gasped in admiration, as this truly was a masterpiece of God. Abundant breast, rich buttocks, and slender waist, furthermore that female celestial-like facial features, and skin which even the first-rate silk couldn't compare. Feng Yun placed his hands on her breasts, and he once again became stunned from feeling the softest thing in his whole life. Feng Yun unconsciously squeezed both of his hands, causing her breast to make several shapes. Feng Yun continued playing with her breasts, making various shapes out of them. As for Feng Guan, she half-closed her misty eyes, which had a passionate hot gaze, and her breathing was even hotter, as if it were the steam of boiling water. Her jade hands were held around the neck of Feng Yun, refusing to let it go, and her mouth is unconsciously giving out seductive moans. Feng Yun began using his fingers to pinch both of her hard nipples, and because he had no experience in this area, he pulled on them with all his strength. Don't be too rough, Feng Yun. Be gentle, please. Listening to her gentle voice when she whispered in his ears and looking at her brown eyes, Feng Yun did as she said and didn't pull her nipples too hard. Feng Yun boldly went forward for another kiss, to which Feng Guan obliged and kissed him back. Darling, how is it? Do you want it? Feng Yun said with a smile. He was also greatly enduring his lust. Feng Guan charmingly snorted and biting her lower lips, she closed her eyes, then looked sideways, refusing to admit defeat. Feng Yun chuckled, and his big hand slides down. Passing her smooth lower abdomen, he lightly caressed the inner thigh of Feng Yuan's but refused to get over to her secret garden. This time Feng Yuan felt empty to the extreme. Feng Yun couldn't bear to stay still and immerse himself in Feng Yuan's neck. There he left rosy hickeys. Her enchanting body thoroughly enraptured him, and his lips slowly slide down towards her sacred mountain peak. Feng Yun's head got inside the mountains and then sucked the small cherry on top of it inside his mouth. His skillful tongue circled around it, with one hand grasped the other mountain and softly rubbed it. His other hand had the pearl of the breast clipped between the crack of his fingers. Very quickly, two plump breasts became increasingly firm, and Feng Yuan was not able to bear the simulation of two small cherries and came. Feng Yuan let out loud moans, and even she didn't dare to believe that she was letting out such lewd voices. Feng Yun slowly slides down his head while kissing her body, and his hands still held her breast. His lips swept over her delicate navel and kissed her pubis, then that fine hair stuck on his face. After that, he slowly came down until he saw the two pink lips trembling ever so lightly and revealing the juicy walls hidden behind them. Feng Yun's breathing turned even rougher. Feeling Feng Yun's lips on the edge of her secret garden, Feng Yuan suddenly felt a warm current flowing out from her private parts, so she exclaimed, "No, don't," but Feng Yun didn't stop. Stretching his tongue, Feng Yun first lightly licked the outside, after which his tongue slowly made its way inside Feng Yuan's pussy. On! Tasting the pussy, which felt sweet and sour from being covered in her sacred juices, Feng Yun began greedily ravaging her insides as his teeth brushed against the small button accidentally every once in a while. As Feng Yun continued licking the inside of Feng Yuan's pussy, she could no longer stay calm for long. Moaning loudly, she interrupted Feng Yun, who was trying to make his tongue go deeper. "Love me, I want it," Feng Yuan said with hazy eyes. Feng Yun smiled and nodded. He moved on top of her and used his hands to guide his dick between her legs and waited for her confirmation to pierce her pussy. Chapter 15, Dual Cultivation, R18. Feng Yun's sturdy waist began to move, rubbing his dick at her moist slit. "Ah, Feng Yun," Feng Yuan said in a trembling voice, and feeling that burning hot firm and erect thing at her private place, her body lightly quivered. "I am entering," Feng Yun said in a very hurried voice. Now his stiff and erected dick is aiming at the center of her pussy. With a single thrust, he went inside her. Since this was her first time having sex, the pain was unavoidable. When Feng Yun finally tore open that layer of a membrane which symbolized her chastity, the tears of Feng Yuan also flowed down as if in commemorating her transformation into a woman from a girl. The moment his dick went inside Feng Yuan's pussy, Feng Yun felt a sensation unlike anything ever before. It was like his dick had entered a separate dimension where all he could find in it was pure bliss. Regardless of how slow or fast he moved, all Feng Yun could feel was Feng Yuan's pussy covering his dick from all sides and pleasure coursing through his body. Similarly, Feng Yuan was enjoying Feng Yun's 9-inch dick with a 3.5 girth which spread her pussy farther. On, oh my goodness. Move faster, Feng Yun. Faster. Informing what she wanted from him, he sped up his movement and pushed his face into her bosom, and began licking the two cherries. Using the chance to suck on Feng Yuan's breasts and nipples, like he had wanted to for a long time, Feng Yun didn't stop moving his waist when he finally sensed something special. Thinking that something was wrong, Feng Yun had just started frowning when he noticed one more thing. He could feel that since he put his dick inside Feng Yun and started having sex with her, his body was being filled with energy, and now he figured out why that was happening. 1. Feng Yuan had a higher cultivation level than him, and the dual cultivation technique worked on its own, as he didn't need to do anything other than have sex with her. It seemed like it was the special ability of the ancient fire demon bloodline. All he needed to do was control the qi, which entered his body, and use it to increase his cultivation. To put it in simple terms, it was like his body was consuming food on its own, and he needed to take care of digesting it and using its nutrients like he wanted to. Luckily, he didn't need to do it right away and therefore could focus on the sex he was having and not divert his attention to cultivate on the spot. At the very point where he and Feng Guan's body was connected, the remnant chi in his body was being sent inside her, and he was similarly taking chi of her body. That wasn't where it ended either. The chi, which was taken from Feng Guan, was many times greater than the chi his body was sending inside her, therefore it went all over his body. It first passed by the bones, next was the muscles, followed by the bones, meridians, and inner body. Every time the chi passed by them, it would take it inside them, causing them to grow stronger. Although Feng Yun's body, despite looking like a normal human body, it has strength many times greater than the average cultivator. However, that didn't mean it was its best, and couldn't grow anymore. Because, it could also grow stronger through cultivation. And that was precisely what was happening. Taking the chi from Feng Guan, he was unconsciously tempering his own body. When in a normal situation, he would have used chi taken from his surroundings. As Feng Yun continued moving his hips, the chi he was taking from Feng Guan had increased as well. Feng Guan had noticed that Feng Yun was absorbing chi from her, but she didn't do anything about it since she loved him, and if he wanted to grow stronger in this way, she was fine with it. But she found herself pleasantly surprised when she received chi back from him, and it was of higher quality than before. Thinking that Feng Yun probably had a special constitution or special cultivation technique, Feng Guan didn't think too much about it and continued having sex with him. Moving faster since he was not only feeling better but growing stronger like he always wanted, Feng Yun moved faster by the second. MHNNN. So good. Soon Feng Guan could no longer keep the pleasure. She hugged Feng Yun tightly, after which her pulsing pussy began squirming and covering the bedsheet with her juices. "Come inside me, Yuner," seductively said Feng Guan. Along with the building momentum, Feng Yun was very close to coming, and Feng Guan's sultry words only further pushed him over the line. The exciting spring scenery of her breast, and with the help of Feng Guan's twitching body, he screamed loudly and released his seeds inside her womb, causing her to moan loudly beside his ear while still hugging him like a koala. Grunting from the pleasure of coming, and breaking through his cultivation, Feng Yun stayed in the same position using Feng Guan's boobs as his pillows. "And Feng Guan, I love you," Feng Yun suddenly said as he looked at her lovingly. Looking at Feng Yun's loving face, Feng Guan's heart suddenly beats faster. She just slightly nodded her head and replied, "I love you too." Ruffling the hair of Feng Yun, who had a satisfied and content smile on his face, she also closed her eyes. Soon both of them fell asleep. Chapter 16, White Stone City. Today is the day that Feng Yun is going to join the sect examination. If Feng Yun becomes a disciple of a sect, then the entire family will share his glory. Feng Yun discussed with Feng Luzong and realized that the Seven Sword sect is far away from Grey Cloud Town. Although it is also under the wings of the soaring heaven mountains, you would need to travel thousands of miles. He asked his family for a horse because it is such a long journey and adventure. Before he left, his father already informed him about the outside world. This outside world is far from what Feng Yun can imagine. There is a total of more than 100 towns like Grey Cloud Town, and Grey Cloud Town is still a small one. The big towns even have tens of thousands of people. So many towns are ruled by the White Stone City. Seven Sword Sect, Black Water Valley, and Azure Cloud Sect are the three overlords of White Stone City, sharing the domain. But like the family is fighting for power, the battle between the three great sects is more intense and bloody. Everyone wants to suppress the other factions or even eliminate them completely. But the three great sects are always of equal strength and cannot help but divide the rule and share their powers. More than 100 towns are divided into three major powers. It is a coincidence that Grey Cloud Town happens to be under the control of the Seven Sword sect. White Stone City seems to be very big, but it is just one of the small towns under Purple Lake City, and Purple Lake City is just one of the 8 major cities in Wind Sky Nation. Many small towns like Grey Cloud Town and a small city like White Stone City have built Wind Sky Nation's vast ruling system. Besides Wind Sky Nation, there are also many countries. As for how much and how strong their overall strength is, this is beyond the scope of Feng Luzong. In fact, the situation in Purple Lake City is unclear. This world is enormous. 3 days later, Feng Yun arrived in front of Whitestone City. Feng Yun looked at the old city in front of him and could not help but be shocked to the core. It's so big. The city wall is hundreds of miles wide, and 10 meters in height. It looks like a pronged giant dragon in the distance, as if it will come alive at any time, and you could feel an invisible pressure. Can such a huge city in the Winged Sky Nation be actually only a small city? So how grand is Purple Lake City? How will the Wind Sky Nation's imperial capital Red Moon City look like? Feng Yun couldn't help but admire and want to travel through the entire world and see its surprises. After Feng Yun was done daydreaming about traveling the world, he soon came in front of the city gate. 1 gold coin for entry fee. One of the guards said in an indifferent voice. Feng Yun paid the money and went inside. Feng Yun entered an inn owned by the Seven Sword Sect. The inn is used to settle the teenagers who are taking part in the entrance examination, so all people in the hall were 16 or 17-year-olds and the youngest is even less than 15. To take part in the entry assessment, the first condition is to reach the bode refining 7th boundary. Therefore, everyone here is at least the cultivation base of the body refining 7th layer, and Feng Yun is secretly stunned. Any one of them who will enter into Grey Cloud Town can be called a genius, but it is very common here. The genius of the town seems to have greatly reduced. At most, it can be regarded as a talent here. Only when it reaches the level of the Whitestone City can it stand out as this is qualified to be called a genius. The examination is in a few days, so he had to wait till then. Feng Yun meditated and continued cultivating in the meantime. Although he did not practice much in the past 10 days, his cultivation base was upgraded to the body refining 9th layer late stage. After half a month, he reached the body refining 9th layer peak. It is a pity that there is not enough time for him. After a short break, the sky became dark and Feng Yun felt hungry, so he went out of his room and went to the lobby of the inn. The inn has 4 large courtyards, enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people, and is one of the 3 largest inns in the city. The other 2 are naturally owned by Blackwater Valley and Azure Cloud sect. At this time, many people are eating in the lobby, and because they are all young people, even if they don't know each other, they have common topics, and the atmosphere is very lively. Everyone is a genius in where town they came from. Naturally, no one will be convinced when it comes to the assessment after 10 days. Everyone became arrogant because of their status in their towns, and they all claim to be geniuses among geniuses. Bang! Get out! This table is booked by Brother Ching. A young man slammed the table heavily and said, "Which minion are you?" This suddenly caused common indignation. All the teenagers are young and vigorous, and they are all shouting. The strange thing is that although their mouth is full of excitement, no one raised their hands to fight and just to make his mouth more heated. Black Earth Town, Sioux family. The young man's face became very proud. You haven't heard of our brother Ching's name. He is only 19 years old this year, but already at the body refining 9th layer. When the words came out, all the people suddenly became silenced. Perhaps this is not the most powerful cultivator here, but it is definitely the strongest cultivation base realm among youngsters. In this world, everything else is a fake, and the powerful eats the weak. In this world, strength stands for everything. Humph, idiots. In a dignified sneer, a slender silhouette walked over. The people passing by and the nearby people were forced to retreat by the powerful pressure that automatically gave the young man a passage. A 20-year-old young person walked to the center of the lobby, standing proudly and exuding powerful pressure. He is Su family's genius, Su Qing. Body refining 9th layer. Everyone is silent, and these people are actually forced to retreat by the pressure the young man emitted, which is not what an ordinary body refining 9th layer can do. You must know that they are all geniuses selected in each town. They all faced a certain level of challenge, and the challenges they faced, in front of these young people, they feel extremely weak. Ha ha, now you know that Brother Ching is amazing? The arrogant teenager at the beginning said proudly as if he was Su Qing. A long time ago the Su family has two geniuses, it is Su Qing and Su Gang. How come this time there is only one? One of the young cultivators said. Ha, I heard that Su Gang and his friends were killed by someone in the mountains and only one person was able to escape. Another cultivator next to the first one chimed. From the side two voices came. There were two youngsters who were leaning against the wall of the hall. They had also emitted powerful pressure the same as of the 9th layer peak stage of body refining. Zhang family's genius, Zhang Hao. Random cultivators said. Cheng family's Cheng Kong. Another random cultivator said. These two young cultivators were obviously quite famous and were immediately recognized. Plus Shin Jinshi, the talented girl of the Shin family. These four people are the most talented geniuses who took part in the sex examination. The enchanter of the body refining 9th layer. Su Qing's eyes are cold because he remembered Su Gang was slaughtered in the soaring heaven mountains, which is a shameful matter for the entire Su family. Su Qing's cold eyes swept over Zhang Hao and Cheng Kong and Su Qing coldly said, after 10 days, I will defeat you personally and let you know what a real genius is. Su Qing, don't be so arrogant. Cheng Kong shook his head and was still lazy. To defeat you, I only need 3 strikes. Well, to give you a face I will do it with 10 strikes. Everyone became silent. Who is more arrogant? Everyone thought at the same time. You two can go together, I can defeat all of you in 10 strikes. Zhang Hao unwillingly joined the crowd. The 3 geniuses are looking at each other coldly, and their eyes are full of fighting spirit. All teenagers are excited. In fact, the geniuses of the 3 major bodies refining 9th layer has already predicted that the top 3 candidates will be theirs. Feng Yun looks at these geniuses with cold eyes and snorted. He did not put this so-called genius in his eyes as he can kill any of them in a single strike. After listening to the idiots and was done eating, Feng Yun returned into his room to cultivate. Chapter 17, Start of the Sex Examination. On this day, under the leadership of a middle-aged man, the young men and women left the inn and came to the city gate. My name is Luo Qingxuang. I'm your first examiner. Now, let's start the first assessment. You all have to follow me until you arrive at the 7 Sword Sect. Those who will arrive 5 minutes later me at the sect gate, they will fail the examination. Start now. Luo Qingxuan loudly said. Luo Qingxuan turned around and rushed forward. It seemed that he was not in a hurry, but every step was a distance of 10 meters, and 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The teenagers naturally didn't dare to waste time. They followed Luo Qingxuan and ran up. More than 100 people suddenly formed a long straight line. Luo Qingxuan's speed was definitely only the body refining 7th layer level, but it was just the peak of the body refining 7th layer. Body refining 7th layer is a qualitative leap. The cultivator's endurance to achieve this realm will be greatly improved, and if you run fully, you can maintain your pace up to half an hour, but Whitestone City is 100 miles from the headquarters of 9 Spirits Sect. So you must run for at least 2 hours. This is definitely a double test of endurance and will. In order to save power, no one talks along the way. Everyone is trying to make the best use of spirit chi in the body and never dare to waste it. Of course, with the exception of the body refining 9th layer, their spirit chi is far from the 7th layer, and they don't have to worry about it. Feng Yun did not say a word, and also continued to run along with Luo Qingxuang. Time is running fast, and an hour later, the cruel test begins. Gradually, some people can't keep up with the team. But the speed of Luo Qingxuan did not slow down. It has been in the initial state, leading the team forward, and soon the people who are left behind will disappear without a trace. 10, 15, 20. There are more and more people left behind, and the rest are not too good. Everyone is gasping and sweat is rolling down on their foreheads. Feng Yun also took long breaths, and he has a 1-layer sweat on his forehead. The reason why he is slightly tired is entirely due to physical exertion. It is like a cultivator who does not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Spirit chi is more abundant, but the body cannot afford it. A few minutes later, there was a mountain in front of them. The top of the mountain was faintly visible, with several banners. The word 7 sword on the banner fluttered in the wind. "We're coming soon." Everyone thought at the same time when they saw the banners. The teenagers who had reached the limit long ago seemed to have eaten a chicken. They suddenly felt great, and only several people struggled to run. The mountain seemed to be not far away. In fact, there were more than 10 li's journeys. Although the teenagers broke out, they still followed Luo Qingxuan. By this time, more and more people have reached their limit, and they have fallen out of large units, but they are not without hope because after Luo Qingxuan stops, they will have to rest for 5 minutes. Finally, Luo Qingxuan stopped at the foot of the mountain. After 1 or 2 minutes, others started to arrive at the sect gate. These people ran to the finish line and immediately fell to the ground, and there are also some people that were very tired and exhausted, went straight to sleep. Some of them struggled to climb up and then sat down on their knees to cultivate to restore their spirit chi. At the last moment, they have already consumed all of their spirit chi, and they are running with the power of their body and they almost become desperate. 5 minutes passed quickly and Luo Qingxuan said without the slightest hesitation, "Go now." He turned and faced the huge mountain gate. After respectfully bowing to the sect, he took the teenagers to the mountain, and the teenager who came after him was blocked by an invisible force. His body fluttered. He soon came to the middle of the mountain and took everyone into a very grand lobby. "Old Luo, these are the people who passed the assessment?" Another middle-aged man came over. His body was slender, his face wore a sly smile, and he seemed to speak very well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 67, hey, the newcomers are not as good as last year. Luo Qingxuan nodded, turned around, and said to the teenagers, "This is the examiner responsible for your second assessment, called Yi Sun. After passing the second assessment, you can follow Yi Sun if you fail. Just come outside and find me." After that, he strode forward and left the door. "Well, come with me." Yi Sun clapped his hands and led the crowd to the depths of the lobby. After passing through a training field, he came to a long corridor and stopped. The corridor is very wide, about 3 meters in the horizontal direction, and the length is 100 meters up and down but is empty right now. This is your second assessment. It's very simple really. If you can cross the distance of 50 meters in the hall, you will pass. If you can run 10 meters ahead of 50, you will get an extra reward point. At last, the top 3 people will receive a certain reward. Yi Sun indifferently said. There are iron puppets to test your combat power. The deeper you go, the more powerful the puppets will become, and you do not have to defeat all of them, you can defend against them and go deeper. Yi Sun said loudly. You have a half-hour break now. Yi Sun is quite human. He didn't start the second assessment immediately but gave everyone the time to rest. I will demonstrate the difficulty of this assessment, so watch carefully. Everyone just quickly sat down to restore some spirit chi power. While they are restoring their chis, they all focus on Yi Sun. Chapter 18, Puppet Test. Yi Sun strode into the corridor. Bang! He just stepped in and saw that the walls on both sides were suddenly cracked. A pair of bronze's puppets came out, and then bang bang bang, one pair after another. The copper puppets came out of the wall. Hey, the 2 copper people who appeared at the beginning danced their arms to Yi Sun, and the wind whistled, reaching at least the body refining 7th layer. Yi Sun folded his hands and repelled the puppets. He is the master of the spirit gathering initial layer. For repelling the 2 body refining 7th layer is naturally easy. Bang, bang. He walked all the way, facing the copper puppets on both sides, but there were not many copper puppets who could stop Yi Sun's footsteps. However, when Yi Sun stepped out of 50 meters, the copper people here became significantly stronger. Body refining 8th layer. Going forward, body refining 9th layer, body refining 9th peak, half-step spirit gathering realm. Fortunately, you can pass the test at a distance of 50 meters. When the teenagers were shocked, they were also relaxed. Yi Sun didn't talk anymore. After pressing a stone on the wall, all the copper puppets took it back. He walked back and waited quietly. Soon, half an hour came, and the young people got up. By the time everyone is almost back to the state of peak. Get started. Yi Sun has no nonsense. With his fingers, he reopened the organization. You, the first. The young man quickly stood up and carefully entered the corridor. 10 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, the man defended the attack of the bronze puppets while struggling to move forward, but this copper puppet is too much, and after he blocked him, bang bang bang, he was constantly being bombarded. Even the body of the body refining 7th layer couldn't hold the impact, and his mouth suddenly spurted blood. Hey, he fell on the ground around 40 meters. Yi Sun immediately shot on the wall, and all the puppets stopped working immediately and retracted into the wall. Failed, he said coldly. Then pointing to another person, saying, You, the second. Everyone couldn't help but see the loser. I saw that the man was beaten badly. Fortunately, the bones did not break, but the skin was traumatized. They are relaxed, and if they cannot pay the price of disability or even life, everyone will have to reconsider whether they want to continue. Yi Sun restarted the puppets and started the second person's test. The same as the body refining 7th layer, this strength is quite a big gap. The second person will be much more powerful, successfully pulled out 50 meters. But he did not go ahead, immediately asked to stop it. Through the pass. Through the pass. Failure. Time is slowly passing, more and more entering the corridors, facing the test of the puppets. The clearance rate is less than 50%, and only 2 people can get the points, and only 1 point. Yi Sun swept his eyes over the last 5 people, 4 of which were the body refining 9th layer. They were the strongest presence among the youngsters. He thought about it and pointed to Su Qing, saying, Next, you. Su Qing, after a glimpse, a hint of gloom appeared on his face. Why is he first? With his strength, it should be the last finale. He didn't dare to be angry with Yi Sun. He had to enter the corridor with a black face and secretly decided to exert his full strength to let everyone see how terrifying he had. Start. Su Qing strode forward, bang bang bang, the copper man one after another jumped out, but he was easily smashed and quickly rushed through the minimum requirements of 50 meters, and for the body refining 9th layer, it is naturally very easy. Ha, I will definitely get the first place. He laughed heartily and started the impact of after 50 meters copper puppets formation. Su Qing started the impact of 50 meters. Bang! Bang! This guy dares to be so proud, but he does have very strong strength. At this time the strength of the bronze man has been upgraded to the body refining 8th layer, but they could not stop him. He broke into 60 meters without stopping and got his first extra point. Not enough. Not enough. Su Qing laughed and kept his feet on. The uppers had the strength of the body refining 9th layer as now. Give me back. Su Qing's eyes red, fighting intent flew, even the puppets of the body refining 9th layer could not resist his hands, and the puppets were stepped back. He went deeper into 10 meters and entered the copper puppets of the half-step spirit gathering layer. From the body refining 9th layer to the half-step spirit gathering realm, this is a qualitative leap, and the blood refining boundaries bronze puppets have at least increased 1 time in power. Su Qing laughed, and the fists and hands were actually a fierce battle with these bronze puppets. His talent is really terrifying, and he can harden the blood refining boundaries bronze puppets with the strength of the body refining 9th layer peak. Although the bronze puppets have no wisdom and are controlled by the authorities, it is still amazing to be able to do this. Su Qing fell to the 83rd meter. Passing. Yi Sun showed a smile of satisfaction. Next. He pointed to Cheng Kong. Start. Cheng Kang's body leaps and flies into the corridor. His body is extremely fast. The bronze puppets of the body refining 7th layer is too slow to punch, and he can't touch his clothes. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters. Chapter 19. End of the sex examination. Cheng Kang's pace slowed down, and in his front are the bronze puppets of the half-step spirit gathering, which is a huge test for him. He is the best at the sword martial technique, but in such a small area, there is no room for a sword. Cheng Kong, are you afraid? Su Qing didn't suffer too much injury. After a simple adjustment, he recovered more than half, and he suddenly taunted Cheng Kong because he got 81 meters. Cheng Kong, who lost to Su Qing in the past, became more determined and immediately began to move forward. He advanced a few more meters and fell 83 meters. Yisun stopped the puppets and said, "Not bad, pass." After that, one by one, they challenged the test. Zhang Hao, 87 meters. Yu Han, 89 meters. Both of them have surpassed Su Qing and Cheng Kong. Feng Yan noticed that when the bronze puppets slammed into Yu Han and Zhang Hao, there was a faint white light on them, and it was subtle. If not for his sharpness and awareness, he wouldn't see this flash. It is this white light that helps them resolve most of the power and enable them to go further. It should be some kind of protective gear. Amazing. Feng Yun thought. The last one. Yisun pointed to Feng Yun. Start. He started. Bang! Bang! 2 copper puppets immediately attacked him, but he easily slammed them with his hands as his body was more powerful than others, and it was because of tampering with the flame last time and added with the pure yang qi of the divine grade cultivation technique. The copper puppets in the wall continued to attack, but could not stop Feng Yun's footsteps, and soon he walked out of 50 meters. At this time, Feng Yun and the copper puppets suddenly became faster and stronger. But all the copper puppets were all smashed by Feng Yun, and they punched again under the operation of the same formation, but it was futile and useless efforts because the strength of Feng Yun is overwhelming. 76 meters. 80 meters. Cheng Kang's face became gloomy. Feng Yun stepped into the copper puppets formation of the half-step spirit gathering realm and continued punching them. 81 meters, 82 meters, 83 meters, 84 meters. More than Su Qing. Like Cheng Kong, Su Qing's face has become ugly. How is that guy's body so powerful? Yu Han and Zhang Hao did not speak, and as Feng Yun was about to approach their results, their hearts suddenly throbbed. As a genius, if you are surpassed, there is an unpleasant feeling. 90 meters. Feng Yun is still not stopping. He screamed and used his spirit chi for defense and continued to move forward. 92 meters. 95 meters. Beyond anyone. Feng Yun didn't stop. In terms of points, the 90 meters and 99 meters are the same, so he wants 100 meters. 98 meters. 99 meters. 100 meters. Feng Yun successfully passed the entire copper puppets formation. This result of Feng Yun stunned Yisun for a while, but changed it to a smile like there was not a stunned expression on his face in the first place. Good, good, good. You are in the first place. As a result, 7 people received additional points. Feng Yun was first, Yu Han was the second with 4 points and Zhang Hao was third with 3 points. Cheng Kong and Su Qing tied for 4th place with 2 points and left the 2 boys with body refining 8th layer each scored 1 point. In addition, 20 more young cultivators passed the test, and the rest of them had to leave. Only 27 people passed the examination and became the outer disciple. Follow me. Yisun led the 27 people to leave and come to an elegant courtyard where another man was already waiting for them. Very good. Yisun smiled at the 27 people. Congratulations, you passed the assessment and became the discipline of the Seven Sword Sect. Now, sign your name and detail about you for you to officially become disciples of the sect. After people reported their name and age, Yi-sun took white tokens from the house and one after another, handed it to everyone. Feng-yun looked at the token that says 7 sword and the other side is Feng-yun. Yi-sun quickly explained, "You have entered the class for the outer disciple, but after breaking through to spirit gathering boundary, you can be promoted to the inner disciple. The sect does not look at age, only at the cultivation base. If you encounter a spirit gathering layer at the same class, even if he is younger, you will have to call them senior brother or senior sister. The identity disk of the inner disciple is black. When you break into the spirit gathering realm, you can come here for the black token. Going up, there are purple tokens and golden tokens. The purple wood token represents the cultivation base of the foundation establishment realm, the sect elders. There is only one golden token, and that is the sect master. And remember all rules and crimes. If someone broke the rule or committed a crime, as this is disrespectful for the sect, you will be severely punished." Yi-sun took the call and said, "Okay, you guys are coming with me and I will arrange the houses for you all." "Yes, senior brother Yi." Feng-yun and the other people nodded. After a while, they came to a huge courtyard. Yi-sun arranged a place for them, one person and one room. There was no need to separate men and women. After everything was settled, Yi-sun said, "Every 10 days, there will be an inner disciple coming to explain to you the doubts about cultivation. You should work hard and don't let the sect's hope down." When he finished, he immediately left. Chapter 20, Martial Arts Pavilion. The next day Feng-yun and other new outer disciples come to the big field. Yi-sun appeared with Luo Qingxuang in the field. "You are all now an outer disciple of my 7-sword sect. I'm going to tell you some sect rules. In the sect, you can't use the money if you want to exchange martial arts or spirit pill, then you have to use sect's contribution points. Contribution points can be earned by some tasks given by the sect. You and go to the mission hall to receive the missions to earning points by completing them," said Yi-sun. Now, the reward for the top 3 new disciples. The first place reward is 1000 contribution point and can select 2 top grade or a lower grade spirit rank martial skill from the martial art pavilion, announced Yi-sun. "What? Spirit rank martial skill?" All people in the field exclaimed in surprise. They looked at Feng-yun with envy. Spirit rank martial skill is many times more powerful than ordinary martial skill. The second place reward is 800 points and a top grade martial art skill. The third place reward is 600 points and a top grade martial art skill. The fourth place reward is 400 points and a top grade martial skill. Fifth place reward is 200 points and a top grade martial skill. UXIN distributed rewards and now you should go back and start cultivating. After a few days you will go to the mountain range for hunting. All people scattered, went in a different direction to start a new life in the sect. Feng-yun went to the martial arts pavilion. On the way to the pavilion, he saw many types of building and training fields. From a distance, the martial arts pavilion was look like an old and tall, 4-floor building but exudes a breath of years of precipitation. Martial arts pavilion has more guards, the cultivation base is generally more than the body refining the 8th layer, even the spirit gathering layer stationed. This is the guard force on the bright side. In the dark, there, also some experts guard there. Martial arts pavilion, no matter the day or night, every moment there will be a tutor to sit in. Feng-yun entered martial arts pavilion and found that the instructor who was sitting at the reception desk was the same old man in a white robe who has made their identity tokens. The old man in a white robe also noticed Feng-yun, plainly said, "First place reward, you can choose 2 top grade martial skills for free. You are eligible to redeem spirit rank martial skills, but you need enough contribution points. 2 top grade martial skills, can I still exchange them for spirit rank martial skills?" Feng-yun was a little surprised. Choose 2 ordinary top grade martial skills for free, the sect sure is generous. Feng-yun hasn't even imagined that spirit rank martial skills can be exchanged here. In the martial arts pavilion, martial arts divided by floors. The first floor have ordinary martial arts, the second floor has spirit rank, and the third floor has top-grade spirit rank. Outer disciple can enter the first floor, on the second floor for the inner disciple, and the third floor for elders," said the old man. "I want to redeem spirit rank martial skills. How many contribution points do I need?" Feng Yun asked directly. The old man in the white robe frowned slightly. At the current level of Feng Yun, the top-grade martial skills are the most suitable. Spirit rank martial skills are too deep and difficult to practice. It will waste too much practice time. If you give up 2 ordinary high-grade martial skills, plus 1,000 contribution points, you can exchange 1 spirit rank lower-grade martial skills. The old man in the white robe and said slowly. Feng Yun, exchange it directly. Go to the second floor and choose for yourself. The old man in the white robe said and closed his eyes. Feng Yun onto the second floor of Martial Arts Pavilion. The volume of books here has plummeted, with only an inner disciple can come. Feng Yun didn't care much. He carefully selected the martial skills of spirit rank. Cloud overturning palm, palm technique and palm strength, which are comprehended by the changes in the world, have been cultivated to perfection, and have the majesty of overturning the world. Flowing water swordsmanship, swords are like flowing water, soft and continuous, with many changes. Each martial skill here is at the level of lower grade spirit rank, and the Feng Yun is dazzling. But he quickly calmed down. Attack means I already have 9 heaven sword art, and I should choose movement technique. Feng Yun's gaze, after sweeping around, finally landed on a movement technique. Flying cloud step, as light as a feather, leaping into the clouds, and the speed is the best in the spirit rank. After selection, Feng Yun registers with the white robe instructor. Flying cloud step? The elderly in white robe frowned. Feng Yun not only chose the difficult spirit rank martial skill but also flying cloud step, which is difficult to comprehend. Originally, the old man in the white robe had some good feelings for Feng Yun. He felt that he might be able to take advantage of rewards and treatment to make rapid progress in a short time and become the inner disciple. But at the moment, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This martial art selected by many people, but only a few can comprehend and only a small part. You should choose another martial skill. It is too difficult to practice and you will waste your time and study for nothing, the old man persuaded Feng Yun. Thank you, elder. But I would like to try this martial skill. Feng Yun smiles and refused the old man's advice. Others cannot comprehend, but he believes in his talent. Chapter 21, Going to the Mountains. Flying cloud step, spirit rank lower class martial skill, light as a feather, flying like a cloud, flying like a fairy, good at borrowing many times in a complex environment. Practice to small accomplishment realm, which can make martial artists as light as feathers, speed and dexterity greatly increased, and reduce physical exertion during the long journey. Great accomplishment realm, as fast as a rush, with a powerful leap ability, can take a step in the void. Perfection boundary can take 3 consecutive steps in the sky. In a windy environment, landing from a 100-meter cliff can be without harm. In an ideal environment, it can maintain a short flying sky effect. Spirit rank lower class? Flying power? Feng Yun suddenly widened his eyes and took a breath. Unexpectedly, this martial skill is maybe more powerful than the spirit rank middle grade. Especially, perfection boundary, it is terrifying. In a windy environment, you jump from a 100-meter cliff? Even in the ideal environment, it can maintain a short flying effect. Feng Yun was overwhelmed by surprise. A moment later, Feng Yun calmed down and contemplatively said, the training difficulty of the spirit rank martial skill is already very difficult, not to mention the spirit rank middle class. Normally, spirit rank martial skill corresponds to the spirit gathering realm. This level of the martial artist can be a spirit ranking martial skill practiced smoothly. The ordinary body refining realm cultivator wants to cultivate spirit rank martial skill to a certain level, maybe it will take a lifetime of energy. It is for this reason that the old man in the white robe feels that Feng Yun is so arrogant. In a short time, Feng Yun tries to practice. Rubbing. Whizzing. According to the description of Flying Cloud Step, he displayed footwork and luck skills and walked quickly on the floor and wall of the room. At first, Fong Yun felt very difficult and a bit uncomfortable. After an hour, his speed increased, and his figure gradually became lighter and smoother. Not as difficult as expected. Fong Yun could not help but rejoice. He soon realized that he practiced Nine Heaven sword art, which greatly improved martial path's talent and perception. Based on this point, he can practice the Flying Cloud Step so smoothly. Otherwise, even if you want to practice the Flying Cloud Step, it is very difficult. Whizzing! Fong Yun jumped up and stepped on a tree trunk. His body jumped quickly, and he shuttled nearly 10 meters in an instant. Flying Cloud Step has a strong ability to leap lightly and is good at gathering force on feet. Fong Yun relaxes his body and his body turns into a light and elegant flying feather, flying back and forth in the woods. One day later. Fong Yun's Flying Cloud Step successful practice to the beginning stage. At this moment, the effect of this movement technique is that his speed is vaguely more than double from the past. After the Flying Cloud Step was stepped into the entry level, the difficulty increased significantly, but there was still room for improvement. 5 days passed. Fong Yun's Flying Cloud Step is more satisfactory, close to the small accomplishment realm. The power has far exceeded the original from before, and the consumption of spirit chi is also reduced. This day, Fong Yun is, as usual, after finishing the movement technique, returned to the outer sect courtyard. Today, outer sect disciple is going to the soaring heaven mountain to hunt the monster beasts. There are 3 purposes for this hunting monster beast: first to train the outer disciple, the second reason to find monster beast meat, and the last reason to eliminate hidden danger for small towns. The hunting squad will be led by an inner disciple, the other people will be the outer disciples. Early in the morning, Fong Yun comes to the foot of the mountain to gather with others. Fong Yun put in a team of 5 people, including him, all of them men. Although he did not know others, they surely knew Fong Yun. Fong Yun is famous in the outer sect for getting the first place in the sect examination. After a while, he saw a silhouette coming in front of his team. It was a charming and gorgeous woman with a hot body, a full chest, and a vibrating one, and the water snake-like waist was twisted. "My name is Yen Xilan." A very plump beauty appeared and stood in front of them as she introduced herself. Her age should be around 20 to 25 years old, is full of mature charm, and those who are the first awakening of love couldn't help but sweep their eyes through her huge chest and rounded buttocks. She had short black hair falling on her shoulder, her skin was smooth as silk and white as jade. She had black eyes and an oval-shaped face. She was wearing tight-fitting red clothes, and a sword was hanging on her waist. "I am your captain of the hunting team. I will lead your team into the mountains but do not take part in hunting," Yen Xilan said. "Now follow me." Yen Xilan was the first to go. Fong Yun and the other 4 people followed closely behind. Seven Sword Sect was originally located at the foot of the soaring heaven mountain, so they have always been in the mountains, but to hunt for the monster beast, it is natural to go deep into the mountains. The outside mountain area is the only forest without monster beasts. 4 days later, they came deep into the mountain. This is far beyond the depth that Fong Yun had entered before. The mountains were steeper and steeper, and the horrible beast whistling from time to time shook the hearts. From here on, monster beast is rampant. Everyone notices that you can't exceed the limit of 30 miles. After that, there will be a monster beast of the spirit gathering realm, Yen Xilan said cautiously. Chapter 22: Hunting in the Mountains. Everyone took a glance at the forest. If their team encountered the monster beast of spirit gathering boundary, I am afraid that only Yen Xilan could escape from the wilderness and can no longer take care of them. Action, this is your experience. If you are not in danger, I won't shoot. Yen Xilan waved. Fong Yun and 4 people nodded. The team was replaced by Fong Yun. Although he was a thorough newcomer, he became famous in the puppets battle during the assessment and was naturally promoted to vice-captain by 4 others. There are so many monster beasts here. They didn't go far. They came to the woodland and saw a huge wild boar sleeping under a big tree. The snoring sound was like a clap of thunder. Feng Yun's line was drawn to the voice. The wild boar is 6 meters long and tall, with long hair of golden, and 2 fangs protruding from the mouth. It is almost 1 foot long and emits a cold glow. Body refining 8th layers monster beast, gold-furred boar. Feng Yun immediately jumped out and the flying cloud step unfolded. And he took out the long sword from the waist. Now he only uses an ordinary iron sword. Too rude. Yan Xilan was so angry that Feng Yun was a leader. The most important duty of leaders was to make arrangements for each soldier to play their due role. And Feng Yun jumped alone to fight. The other 4 teenagers are young and vigorous. They were driven by Feng Yun. They were excited, and they followed one after another. The snoring of the gold-furred boar suddenly stopped, opening a pair of huge pig eyes, red and bloodthirsty. Feng Yun, like a wave of air, he jumped high and attacked the gold-furred boar, but the reaction of the boar was not slow. The boar escaped from the attack of Feng Yun. The boar screamed and attacked Feng Yun. Flying cloud step. Feng Yun was full of joy. He was completely immersed in the 9-heaven sword art. With his eyes open, he paid full attention to the movement of the boar. Glittering, folding, Feng Yun sliding under his feet, he has a feeling that with his ability to grasp the overall situation, there is no need to use the flying cloud step. Of course, the flying cloud step makes it easier for you to fight against higher levels of enemies. When Feng Yun was fighting, the other 4 people also attacked the boar. They all have the body refining 8th or 9th layer cultivation base, the strength is real, and the accumulated attacks are considerable. Gold-furred boar kept yelling, it was hurt. Feng Yun seized the opportunity and suddenly stabbed a sword. Hey, Pu. He attacks twice and 2 blood flowers flew up. Gold-furred boar suddenly made a scream, slamming a rush but struck into the middle of the stones and cannot advance. Good job. The other 4 were all applauded. And attacks at the same time on the boar. With the gold-furred boar stuck, the other 4 bombarded again. Bang! The boar was able to pull out of the middle of the stones. Bleeding in the hole, more terrifying. But this is already an arrow at the end of its flight. After a few moments, it has fallen and become the first prey of Feng Yun. The teenagers cheered. This was the 8th layer of body refining boundary monster beast, but it was defeated easily. Yan Xilan's red lips twitched a few times, but she did not speak. She actually wanted to swear at Feng Yun's performance without teamwork, but the gold-furred boar was killed, and she didn't know how to speak. The team did not move on but immediately dealt with the body of gold-furred boar. Pigskin can be made into very good armor, tooth decay is an absolutely sharp weapon, bones can be used as a medicine, and pork is an excellent cultivation resource. 7 Sword Sect has a special medicine that completely removes the water from the meat, turns the 100 pounds of meat into only a few pounds, and it is small and very easy to carry. Although gold-furred boar was killed by the whole team, Feng Yun got 1/3 of the meat of boar. If not for Feng Yun, the team couldn't defeat the boar leisurely. Feng Yun and the team started the fire and picked a boar's leg to bake it. The boar's leg weight was more than 100 pounds, but Feng Yun and the others are all cultivators, each has a great appetite. In less than half an hour, the boar's leg disappeared into the stomach of 6 people. Monster beast meat is an item of great nourishment. 6 people didn't waste such a good thing, and everyone sat down on the ground and started the cultivation to digest the benefits of the monster beast. The team continued to hunt the monster beast the next day. They were lucky and harvested almost every day. After a few days of hunting and fighting the monster beast, the relationship between the 5 people suddenly became close, and Yan Xilan was charming and moving, which made the heart of the young and vigorous young people shake. Feng Yun still does not talk about teamwork, and he is brave enough to go forward, but he also lets the other 4 people cooperate with him. Although Yan Xilan is very upset with Feng Yun, she didn't say anything. 3 days later, they came to a valley. They didn't expect to go this far. The climate suddenly became very abnormal. Suddenly the hail came down. Feng Yun and the group had to stop and hide under a big stone. After a while, the ground was covered with ice, the temperature suddenly dropped. Feng Yun and the other 4 people are in the 8th or 9th layer of the body refining realm, but they are still feeling cold and their body tremble. Only Yen Xilan was fine, who has spirit gathering realm cultivation base. The hail had been continued for more than half an hour, and when it stopped, it stopped. The ground was covered with ice. This valley has not been here before. Since it is here, let's explore it. Yen Xilan quickly made the decision. Chapter 23, Death Fog Valley. The 5 people went deeper and deeper. They saw that the dense fog filled the canyon, the visibility was getting worse and worse, and there was a sinister feeling coming from the fog. Just walking, they saw a flash of lightning, and it started a heavy rain. This time they wanted to hide, but on the all-around flat ground, there was no place to hide from the rain. Unexpectedly, the rain came suddenly and paused suddenly, and soon it became the original appearance, and the fog filled the valley again. There was a gust of wind blowing, whistling after the rain stopped there. Where is this? How is it so weird? The 4 people can't hide the doubts in their hearts, only to feel that this place is weird to the extreme. Not good. Is this Death Fog Valley? Yen Xilan suddenly changed her face. What is Death Fog Valley? Feng Yun asked. Death Fog Valley is a dangerous place in the soaring Heaven Mountains. It has been covered in the fog all year round. 9 of the 10 people who entered it have not come out again. But the legendary fog shrouded the entire valley, and suddenly it shrank into it. Yen Xilan has a doubtful color. So dangerous. Feng Yun frowned. Go back immediately. Yen Xilan took the initiative. She has given responsibility for this team. If someone died, then she would be also punished by the sect. The 6 people went back and walked for a long time. They all stopped suddenly. They were lost, can't go out. They clearly did not enter the valley far distance. It is reasonable to say that they should be able to go out after going back for 10 minutes, but it could not go out for so long. Obviously, it is not normal. It's this fog. Feng Yun said suddenly, there is a confusing effect. Yen Xilan and the 4 people suddenly realized. Yen Xilan said, everyone stops the breath to stop the fog affecting the mind. The 5 people followed the words, but it didn't work. Even if the warrior had a long breath, it was not enough to get them out of the valley. Half an hour they were still in the same place. The time has come in the evening, and the fog is filled here, and it suddenly becomes darker, and there are a few senses of reaching out. What to do? Are we going to be trapped here? One disciple's voice was shaking as spoke. He was afraid of the valley. How could he not panic? Didn't he listen to Yen Xilan before? And 10 people came in and 9 people would never go out. First take a break, eat something to fill your stomach, and raise your spirits. I will take you out. Yen Xilan said awkwardly, but she was also low-spirited. Feng Yun sat on the ground and tries to communicate the black broken sword. This is a divine object, maybe it can have a miraculous effect. Buzz. 10 minutes later, Black Sword suddenly reacted, releasing a wave of fascination. But it could only felt by Feng Yun. For others, they did not able sense of the energy released by the Black Sword. The wave released by the Black Sword was like a stone in the calm lake water, and the whole sea of fog suddenly became a big wave, and it rolled up into the vastness. What happened? I don't want to die. The 4 people are involuntarily exclaimed. Death Fog Valley is fierce, and now this change is very strange. Although Yen Xilan has to calm down, it is still difficult to hide her panic. After all, this is far beyond what she understands. Follow me. Feng Yun stood up violently. His eyes were so clear that the fog could no longer block his sight. His calm voice gave the other 3 an inexplicable courage. When they were so scared, someone could stand up and let them involuntarily attach themselves. Feng Yun was striding forward. Yen Xilan and 4 people are close behind him. In fact, they have no grasp of Feng that he can go out, but only by listening to his confidence voice, they followed him. After walking a few miles, the fog was scattered. The mountains were visible again. It was a sign that they had left the valley. We have come out. The 4 outer disciples are cheering in full of the joy of advocating a catastrophe. How do you do it? Yen Xilan asked in a trembling voice. Even she who was a spirit-gathering cultivator can't see in the fog, but Feng Yun can see only at the body-refining base. The outer disciples looked at Feng Yun with amazement. You know that this death fog valley doesn't know how many lives have been swallowed. Feng Yun lightly smiled, said, maybe my eyes are different, you can see something that others can't see. Special eyes? Lu Qing, one of the disciples, said with a trembling voice. In the legend, if you have a special illusion eye, you can see through all illusions. Is Feng Yun also have one of those eyes? Feng Yun nodded earnestly. We should go out quickly, we can't stay here for too long, Yen Xilan said. Feng Yun wants to explore the Death Fog Valley, but he has to return to the sect for now. He will come later to find the mystery of the Death Fog Valley. If he left the team now, others will suspicious of him, because the false news of special eyes. Feng Yun and the team led by Yen Xilan returned to the Seven Sword Sect. Chapter 24, Spirit Cuisine Room. They have a great harvest this time, not only achieved the expected goals but also had a surplus, so they got the sect award. Everyone got a sect contribution value and 50 lower grade spirits crystal. Spirit stones are translucent crystals with spiritual energy trapped within. Mainly used as currency amongst cultivators. They can also be used to cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy, creating magical items, or power spell formations. Spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, high, top quality, or grade. In Whitestone City, only lower grade spirit stones can be seen. After the report, the loot, and receiving the reward, the team decided to celebrate a bit, but Yen Xilan refused of it. Feng Yun, thank you for your help in the valley. If you need something, then come to the Intersect Division to find me, I will help you. Yen Xilan said to Feng Yun. Yes, senior sister Yen. Feng Yun said as he clasped his hands, after Yen Xilan left the team. Feng Yun and 4 people decided to go to the dining hall to eat the spiritual meat of the monster beast to celebrate. The spiritual kitchen is here. As they walked, Feng Yun saw a huge building that looked like a pavilion from a distance. A huge signboard was hung on the building, and 3 large words were written on the signboard: Spirit Cuisine Room. 1,000-year dark wood. After entering the spiritual kitchen, Feng Yun was immediately attracted to the wooden tables and chairs because these tables and chairs were all made of 1,000-year-old blackwood that was worth more than gold. And in the town, such a table and chair made from 1,000-year-old blackwood would cost an estimated 3,000 silver taels. Yet, it was placed here as an ordinary dining table and chairs. Feng Yun found a table near the window and sat down. The moment he sat down, a humanoid puppet came in front of him with a menu. Feng Yun was a bit speechless when he saw the dishes on the menu. There were a lot of dishes that were cooked with fierce beasts' flesh and blood along with rare herbs. The price was outrageous. Amongst them, the most expensive one was the blood serpent soup, which was cooked with spirit beasts' blood snakes. It cost over 5 low-grade spirit stones. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford it. Even if Feng Yun had just got 50 low-grade spirit stones, he did not dare to eat in such a luxurious manner. He only ordered a dish and a soup, spending 5 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder these dishes are so expensive. They really do have their own reasons for being expensive. Feng Yun ate a mouthful of food cooked from the meat of a fierce beast and immediately felt his teeth burn. Waves of warmth flowed through his throat into the meridians in his entire body, nourishing his body and strengthening his realm. Then, he took another sip of the thick soup made from the blood vessels of a vicious beast. He could also feel the pure spiritual energy flowing into his body, slightly increasing the power of his blood and chi in his cells. Oh, this year's freshmen are indeed rich. They just entered the sect for a few days, and they already came to the spirit kitchen to eat. So rich. Just as Feng Yun was eating with relish and the warm current was nourishing his body, a strange voice entered his ears. Two older students, who wore dark gray long robes and walked with vigor, and had strong auras, and had reached the half-step spirit gathering realm, arrived at the spirit catering room. They looked at Feng Yun with hostility. When they saw that few new disciples eating spirit meat, greedy expression appeared in their eyes. They have idea to extort some money from newbies. Do you want to play games? How about the fight in the arena? Feng Yun said. He knew they were bullies who liked to bully new disciples. Ha, did I hear wrong? The two seniors were stunned, revealing a mocking smile. This kid actually dares to challenge us. If you agree, then we'll go to the dueling arena. If you don't dare to agree, then scram as far away as you can. Don't get in my way. Feng Yun said coldly. Since you wish to die, we shall grant your wish. The two older students did not expect Feng Yun to be so arrogant. Their faces darkened as they spoke with a murderous tone. It's not certain who will die. Feng Yun took out 5 low-grade spirit stones from his bag and placed it on the table, then walked out of the spiritual kitchen. Fuck, Kong Song, I'll go first. I'm going to break his dog legs and make him lie on the ground like a dog, begging for mercy. The square-faced man said while gnashing his teeth as he looked at Feng Yun's back. Xingli, this kid shouldn't be simple. Be careful during the competition later, don't capsize from the outside. The thin Kong Song was reminded with a twinkle in his eyes. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Xingli was filled with confidence in his own strength. He did not believe that he would lose to Feng Yun at all. The dueling arena, the only place where disciples of the Seven Sword sect were allowed to engage in private battles, was located on the northwest side of the mansion. It was a precipitous cliff face. Feng Yun walked up the white jade steps into the battle arena, which was built like a pavilion. Feng Yun noticed that there were sabers, swords, axes, spears, lances, hammers, and close to 1,000 other huge weapons around the arena, giving it an extremely strong visual impact. At the center of the dueling arena, there were 3 battling arenas made of dark steel. At this moment, there were 4 older students from the Seven Sword sect fighting in the arena. Quite a few of them were watching from below. Chapter 25, Battle. Elder Jean, if we were to fight, I would have to trouble Elder Jean to open up the third ring. Upon entering the dueling arena, Xingli respectfully greeted a white-haired old man wearing a long, sackcloth robe. Elder Jean used his blurry eyes to scan Feng Yun and company, then reminded them in a low voice, you can fight, but you can't kill others, otherwise the sect will punish you. Finished speaking, Elder Jean opened the array of inscriptions and activated the third martial field. Brat, isn't a simple battle too boring? How about we gamble on some winnings? Xingli said. Of course. How about we bet 100 low-grade spirit stones? The corner of Feng Yun's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a hint of coldness. His father gave him a 200 low-grade spirit stones before coming to the sect, which was Luzon's total balance, and he gave it to him. We'll bet 100 low-grade spirit stones. Xingli pondered for a moment and said while gritting his teeth. Are you ready? If you are ready, give me the bet and you can start the fight. Elder Jean said. I'm ready. Xingli clenched his fists and said with a high fighting spirit. He handed over 100 low-grade spirit stones to Elder Jean and jumped onto the stage. Why is it just you? Aren't you coming along? Feng Yun looked at Kong Song, who was at the side, and asked. You want to challenge both of us at the same time? Kong Song frowned and asked in surprise. The two of them have never dreamed that Feng Yun would be so arrogant, not putting them in his eyes at all, and openly challenged the two of them. Not bad, each of you is wasting too much time, and it's not challenging at all. Feng Yun nodded and said, alright, cut the crap. The two of you come at me together. Once I take care of you, I will go back and cultivate. Arrogant, too arrogant. Xing Li and Kong Song had thought that they were already very arrogant. However, they did not expect Feng Yun to be even more arrogant and rampant than them. Waves of anger burst out from their chests, causing their faces to turn green with anger. Elder Jean, here are 200 low-grade spirit stones. Feng Yun ignored the fiery gazes of the two, took out 200 low-grade spirit stones from his bag, and handed it to Elder Jean, who had a strange expression on his face. With a leap, he jumped into the battle arena. Since you wish to die, we shall grant your wish. The raging and murderous Kong Song roared out loud. He handed the wager to Elder Jean and jumped into the battle arena. I swear, I will make you regret it. Xing Li gritted his teeth and said. The gambling match between the three of them also attracted the attention of everyone in the dueling arena. All of a sudden, Feng Yun, who was fighting against two people by himself, became the center of attention. Let's go! After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Xing Li and Kong Song were the first to attack. Xing Li chased after the cicada with 8 steps, then closed in on Feng Yun with 1 stride. On the other hand, Kong Song took out a large saber from his bag and hacked it down with sky-split speed. Xing Li and Kong Song had very good teamwork. The two of them worked together and were able to defeat a genius more powerful than them, but they did not know that Feng Yun's physical strength surpassed that of the same level. Facing the joint attack of Xing Li and Song, Feng Yun straightened his back and did not dodge. With the sword in his hands, he was bombarding towards Xing, and at the same time using a flying cloud step, he avoided the Song's attack. The 4 powerful skills clashed violently against each other. Beams of dazzling light shot out, causing dense water ripples to appear in the air. Yes, since when did the Seven Sword sect have such a genius? When Elder Jean saw the scene of Feng Yun using different skills to fight against Xing Li and Kong Song's attack, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. When using 2 martial skills at the same time, not only did one have to cultivate it to an extremely high level of attainment, they also had to multitask in an instant. Normal people wouldn't be able to control their skills to launch 2 attacks. Flying Cloud Step, in this short span of a few days, not only did he comprehend a mid-grade spirit rank movement skill, and he even cultivated it to the small accomplishment realm. Flying Cloud Step. When Feng Yun was hit by the two people's martial skills, a virtual light flashed under Feng Yun's feet, which penetrated through layers of exploding aura, then appeared behind Xing Li in an extremely strange manner. This is bad. Sensing danger behind him, Xing Li's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to step on the 8 steps to avoid it. However, at this moment, Feng Yun's feet shot out a powerful force into the ground, causing the floor of the battle arena, which was made of dark steel, to tremble a little, greatly affecting Xing Li's dodging speed. In the next moment, Feng Yun's fist, which was compressed to the limit, fiercely smashed onto Xing Li's back, shattering his body's defense, breaking his spine, while a large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. His whole body heavily crashed on the ground, causing the ground to ring with a buzzing sound. Lunar Shadow Slash. When Kong Song saw that Xing Li was injured by Feng Yun, his pupils constricted, and he leaped into the air. He held a low-rank spirit weapon as he unleashed his strongest skill, the middle-rank spirit rank Moon Shadow Slash, at Feng Yun. Chapter 26, Gravity Cave. The power of the Lunar Shadow Slash combined with the low-grade spirit weapon was extremely terrifying. The blade's shadows fell from the sky like crescent moons, cutting through the layers of air. Before the attack even reached Feng Yun, his skin started to hurt, and the qi and blood in his body started to boil. The disciples of the Seven Sword sect are not simple after all. Facing Kong Song's most powerful attack, Feng Yun did not dare to take it head-on. He stepped on the flying cloud step and did 3 weird dodging movements in an instant, dodging the Lunar Shadow Slash. 8 Desolation Palms. The moment Feng Yun dodged, heavily injured Xing Li ignored the injuries on his body and quickly got up. His body flashed as he launched a fatal attack towards Feng Yun. Feng Yun quickly took a step forward. The power of his entire body interweaved with his spirit qi, and spirit gathered in a fist and slammed into the 8 Desolation Palms. A terrifying power entered Xing Li's arms, causing the flesh on his arm to explode. His entire body was like a kite with its string cut, falling out of the arena and losing the match. Xing Li lost. Kang Song knew very well about Xing Li's strength. Even if he wanted to defeat Xing Li, it would not be easy. Meanwhile, Feng Yun had used the most direct and brutal way to send him flying, causing Kang Song's heart to sink to the bottom. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate, so he was afraid that he would lose this match. Gradually, Kang Song lost some of his strength due to the heavy consumption of spirit qi. His attack speed and power were greatly reduced. I admit defeat. Kang Song's heart completely collapsed as he admitted defeat. It looks like it won't be long before the top 10 of the outer sect ranking changes. Very good, Feng Yun. This is the bet you won. Cultivate well, and strive to break through to the spirit gathering realm. After seeing Feng Yun's talent, Elder Jean started to appreciate the talent and handed all the bets to him. Thank you, Elder Jean. Feng Yun put spirit stones into his bag and did not stay in the dueling arena for long. Under everyone's gazes of reverence, he turned around and left, returning to the small courtyard at the edge of the cliff. In the pitch-black night, countless stars were hanging in the sky, surrounding the bright crescent moon. The starlight and moonlight blended together, making it look like an endless galaxy from afar. After adjusting his breathing, Feng Yun woke up from cultivation. After simply eating something and filling his stomach, Feng Yun went to the gravity cave because he wants to use the pressure to practice. This elder, I want to enter the gravity cave's 7-level force. Feng Yun came to gravity cave in the dark and found a man with a thin body and black robes guarding the door of gravity cave and said, 7-level space. The black elder raised the wrinkled eyelids and glanced at Feng Yun, coldly reminded. Youngster, doesn't be too high, take your 9th layer body realm, go to a 7-level space, practice is undoubtedly looking for death. Elder, I have the confidence to withstand 7 levels. Feng Yun said. Although Feng Yun's realm is not high, he has the ancient fire demon bloodline. It can be said that his physical endurance is higher than the average spirit gathering realm. No, I don't allow you to make trouble. With your strength, you can only go to 4 or 5 layers of gravity space to cultivate. The old man in the black is unmoved and coldly refuses. Feng Yun, junior brother, you came to gravity cave to practice. Just Feng Yun thinking about how to persuade the elders in the black to put themselves in the 7-level space to practice, wearing a red tight-fitting training suit, a hot body is particularly charming, black short hair scattered on the shoulders and delicate features. Yen Xilan walked in. I'd like to request that the elder allow me to enter the 7th level of the gravity cave to train. Senior sister, will you help me? Feng Yun nodded and pleaded. The 7th level of the gravity cave. Yen Xilan was startled and hurriedly said, Junior brother Feng, the 7th level of the gravity cave is extremely terrifying. The pressure it creates is enough to crush an expert into a meat patty. Please don't try to be brave. Do you think I'm the one who is trying to be brave? Feng Yun rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. Are you really going to train on the 7th level of the gravity cave? The black-clothed elder asked again when he saw the confidence in Feng Yun's eyes. Please grant me your permission to enter the gravity cave, elder. Feng Yun nodded and said. All right, since you insist on entering the 7th level of the gravity cave to train, then I'll give you a chance. Remember, the gravity cave is different from other places, it is very dangerous to train in it. The black-clothed elder solemnly reminded. I understand. I wouldn't joke about my life. Feng Yun nodded and promised. 20 low-grade spirit stones per day are required to cultivate the 7 layers of the gravity cave. How long do you plan on cultivating? Black-clothed elder asked. Right. I'll train for 10 days first. Feng Yun pondered for a moment, then handed 200 low-grade spirit stones to the black-clothed elder. Follow me. With that, the black-clothed elder brought Feng Yun along a dark stone path and entered the deeper parts of the grounds, arriving outside the 7th level of the gravity cave. Be careful in everything you do. Don't try to be brave. The black-clothed elder was worried and reminded again. Thank you, I will be careful. Fong Yun took a deep breath and said. After he finished speaking, he crossed over a glowing door that was formed from numerous runes and entered the 7th level of the gravity cave. Chapter 27, Training in the Gravity Cave. Once he entered the gravity cave, Fong Yun noticed that the light was a bit dim. Before he could carefully observe it, he instantly felt a terrifying pressure surge in from all directions, engulfing his entire body. Bam! Caught off guard, Fong Yun's legs slightly trembled, then his knees hit the ground, causing all the muscles in his body to tremble. What a terrifying pressure! Under the pressure, Fong Yun could clearly feel his skin beginning to crack, the scarlet blood vessels were revealed, and the cells in his body were unable to withstand the pressure and began to collapse. The pain caused Fong Yun's entire body to twitch, while he broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for Fong Yun reaching the peak stage in the body refining realm, the 7 layers of pressure in the gravity cave would have easily destroyed his body and turned him into dust. This is not a place you should be. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and leave. Just as Fong Yun circulated heavenly yang cultivation technique over and over again in order to resist the gravitational pressure and repair the damage to his body, a cold voice suddenly sounded out in his ears. Following the source of the voice, Fong Yun raised his head with great difficulty. He could vaguely see a black-clothed man sitting cross-legged in a dark corner. When Fong Yun saw her face vaguely, he was slightly shocked, because he discovered that the owner of the voice was actually a woman. And even with this pressure, she was completely fine. What a terrifying woman! Although the light was dim, Fong Yun could clearly feel that this woman had completely adapted to the pressure of the 7th floor of the gravity cave and had trained with ease. I can persevere, Fong Yun said rather stubbornly. He exploded out his strongest physical strength to resist the mountain-like pressure, then sat down cross-legged at the entrance with great difficulty. Persevere. I will definitely be able to persevere. Fong Yun clenched his teeth and endured the inhumane pain as he struggled to cultivate his heavenly yang cultivation technique. Overestimating yourself. Seeing that Fong Yun did not listen to her persuasion and insisted on cultivating in this place, the girl in black no longer cared about his life and death. She removed all distracting thoughts and quickly entered the cultivation state. It's been an hour. This Fong Yun actually managed to hold on and even entered a cultivation state. This is too unbelievable. The black-clothed elder was worried about Fong Yun's safety as he continued to guard the 7th space of the gravity cave. When he saw Fong Yun, through the mirror outside the gravity cave, enter a meditative state under the terrifying pressure while the body still covered in blood, he revealed an expression of disbelief. Looks like my even 7-sword sect has really picked up a treasure this time. The black-clothed elder revealed a faint smile. He was no longer worried about Fong Yun's safety as he turned around and left. The girl in black did not expect that Fong Yun, a body-refining cultivator, would be able to endure under the pressure of 7 layers for one day without retreating, causing her to reveal a hint of surprise. Because even she did not dare to easily enter this place to cultivate when she was a spirit gathering, and Fong Yun was a body-refining cultivator. This caused her to develop a shred of interest in Fong Yun. As the days passed, Fong Yun, who had been persistently enduring the pain, gradually got used to the intense pain and entered into a state of meditation. After 8 days of hard work, Fong Yun silently sensed the changes in his body and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his physical strength had increased from before, greatly increasing his battle strength. There were still 2 days left before the cultivation deadline. Fong Yun did not continue to cultivate, instead, he exploded forth with his powerful physical strength and withstood the huge spatial pressure. With great difficulty, he stood up and left the 7th level of the gravity cave. When Fong Yun left, the girl in black, who had been cultivating in a dark corner, opened her eyes, glanced at him, then returned to her cultivation state. After leaving the gravity cave, Fong Yun immediately felt all the muscles in his body brimming with energy. The speed of his compressed spirit power had increased by less than 50%, allowing him to understand the benefits of cultivating in the gravity cave. Feng Yun, why did you come out earlier? There are 2 days left? The black-clothed elder asked with a faint smile when he saw Feng Yun come out of the gravity cave 2 days earlier. Thank you, elder, for your concern, but I already cultivated enough in the cave. Feng Yun replied with respect. Even though he said this, the black-clothed elder knew that for a body refining cultivator to cultivate from the 7th level of the gravity cave for 8 days, he had definitely set a record for the Seven Sword sect. Alright, then you can go. The black-clothed elder looked at Feng Yun a few times and discovered that although his cultivation did not increase, his aura had become much stronger. The shock in his heart became even stronger. Thank you, elder. With that, Feng Yun turned around and left and returned to his courtyard. In a few days, there will be competition with an outer disciple. He had to prepare for this. After returning to his house, he went to the bed for rest. The next day Feng Yun woke up and started cultivating. Almost everyone in the outer sect was doing double practicing for the outer sect competition. Chapter 28 Outer Disciple Competition. The first day of the month has always been the most lively day of the Seven Sword sect because only this day's ambitious outer disciple can challenge the 10 strongest people and fight for their future. The location of the challenge is placed in the sect's training field, which is large enough to allow the warrior to fully play. Such a challenge will naturally attract countless people to watch the game, and it is also good for their own strength improvement. Feng Yun arrived early in the morning. His eyes swept over, and saw Su Qing and 4 strange faces lined up, sitting on the edge of the martial arts field, each one's face with a proud expression. I heard that Yun Jing has just closed out, and the strength has improved. This time, he may challenge for a first position. Wu Tian seems to have also trained Fire Fist Art to the 5th layer, targeting for the outer sect first place. Cut, Zhao Chen has been sitting in the outer sect first place, and close to the break into the Spirit Gathering Realm. Yes, I think that only after Zhao Chen enters Spirit Gathering Realm, then Yun Jing and Gu Tian are qualified to compete for the first position. Hey, don't forget Feng Yun. This guy defeated Song Kong and Xionli in 1 vs 2, also win first place in the sect assessment. That kid is just squatting on the mystery, and the actual combat power is not necessarily the opponent of Yun Jing and Gu Tian. All around is surrounded by a lot of arguments, all of which are talking about their own views, but the more unified is that everyone is not optimistic about Feng Yun this time can become a dark horse. Feng Yun looked towards 10 people, the last rank sitting on the far right, then the first person from the left should be the first Zhao Chen of the outer sect. This young man was around the age of 18, his looks very ordinary, a pair of eyes are always slightly opened, but as Feng Yun stared at Jing Tian for a second, Jing Tian immediately felt Feng Yun's gaze. After looking up at Feng Yun for a second, Jing Tian averted his gaze from Feng Yun, and lazily lowered his head. Outer sect, first person, really out of the ordinary. Feng Yun's eyes are only Jing Tian alone. If you want to challenge, then pick the strongest. As a warrior, you have to have an invincible heart. He is now also a body refining 9th peak layer, and naturally, he has no fear. After a short time, he saw an old man rushing out, saying, I am the referee of this challenge day. According to the old rules, all the outer disciple can challenge each other before the sunset. Start. Feng Yun has a tight eye. He knows that only the Foundation Establishment Realm's powerhouse can serve as a referee, so this old man must be the existence of the Foundation Establishment Realm. From the appearance of this old man, it is no surprise, ordinary is an ordinary old man. Spirit Gathering Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm are qualitatively different. I am coming. Just listen to shout out loudly. Su Qing jumped out of the audience. I want to challenge the 10th place. The two sides fight. It is undeniable that Su Qing has made great progress in these 30 days, but this is not enough. When he battled more than 50 strokes, he was bombarded by the opponent. Failure. According to the rules, regardless of success or failure, the parties can get a 20-minute break to avoid the unfairness of the car. Therefore, those who want to challenge the picks must wait for 20 minutes. The strength of the 10 strongest outer sects is improved by ranking. Since it is necessary to challenge, it is natural to pick the soft persimmon pinch. Most people's eyes are aimed at the 10th place, and they will not challenge others. After a short cold silence. I want to challenge Guyu. A Taoist silhouette fluttered, with a beautiful woman jumped on the stage. It is Yu Han. She challenged Guyu as soon as she comes up, but it is ranked 6th. I heard that junior sister Yu is the granddaughter of Elder Yu. The named Guyu came to the stage and fought against Yu Han. The two were almost the same strength. After playing for half an hour, ended up with Yu Han's small win. As a result, Yu Han succeeded in occupying the 6th position, while Guyu fell out of the top 10 and needed to call back. Feng Yun waited impatiently and sneaked into a gap and said, I want to challenge Zhao Chen. The voice exited, the audience was silent, and then there was a laugh. This guy, even the rules of the challenge are not clear. The top 3 are only the top 10 people to challenge. Feng Yun knew that he had forgotten the rules, but he didn't care. His eyes swept, and said, then challenge the 4th place. 4th? This guy doesn't even know who is in the 4th, only the 1st in his eyes. Mad, crazy enough? Hey, I have been hearing about your name these days. I am going to see what you can do. In the sneer, a tall and incomparable boy stepped out and stepped foot on the stage. The entire training field was shaking a bit. My name is Fei Chang, remember? The boy rushed out and was a heavy punch, slamming against Feng Yun. I have never remembered the name of the useless people. Feng Yun did not use the weapon, just launched the flying cloud step, cut directly to the opposite side of the opponent. The right fist bulged, bang. Bang! Fei Chang, the tall body, was suddenly hit and flew up and fell heavily on the ground. Wow, he spit out blood, and supporting the body to climb, but immediately fell down and lost consciousness. A punch. Just a fist, I slammed Fei Chang. Hey, this strength is really enough to challenge Zhao Chen. Chapter 29, Battling. Body refining 9th layer is not surprising. There is more than 100 in the outer sect. You can defeat the same warrior in one stroke, only the strongest 10 talents can do it. But now even the 4th of the 10 strongest players has been beaten by a punch. Want to see the extent of Feng Yun's strength terrifying? Everyone reminisced about the process of fighting. Feng Yun did not make any fancy tricks but did not use any martial arts that were clean and simple attacks. The more they reminisce, the more they feel that this simple action is a profound mystery, and there are countless inspirations from it. Feng Yun looked at Zhao Chen and took Fei Chang's position to sit down. According to the rules, he had to wait 20 minutes to continue fighting. Nobody in sight. Guo Tian coldly snorted, you just defeated a 4th-ranked junk and you think that we are not qualified to fight with you. Kid, the 1st position is mine, don't be delusional. Just sit in your current position. Yun Jing also coldly said. Both of them were disregarded by Feng Yun, and they were naturally unhappy. Feng Yun didn't even lift his head, just sit calmly. On the other hand, Guyu also challenged the 7th ranked and successfully replaced the other's position. After 20 minutes, Feng Yun floated off and reported to Zhao Chen with a cupping fist, saying, Senior brother Zhao, I want to challenge you. The audience suddenly felt silent and full of expectations. Zhao Chen is a legend in the 7 Sword sect. He can be said to be a latecomer. Before the age of 14, he was still an ordinary man. He was taken over by a sect old man. At that time, he was not an official disciple. But he entered the 7th layer of body refining in just 3 years and was officially accepted as a discipline by sect. At the age of 18, he reached the body refining 9th layer, and suddenly broke into the top 10 of the outer sect, and directly occupied the 1st throne, and has been maintained until now. A year later, Feng Yun also scored the strongest 10 in the same posture, and the sword pointed to the 1st. Which will write a new legend, or Zhao Chen continues to maintain his unbeaten legend. Zhao Chen stood up and pointed to Feng Yun, lightly smiled, pointing to the position under the seat, saying, This is yours. The audience is stunned. This is how it is going, not to fight back. Feng Yun is a glimpse, then handed with a smile, "Congratulations to senior brother Zhao. I broke the spirit-gathering realm, and I was pulled here before I came to sect." Zhao Qin took the initiative to explain, "No matter who is challenging me today, I can't fight." Spirit-gathering realm. Hey, 19-year-old spirit-gathering realm, this is really terrifying. Throughout the entire The Seven Sword sect, even the current aloof and remote Foundation establishment realm powerhouse, how many can break through to the gathering realm at the age of 19? Feng Luzong is promised to be the strongest genius in the history of the Feng family. It can be promoted to spirit gathering realm, but it is over 30. Congratulations to senior brother Zhao. The crowd yelled, 19-year-old spirit gathering realm, he was sure one of the genius. Zhao Qin lightly smiled, bowed to the old man, and said, "Elder, Zhao Qin first retired. Go!" The old man said with a satisfied smile on his face. No one thought that the original battle of a dragon would have ended like this. Guo Tian and Yun Jing are even more regrettable. The objects that they have always considered being surpassed suddenly entered the spirit-gathering realm, leaving them behind. How can they not go crazy? The opportunity to win without a battle was taken by Feng Yun. And can you let him go? Now, they want them to challenge Feng Yun. To challenge a newcomer who has just entered sect, it won't be convincing. Feng Yun, I challenge you. Yun Jing jumped out first because Feng Yun didn't fight before, and the 20-minute break was naturally not used. Feng Yun didn't even talk, just made a beckoning action. Arrogant boy. Yun Jing furiously shouted, stepping out. Being able to rank third, Yun Jing's strength is out of the ordinary, almost reaching the limits of the body refining 9th layer, and has the power of spirit gathering realm. It is a pity that Feng Yun is different. Instead of using the flying cloud step, he was a frontal assault and slammed with Yun Jing. Bang! Bang! Feng Yun's fist repeatedly smashed Yun Jing's defense and hit the other's body. But this tall young man is like a humanoid, violent bear. This kind of blow is completely impossible to injure him. Haha, I practiced the iron wall art, now it has reached the 6th layer, it is hard as iron, only on defense, no one in the outer SEC can defeat Met. Yun Jing laughed heartily, your body is really weird unfortunately, when I meet my absolute defense, you can't do anything. What, 6th layer's iron wall work? Hey, this is almost the limit of the body refining 9th layer. It is said that only the spirit gathering layer can be used to practice the 7th layer of iron wall art. Similarly, the 6th layer is also an absolute defense within the body refining 9th layer. No one can shake it. If Zhao Qin's senior brother did not enter the spirit gathering realm, can it be broken? Feng Yun is known for his body, this time has met the nemesis. Heh, the first position is mine. Yun Jing laughed. Feng Yun showed a faint smile and said, that won't be. It will only make me a profit, then it will not break my iron wall. Yun Jing laughed and screamed, his two fists like two huge hammers slamming against Feng Yun. Under the influence of the iron wall art, his fists have become very dark, as if they have become iron. Come on, boy, I will flatten your bones. Feng Yun's heart was not waived. He stares at Yun Jing, and the first form of 9 heaven sword art rushes in his body, releasing the terrifying power. Chapter 30, First in the Outer Sect. Yun Jing's mind was inevitably affected. Although there was no obvious movement stagnation, the reaction was slower than half a beat. In his eyes, Feng Yun is like the god of aloof and remote, supreme. My heart is invincible. Yun Jing loudly roared, his eyes suddenly became red, and the momentum was actually reduced, and the more powerful force broke out under the pressure of Feng Yun. Feng Yun can't help but admire. This is the real warrior, facing the strong enemy without fear, but the fighting intent is increasing. Feng Yun constantly punches and punches every punch through Yun Jing's defense. It can face the same body as the iron plate, but it is shocked by his fist-torn skin and gaping flesh, bloody. You can't beat me. Yun Jing is full of confidence. Feng Yun is silent, but concentrates his strength on his fist and constantly bombards it. Yun Jing's defense is really strong, but the defensive tactics in front of Feng Yun are not used at all, and the body is constantly being hit by fists. He didn't care, he was as strong as iron, and he was forced to defend Feng Yun's attack. Bang bang bang, the fist is constantly bombarding, as if playing a piece of music. Give up, you are destined to fail only. Yun Jing said with a big smile. The first throne is getting closer and closer to him. He suddenly stopped at his feet, and suddenly it was the mouth spurt blood, wet the chest of his. Yun Jing looked down and saw blood on his chest, and incredible color on his face. He looked up at Feng Yun and couldn't help but fall to the ground and splash the dust. What happened? How could Yun Jing lose? Is he not having the iron wall work of the sixth layer? Does Feng Yun have the lethal power of spirit gathering realm? In a series of discussions, the old man stood up and raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. This battle, Feng Yun won. Feng Yun does not have the power of the spirit gathering realm, but every punch is in the same position as Yun Jing. The power is constantly accumulating, penetrating the defense of the iron wall, causing Yun Jing's loss. Listening to his explanation, all the talents suddenly realized, can this kind of cracking method be copied? Yun Jing is not a puppet. He can fight back and defend. Besides the metamorphosis of Feng Yun, who can blast so many punches in succession, but also have to fight in the same place. It is also very embarrassing to say that Yun Jing is very embarrassed. If he is not so confident, as long as he protects it a little and disperses the punching power, then Feng Yun can't hurt him with the defense of the iron wall. The challenge continues. 20 minutes later, Guo Tian did not challenge Feng Yun. He seemed to admit his invincibility and made everyone inevitably surprised. Even Guo Tian gave up. After sunset, the new outer sect was born with 10 strongest people. There are 2 new faces, Feng Yun and Yu Han, and others are not forced to squeeze into the top 10, 1/6, one is the first, which is really unpredictable. But even more amazing is Zhao Chen, the 19-year-old spirit gathering realm, even alerted the top of 7 sword sect. It is said that several old elders are rushing to collect him as a discipline. In 7 sword sect, entering the foundation establishment realm is elder, and the foundation establishment realm is also divided into 3-layer or initial stage, middle stage, late stage. Although there is a difference between heaven and earth in each small realm. Foundation establishment realm first layer. Can you be side by side with foundation establishment realm second layer? Therefore, the same as elder, but also according to several days of funding, an elder, who hit Zhao Chen, is the power of foundation establishment realm third layer. Feng Yun is at ease. As long as he completes the accumulation of body refining 9th layer, the level of spirit refining realm is also impossible to trap him. Zhao Chen is only 1 step ahead of him. Outer sect, the treatment of the strongest 10 people are really not comparable to others. Every day, monster beast meat is provided. There are 15 pieces of low-grade spirit stone supply in 1 month. It is simply burning the money. Moreover, there is a more important point, that is, to go to the library to pick a middle-grade spirit rank martial arts. Although Zhou Hong has the 9 Heaven Sword Art, it can't be considered as a martial art. 9 Heaven Sword Art is a too profound mystery. It has been a few days since the outer sect competition Feng Yun cultivating in his courtyard in leisurely. Feng Yun trying to make progress in 9 Heaven Sword Art and Flying Cloud Art to practice the next level, but it was a failure. Looks like I need the more pressure to grasp the essence of the martial art. Feng Yun said. The monster beast of the level of the body refining realm can't give me the pressure, and for spirit gathering realm monster beast, he can't fight with them. The next day in the morning, Feng Yun came again to the martial arts pavilion to find a suitable martial skill for him. Chapter 31, Sex Mission. Coming to the martial arts pavilion, he saw the same old man in white clothes sitting at the reception desk. After greeting the elder, he walked into the second floor. He came in front of the boxing martial arts. There were many boxing arts. After searching for a few minutes, Feng picked a fire-attributed fist technique that was called Fire Tiger Fist. This was bare hands attacking technique. Fire Tiger Fist was a low-stage spirit rank boxing technique and had good fighting power. It could increase the combat power up to 30% of a cultivator. Feng also has a fire attribute of spirit chi. This technique was perfect for him. After he will cultivate this technique to great accomplishment, his combat power will increase further without even using the sword. Leaving the martial art pavilion, Feng walked toward mission building to take the mission for earning some sex contribution points. Before start practice the technique, he determined to do some sect mission for earning some points. When Feng came to the mission building, he saw that it was crowded with the disciples. Feng walked into the building. After coming inside the building, he saw that there were many disciples standing in front of a big wall, and more than hundreds of posters were hanging on the wall. Those posters were the missions that were released by the sect for the disciples. The disciples were searching for a suitable mission to complete for themselves. The missions were divided into inner court tasks and outer court tasks. The inner mission was the Seven Swords sect's own reward mission, which is a bit less difficult but has relatively less compensation. Outdoor tasks were missions from the outside world. They usually offer tasks in multiple places, which was difficult, but the rewards are high. According to the difficulty of the mission, it was divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. Like the golden mission, although the reward is very generous, the difficulty of the mission was also surprisingly high. Generally, only the spirit-gathering realm disciples dared to take the task. In the mission building, most of the disciples were surrounded by silver-level missions and searching for the mission that suits them. Those disciples were all outer court disciples. In front of the golden missions, there were only 4 or 5 disciples, and their strength had all reached the spirit-gathering realm. They were inner court disciples. The Seven Swords sect is really lying on a tiger, hiding a dragon. So many people have practiced the spirit-gathering realm. Feng was slightly surprised when he realized the strength of several people. Feng has not seen many people of the spirit-gathering realm at this young age. With my current strength, it's difficult to take the gold-level missions, but the silver-level missions reward is too small. Feng thought about it. Feng looked at missions. Hunting the monster beast, bring back the claws and teeth, and get 100 points. Go to the Black Lake to hunt a silver python, bring back the poison gall, and get 200 points. Group mission, slaughter the bandit group in the north of the White Stone City, bring back its 2 leader heads and get 500 points and 200 low-grade spirit stones. The difficulty of this outside mission is really much higher than that of the inside mission. Massacre the bandit group. I don't know if any of the outer court disciples can complete such a hard mission. Feng thought while checking out the missions on the wall. Killing the bandit groups. In the north of the city, there is hiding a group of bandit, which is a group of 10 or 12 peoples. They looted the village, killed many innocent peoples and also raped many women. There was not any spirit-gathering realm cultivator in the bandit group. Kill full group and bring back the head of the leader for proof and get a reward of 500 sect contribution points, 200 low-grade spirit stones. Feng checked the most difficult silver-level mission. It was a mission that could be done in a group of 3 or 4 people, but Feng decided to do it solo. There was no spirit-gathering realm cultivator in the bandit group, so he could complete this mission alone. Just choose it. Feng hesitated and reached for the poster and went to the elders to wait for the registration missions. Feng, what mission did you choose? Just as Feng was about to register for the mission, a sweat voice entered his ears. Feng turned back and saw that Yen Xilan was also standing in the usual red clothes, and she also had a mission poster in her hand. When Yen Xilan appeared, she attracted the attention of many disciples. Her enchanting body in the red clothes was tempting many disciples, but nobody moved CL close to her. She was an inner disciple, outer disciples already feared her status. Only her inner disciples tried to talk to her, but she ignored them. Senior Sister Yen, how are you? This is the mission I took. Are you also going out for a mission? Feng Yun looked at the charming face of Yen Xilan and showed his mission, then asked her after seeing the mission poster in her hand. Oh. Killing the bandit groups, this is a hard mission for an outer court disciple, but I can help you because I am also going to the north of the White Stone City, and I am more familiar with the outside world than you are. Seeing the difficulty of Feng Yun's mission, Yen Xilan suggested helping him. Thank you, Senior Sister Yen, for your help. I will trouble you then. Feng Yun agreed intently. How could he not agree to such a beautiful girl? A beautiful girl travels with him. It will be more beneficial to him. Not only Yen Xilan was beautiful but also a powerful expert. After registering the missions, both Feng Yun and Yen Xilan walked out the building and went to the White Stone City. Chapter 32, Phoenix Treasure Pavilion. After entering the White Stone City, Yen Xilan led Feng Yun to a huge shop. It was a 3-floor, extensive building. It was called the Phoenix Treasure Pavilion. Phoenix Treasure Pavilion had existed for hundreds of years, and now its branches have spread throughout the many kingdoms. Small branch shops of the Phoenix Treasure Pavilion were established in every city of the kingdom. Phoenix Treasure Pavilion held a lot of prestige in White Stone City and operated the business of pills, spirit herbs, and weapons. On the first floor, most of the operations were all mortal-grade pills, herbs, and weapons, as well as a small amount of low-grade spirit-ranked items. After Yen Xilan and Feng Yun entered the Phoenix Treasure Pavilion, Yen Xilan immediately headed to the second floor. Feng Yun simply followed her. A practitioner of body refining was guarding the entrance of the stairs. Seeing Yen Xilan walking over, he immediately opened up a path with a respectful expression. Naturally, he recognized Yen Xilan. The number of people who successfully made it to the second floor was much fewer. After all, the things on the second floor were relatively better than the goods among the spirit rank. Ordinary people simply could not afford them. Just as two of them appeared on the second floor, a lady walked up and greeted Yen Xilan. Welcome, Junior Sister Yen. Does Junior Sister Yen forget about her sister Lu? How can you come in after so many days? Feng Yun glanced at the woman. She was around 30 years old, but her figure looked like a 20-years-old girl. She was beautiful, with an outstanding figure, had long black hair, sky-blue eyes, and wearing a blue robe, but her eyes were long and narrow, giving off a sense of power. Sister Lu Qing, how can you say that? How can I forget my elder sister? Yen Xilan also greeted Lu Qing and happily hugged her. From their reactions, Feng Yun understood that they were close friends. After seeing two outstanding figures hugging each other, lust began to spread in his heart and mind. Feng Yun shook his head and looked around at things on the walls for distracting his thoughts. Many types of weapons were hanging on the wall. They all were spirit-ranked weapons and minimum priced was 200 low-grade spirit stones for any weapon. After the two of them separated, Lu looked at Feng Yun and asked, "This young brother looks unfamiliar, looks like this is the first time he has come to our Phoenix Treasure Pavilion?" My name is Lu Qing. If the young brother needs anything, feel free to tell me. Yen Xilan spoke first before Feng Yun could speak. His name is Feng Yun. He is a new disciple in the sects but already ranked first in the outer court. Greetings to the senior sister Lu Qing. It is nice to meet you. You are really a gorgeous lady. Feng Yun greeted Lu Qing as he looked at Lu Qing. He saw her more closely. She was looking more beautiful. So, it is young brother Feng, you are also a special man to reach at the peak of the body refining realm at such a young age. Lu Qing looked at Feng Yun with a smile and said. She was also surprised after seeing a young man with Yen Xilan. Senior sister Lu, you are overpraising me. Feng Yun replied with modesty. Although she was a pretty lady, she was also a spirit-gathering realm expert, maybe more powerful than Yen Xilan. So he didn't even try to flirt with her, and Yen Xilan was also present this time. Sister Lu, we are going to the north of the White Stone City for the missions. If you have some information about the bandit group in the north, then tell me, it will help us. Yen Xilan, who was impatient for going out, could not wait and directly asked for information about Feng Yan's mission. Bandit groups were hiding in the mountains for safety, but they cannot hold their evil nature and will attack again. For this kind of information, Lu Qing was the perfect person. Lu Qing has been running the shop in the Whitestone City for many years. She was a very intelligent woman. She has a strong network connection in the city. All kinds of information pass through her. If not, then how could she become a shop manager at such a young age? Oh. You are going to kill those bandits, that's good news. They looted many merchant groups on their way to Green City. If you want to find them, then you should follow any merchant's cargo that was going to the Green City. There is a high chance that they will try to loot the cargo, then you can kill them. Otherwise, you have to search for a hideout near Water Lake. Lu Qing thought for a few moments and replied. Next, Yen Xilan and Feng Yan bought 2 sleeping bags, some healing pills, and some dry food that were necessary for the trips in the mountains. After shopping, Yen Xilan and Feng Yan walked out of the store and went towards the north gate of the city. There was some cargo carriage standing at the entrance of the city gate, ready to depart. Every carriage had many guards to follow for the safety of the carriage. Most of the guards were hunters. They provided their service to the merchants for keeping them safe from the monster beasts and bandits in exchange for the reward/money. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan also pick a single horse carriage for the travel to the Green City. It was a small carriage, enough space that 2 people could sit comfortably. Yen Xilan picked this carriage because she did not want to travel with unknown people. For Feng Yun, it was good news for spending time with Yen Xilan alone. Chapter 33, Killing Bandits. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan were traveling for 2 days in a carriage. The speed of the carriage was not fast. It was progressing with the speed of the cargo carriage but was 1 or 2 miles behind the cargo carriage. After 2 days of traveling, the relationship between Feng Yun and Yen Xilan became closer. They talked about many personal things on the way. They came closer to the Water Lake, but the bandit did not attack the cargo carriage. Maybe they were afraid of counterattacks of the merchants. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan left the carriage. 2 of them explored the mountain area near the lake and found out that the terrain of the mountain was very complicated, and there were many big trees to cover the ground from sunlight. It was difficult to find the thief's nest. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan strolled through the mountains, seemingly not in a hurry. The mountain is so big, how can we find the bandits? Feng Yun looked at the mountains in front of him and asked the Yen Xilan. Yen Xilan held her chin and smiled. We don't have to look for them, let the bandits find you. Why? They are not stupid, why would they come to us by themselves? Feng Yun gave Yen Xilan a confusing look. Converge your breath as much as possible and change your clothes, we will bait them. Yen Xilan smiled and said. Feng Yun immediately understood the meaning of the Yen Xilan. Both of them changed their clothes to as wealthy youngsters. With Yen Xilan's beauty and wealthy clothes that both of them put on, the bandits would definitely target them. 2 people set off and walked among the mountains. It was not easy to find bandits, but it was not too hard either. Although the bandits were ground snakes there, but they would lay eyeliners on the road, because the manpower is limited. It will take some time from the discovery of the valuable fat sheep to the return of the news to the leader, and then to the robbery. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan was not in a hurry. Now that the bait has been released, just wait patiently for the fish to hook. 2 days later. Hey! Brat leaves the money and the girl behind and get lost from here. A dozen men rushed out of the dense forest and surrounded Feng Yun and Yen Xilan. They all greeted Yen Xilan's body with greedy eyes. Yen Xilan was charming, naturally attracted the eyes of the bandits. Hey there, cutie, where did you come from? Don't you know it's dangerous to be out here? Why don't you come with me and my brother? We will take real good care of you, ha ha, said the bandit with clear motives to take advantage of her. As he reached out his arm to touch Yen Xilan. Boom! Feng Yun came in front of the bandit and heavily kicked at his crotch. The bandit flew back and immediately knelt down while covering his crotch. The sound of the broken egg was clear and audible, leaving a dozen men feeling a chill in their hearts. "Kill him," those people yelled and started attacking. The first one who attacked Feng Yun was the leader of the bandit. He aimed his sword at Feng Yun's neck and attacked full power. So naturally, he was trying to chop the head of the Feng Yun in one stroke. His speed was fast, only an instant had passed since he attacked, and he was already in front of Feng Yun. However, at this moment, the bandit leader had a strong feeling of extreme danger. He didn't dare hesitate and fiercely stomped his right foot on the ground, then used the repulsive force from the stomp to twist his body and swiftly leap towards the side. However, it was already too late. Whoosh! A breathtaking sword light appeared out of thin air and pierced out with an inconceivable speed that was swift like lightning. Bandit leader's body was still in midair when a sword hole suddenly appeared on the right side of his abdomen and passed straight through his back, causing thick blood to suddenly shoot out. How? The bandit leader fell onto the ground and died. His face was filled with disbelief. Boss died. The bandit leader's subordinates were stunned when they saw their boss's attack failed and instead was pierced by the sword of their enemy, and only now did they jolt awake from their shock and exclaim out in surprise. But they have not enough time to think. This time Yen Xilan also attacked. One by one the bandits fell down. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan didn't seem to mind killing people at all. Soon the ground covered with the thick red blood of the bandits. After killing the bandit group, Feng Yun collected the spoil from the body of the bandits. Then he came to the body of the bandit leader. After searching in his body, Feng Yun found a small pouch and nothing else. Feng Yun was confused. How could leader did not have any treasure on him? When Yen Xilan saw the pouch, she immediately came to Feng Yun and checked the pouch. This is a storage pouch which have a small dimensional space inside to collect the thing. Passed your spirit power in it to check the item inside it. It is a very valuable item. When Feng Yun did as Yen Xilan said, a part of his consciousness entered into the pouch. Feng Yun saw that inside of the pouch there was 10 square feet storage space inside the pouch, and there were many things inside the pouch, herbs, some chi restoration pills, and some other things. But any of them was not too valuable to the Feng Yun. He cut the head of the bandit leader and after wrapping in clothes, he placed into the pouch. After everything is done, Yen Xilan looked at Feng Yun and said, "Feng Yun, you have completed your mission. You should return to the sect. I am also going to do my mission. It will be dangerous at your level. Can I also come with you, senior sister Yen? If it will be dangerous, then I will back off." Feng Yun looked at Yen Xilan with expatiation. "Or are you worried that I will hinder you? Okay, you can come, but stay beside me all the time. I will protect you." Yen Xilan also liked the company of Feng Yun, so she agreed after giving him some warnings. Chapter 34, Encountering Old Enemy. After 3 days, Feng Yun and Yen Xilan came to the Black Mountain Ridge. The Black Mountain Ridge, a very dangerous place. There were many types of spirit beasts living in the mountains. Even Foundation Beast could be seen in the Black Mountain Ridge. Yen Xilan came here pick up the spirit herbs. It was called Blue Moonflower and it used to make spirit rank pill. The Blue Moonflower was a unique type of spirit herb that grew in cold places, and Black Mountain Ridge was a suitable place for their growth. This is also the reason that many spirit beasts also resided in the Black Mountain Ridge. Into the deep mountains, even hundreds of years old spirit herbs could be found there, but they were all guarded by powerful monster beasts. When Feng Yun and Yen Xilan entered the Black Mountain Ridge, after walking for a few miles they heard the noise of the fighting that was coming from the front ahead. In front of them appeared 2 people were fighting to the spirit beast. They were bearing the robe of the Black Water Valley. It's the people from the Black Water Valley. I didn't expect them to also be here to take a mission from the Black Mountain Ridge. Seeing 2 people that they were disciples of the Black Water Valley, Yen Xilan's brow slightly furrowed as she coldly said this. It was obvious that she didn't have any good impressions of the disciples of the Black Water Valley. "Senior sister Yen, is there any problem?" Feng Yun has also conflicted with the disciples of Black Water Valley in the Soaring Heaven Mountain. The overall strength of our 7 Sword sect, Black Water Valley, and the Azure Cloud sect are about the same. However, because of the competition, the relationship between the three sects is not harmonious. Therefore, you must be wary of their assassination. With your strength, it is very likely that you will be ambushed by them. Yen Xilan solemnly warned. Don't worry, senior sister, I will be careful. Feng Yun nodded. As they were talking, the fight was also over and the spirit beast killed by the disciples of Blackwater Valley. Spirit Gathering Realm Cultivator opened their spirit sense. With this they sensed the movements of their surroundings. Range of the spirit sense increased with the increment of cultivation base. When Feng Yun and Yen Xilan appeared, they were also noticed by the other two people. After killing the beast, disciples of the Blackwater Valley also came in front of Feng Yun and Yen Xilan. Both of the young men, they looked like maybe they were brothers. It's him. When Feng Yun saw the face of a younger brother in the opposite of him, a surprise flashed in his eyes. It was the same youngster who had tried to kill him in the mountains. Seeing his face, anger surged in Feng Yun's heart. The youngster and his friends have stolen a monster beast that was killed by Feng Yun and chased Feng Yun in the mountains. Zhou Yu. Seeing the two Blackwater Valley disciples appeared in front of them, Yen Xilan's pupils also shrank and her face revealed a trace of sullenness. Senior sister Yen, you know those two? Feng Yun asked when he saw the slight change in Yen Xilan's expression. Yes, when our two great martial houses were conversing, I fought against Zhou Yu and barely defeated him at that time. And another one may be his younger brother. He also broke through to the Spirit Gathering Realm, but his realm is not stable. Maybe he was able to break through the Spirit Gathering Realm with the help of treasure. If they join forces, then you and I will definitely not be a match. Yen Xilan nodded her head and said with a heavy tone. She felt a bit regretful for letting Feng Yun come. It's you were able to escape before, but today will be your end. Zhou Kuan also recognized Feng Yun and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Elder brother, this boy has killed Song Bai in the Soaring Heaven Mountains. He did not directly attack Feng Yun and said to his elder brother. Zhou Yu was still a bit worried about Yen Xilan's strength. However, when he felt that Feng Yun was a body refining cultivator, he was stunned for a moment, then revealed an expression of evil intentions as he slowly walked over. Yen Xilan. Looking at Yen Xilan's sexy figure and delicate face, and thinking of the humiliation she had brought him, Zhou Yu's eyes revealed a trace of hostility. Yen Xilan, I didn't expect to meet you here. But why are you carrying a piece of trash by your side? Don't tell me he's a pretty boy that you're taking care of? Zhou Yu said in a provocative manner as he stared at Yen Xilan's alluring body. Zhou Yu, clean your mouth for me, or else I won't be polite. Yen Xilan had already expected that Zhou Yu would try to take advantage, when they saw Feng Yun's strength. Her face darkened as she gave a cold warning. Ha, you're welcome? How can you be so rude to us? Do you think that you can be a match for us two brothers? Zhou Yu laughed arrogantly, completely looking down on Feng Yun. You can try. Yen Xilan's face darkened as a powerful burst of spirit power exploded forth. Both brothers had fought with the spirit beast before, so they were a bit tired. Thus, she wanted to rely on her strength to intimidate them. Let me do it. Before Yen Xilan could attack, an ear-piercing sword hum rang out from Feng Yun's body. In the next moment, the black sword appeared in Feng Yun's hand. A sword light that contained a yellow fire aura shot out like a bolt of lightning, slicing through layers of air and attacking towards the younger brother with a shocking sharpness. What? Sensing the power of the sword attack, Zhou Kuan was not prepared to fight. His body trembled. He instinctively wanted to dodge. Chapter 35 Green Monkey Spirit Beast. However, Feng Yun's sword attack was too sudden and too fast. In the blink of an eye, it hacked into his body, breaking through his defense and leaving a deep sword scar on his chest, causing large amounts of blood to flow out. Feeling the pain in his chest, Zhou Kuan's expressions changed. He could not imagine that Feng Yun, who was a body-refining cultivator, could injure him. Zhou Kuan and Zhou Yu were both shocked by Feng Yun's attack. Yen Xilan also revealed a shocked expression as she looked at Feng Yun with a great surprise in her eyes. "You're courting death." Feeling the burning pain in his chest, Zhou Kuan was enraged. A silver sword appeared his hands and attacked towards Feng Yun. A silver light flashed and attacked Feng Yun. Flying cloud steps. Seeing the attack of the Zhou Kuan, Feng Yun used flying cloud steps and dodged the attack. His speed was even faster than Zhou Kuan. What? Seeing that Feng Yun dodged his attack, Zhou Kuan was even more surprised. "Let's go," Yen Xilan said. Although Feng Yun's attack power was beyond Yen Xilan's expectations, she still did not believe that Feng Yun could contend with a spirit-gathering realm expert. She decisively grabbed Feng Yun's hand and ran towards the center of Black Mountain Ridge. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Yu's body erupted a powerful spirit power. He attacked Yen Xilan with sword. Zhou Kuan also let out a roar and used his sword to attack, both of them wanting to stop the Yen Xilan. Fire Shadow Sword Art. As Zhou Yu and Yen Xilan drew closer to each other, Yen Xilan's body erupted with a burning hot spirit chi that turned into a shadow of the sword. With a destructive force, one sword attack was able to force both Zhou brothers back. Such a powerful destructive force, Yen Xilan has actually trained his high-grade spirit rank sword skill, Fire Shadow Sword Art, to the great accomplishment. After being forced back by the Fire Shadow Sword Art, the Zhou brothers' expressions changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, they quickly distanced themselves from Feng Yun and Yen Xilan. "Let's go!" Yen Xilan carried Feng Yun and leaped up, crossing a huge black ditch. They entered the deep of the Black Mountain Ridge, which was filled with dangers everywhere. "Actually, even if we didn't run, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to us." Feng Yun smiled wryly as both of them entered deeper into the mountains. "Feng Yun, even if your attack power is amazing, the difference between a body-refining cultivator and a spirit-gathering realm cultivator is huge. It's impossible to make up for it with just your attack power." Yen Xilan still did not believe in Feng Yun's strength. He was not too afraid of Zhou Kuan, even he could not kill him, but Zhou Kuan also might not able to injure him. And Yen Xilan already more powerful than elder brother Zhou Yu. But Feng Yun did not say that, because he knew that Yen Xilan was worried about him, so she had to run from Zhou brothers. "Something's coming." Yen Xilan's pupils shrank. She took out her sword. Seeing her reaction, Feng Yun also took out his sword and ready for battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Yen Xilan finished speaking, a spirit beast came out from the bushes and attacked toward Feng Yun duo. It was an initial stage spirit rank green monkey. His speed was fast. In blink an eye it reached to Yen Xilan. Yen Xilan and Feng Yun dodged slightly the attack of the green monkey. Die! The fire chi overflowed into the heavens as Yen Xilan, who had released a series of fire shadow sword blows, and attacked toward the green monkey. Bang! Shadow sword exploded one by one after the collision with the green monkey. In the blink of an eye, the green monkey was killed. But Yen Xilan did not relax, and she immediately grabbed the hand of Feng Yun and ran with full speed out of there. "We can't stay here, the green monkey lives in groups, others also coming here. Let's go," Yen Xilan said as she was running. Screech, screech, screech. Soon many more green monkeys appeared. 2 green monkeys blocked the path of Yen Xilan. She attacked again and pushed the green monkeys back. After opening the path, she ran out. Screech! Seeing the 2 of them break out of the encirclement, suddenly, an ear-piercing monkey cry rang out in their ears. One of them monkey was 3 meters tall, and his entire body was surrounded by dense green fur. "Green Monkey King!" Yen Xilan exclaimed after seeing the big monkey. Green Monkey King has reached the peak stage of the spirit-gathering realm. If Yen Xilan fought with Green Monkey King, she would not able to take few strokes from it and will be defeated. Yen Xilan quickly ran with Feng Yun as they penetrated deeper into the mountains. As both of them running, the green monkeys did not chase them too much. They chased Feng Yun and Yen Xilan 4 hours then stopped. "How could the green monkeys stop chasing us?" They are very revengeful spirit beasts, they did not forgive any enemy easily. Seeing green monkeys were not chasing after them, Yen Xilan was confused. She did not think about it too much, and she was happy that Monkey King did not chase after her, otherwise it will disaster. Chapter 36 Blue Moon Flower. It was already dark in the forest, and the sun was sitting down. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan searched for a place to spend the night. After searching for a while they found a small cave in a big tree. At night Feng Yun and Yen Xilan ate the dry food that they brought from the city and fell asleep. Yen Xilan placed some traps so that if anyone approached them, it would alarm them. In the morning, a gentle red glow appeared in the east. The sunlight shined into the mountains. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan also woke up and walked out of the cave. Standing up at the entrance of the tree cave, Yen Xilan looked around the mountains, and in the forest, there were still some roars of the spirit beast that was resonating in the forest. Alright, it's morning. We need to quickly search for Blue Moonflower and then leave this place as soon as possible. Yen Xilan said as she heard the roaring of the beasts. Alright. Feng Yun nodded, then followed Yen Xilan down from the tree and quickly headed towards the depth of the mountains. The blue moon flower was spirit herb formed by the accumulation of the cold spirit chi of heaven and earth. Normally, it grew at the place where the cold spirit chi was the densest. The two of them continuously searched for the location of the blue moon flower based on the changes in the cold spirit chi in the air. The two of them searched for more than 2 hours, and in the depths of the Black Mountain Ridge, they found a cave that was filled with cold spirit chi. Yen Xilan and Feng Yun came to the cave. There were human and animal bones dispersed on the ground in front of the cave. Cave was not big, sunlight could penetrate the cave. There was a spirit beast sleeping inside the cave. It was a middle-grade spirit rank beast yellow panther. The yellow panther was known for its speed. Like to hunt at night and sleep in the daytime. In the depth of the cave, 3 flowers were glowing a light blue hue, they were the size of a fist. After finding the 3 blue moon flowers, Yen Xilan and Feng Yun did not immediately go up to pick them up. Even the yellow panther was sleeping, but if anyone tried to get close to the cave, it would immediately attack. This yellow panther should be at the middle stage spirit gathering realm. I will lure it out of the cave, while you pick up flowers. Yen Xilan thought for a while and said. Even she did not fight to the death with the spirit panther but suggested a safe way to pick the flowers. Will you be alright? This is dangerous. Feng Yun asked. Don't worry about me, nothing will happen to me, I am fully confident. Yen Xilan said as she ran towards the yellow panther and attacked. Roar! The yellow panther immediately roared and moved his paw to block the Yen Xilan's attack. Although it blocked the surprise attack of Yen Xilan, it was still injured in that process. Blood dripped from the paw of the panther. After being injured, the yellow panther became enraged. It rushed toward Yen Xilan. Yen Xilan did not attack again, she turned and ran to the opposite direction of the cave. The enraged yellow panther also followed Yen Xilan. Seeing that the panther left the cave, Feng Yun rushed quickly to the cave. He came in front of blue moon flowers. They were around 10 centimeters tall, with many blue flower petals. Feng Yun took out a jade box from the pouch and after picking up the flowers, then he places the flowers in the jade box. The jade box will protect them from withering. And left the cave quickly. The spirit beast had basic knowledge, they did not leave their territory for a long time. If any spirit beast entered the other spirit beast's territory, it would be a sign of a challenge for a fight. After leaving the cave, Feng Yun waited for Yen Xilan at the place that was decided to be the meeting point after getting the blue moon flowers. A few minutes later, Yen Xilan appeared in front of Feng Yun. Her face was little pale, and she was panting heavily. A few drops of sweat trickling on her forehead. Senior sister, are you all right? Seeing her pale face, Feng Yun asked her with concern. Yes, I am fine. Did you get the flowers? Yen Xilan asked with excitement. Yes, I got these. As Feng Yun said, he took out the jade box and gave it to the Yen Xilan. Yen Xilan opened the box and saw there were 3 blue moonflowers inside it. After seeing them, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. She wandered in such a dangerous place for many days only to find these flowers. Feng Yun saw her beautiful smile, happiness filled his heart. At this time, her face a bit white and sweat dripping on her face, with the sunlight, her face reflecting an astonishing brilliance. Seeing her in such a stunning appearance, Feng Yun's heart started to beat faster. As Feng Yun was staring her, Yen Xilan also noticed his gaze. "What are you staring at?" Yen Xilan asked as she blushed a bit, but she hid it from Feng Yun. "Obviously. It is you, senior sister, you're looking extremely beautiful now." Feng Yun smiled and said with a sincere voice. Listening this, she blushed again. She tried to hide it but her face revealed it. Seeing her blushed face, Feng Yun laughed. Yen Xilan's face became red from the embarrassment, but she did not know why she was feeling good after hearing the appreciation of Feng Yun. "Humph. Sweet tongue." Yen Xilan snorted and started walking. But she was still blushing. Chapter 37, Black-Clothed Man. As Yen Xilan running, Feng Yun also followed her, but this time he was flirting with her from time to time on the journey. Yen Xilan was not irritated with Feng Yun, she was also like his sweet talks. They were traveling for 3 hours in the mountains. Ah! Suddenly they heard a scream. 2 shouts of fear attracted their attention. That voice of the scream just now seems to be familiar. Feng Yun listened to the screams and said. He was feeling that he knew that voice. "Okay. Let's go, take a look," Yen Xilan said as she ran towards the screams. In front of them, there was a small lake of 50 meters in width. When they came to the place, they saw that 2 people were lying on the ground near the small lake. Their bodies were filled with wounds and a large amount of blood pouring out of their bodies. They were heavily injured. Looking at their wounds, they would not be able to live and die in a few minutes. A middle-aged man was standing there and looking at a spirit herb that was not far from him. There was a scare on the face of the man, wearing black clothes. His hair was also black. His face was ugly, it looked sinister. The spirit herb was 1 foot tall and 2 sizes of the feet thumb, with red-colored fruits hanging on the spirit herb. They are Zhou brothers. Feng Yun recognized the 2 people who were lying on the ground in a half-dead state. Feng Yun looked at the man and spirit herb with some understanding. Clearly, the Zhou brothers died because of that spirit herb. But he is now more worried because that man killed the Zhou brothers, and there was not even a sign of damage to the body. It red spirit fruit, and it has been matured. Yen Xilan said slowly. Red spirit fruit took 10 to 20 years to mature. Every 10 years it produced a red fruit. There were 2 red fruits on the small spirit tree. Red spirit fruit was a high-grade spirit rank fruit. It can help a body refining cultivator to break tough the spirit gathering stage, and any spirit gathering realm cultivator could advance a small realm after consuming it. Its value is far more valuable than the blue moon spirit flowers that Yen Xilan has on her. But when Yen Xilan checks the cultivation base of the black-clothed person, she sundered immediately. His power was far more powerful than Yen Xilan could fight with. We should leave this place as soon as possible, Yen Xilan whispered. She slowly took steps back. I don't think that we can leave this easily, he noticed us. Feng Yun slowly said in a hopeless voice. This person is here. As 2 of them were leaving, Yen Xilan suddenly grabbed Feng Yun's hand and looked in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. The man with a huge scar on his face, wearing a black robe, slowly walked over. If you are here, why not stay here forever? The man's voice was hoarse as he spoke, his 2 eyes showing a sinister and violent aura that made people tremble with fear. We don't think we offended you. If you are willing to let us go, I am willing to give you all treasures on me. Feeling that the black-clothed man's strength was even more terrifying than the Green Monkey King, Yen Xilan was even more afraid. Ha ha, in front of you I killed 2 disciples of the sect. Do you think I will let you leave here alive? The man laughed. In a while, I will kill all of you. Everything on you will be mine. The man emitted a strong aura as he locked onto Feng Yun and Yin Xilan, and said hoarsely. Feeling the menacing aura from the man in the black clothes, Feng Yun and Yin Xilan found it difficult to breathe, and they could only sink to the ground. Peak of the Spirit Gathering Realm. This person should be an expert at the peak of the spirit gathering. From the imposing manner the man gave off, Yin Xilan was able to guess his strength, her heart plummeting to the depths of the abyss. With her and Feng Yun's strength, there was no chance of them surviving if they encountered an expert of the peak of the spirit gathering realm. A trickle of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. At this moment, she was truly afraid. Feng Yun, I will hold him back, you will escape from here, immediately return to the Seven Sword Sect. Report this to the Seven Sword Sect's elders and ask the sect to avenge us. The anxious Yin Xilan repeatedly sent a sound transmission to warn him. Listening to this, a warm feeling spurted in his heart. She was betting her life to give him the chance to escape. But he was not a coward who left her to die while saving his own life. This person is too strong, we don't have a chance. We can only work together and hope for a chance, or we will die together. Feng Yun took a deep breath, silently increased his physical strength, and prepared to give it his all. Yin Xilan's heart filled with happiness that Feng Yun did not leave her and was ready to die with her. Fire Shadow Sword Art. Yin Xilan did not just sit there and wait for death. Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword, she leaped into the air. Boundless fire energy surged into the fire crystal sword, chopping at the black-clothed man recklessly. Black Eagle Claw. Facing the attack of the Yin Xilan, the man didn't dodge. Endless Spirit Chi gathered in his right hand, and in a blink of an eye, a dark green, sharp ghost claw flew out and hit the incoming fire shadow swords. Bang! Chapter 38 Awakening of the Black Sword. Yin Xilan's sword attack was unable to withstand the attack of the Black Eagle Claw and torn apart by the black-clothed man's martial skill. Seeing her strongest attack was failed, Yin Xilan was in despair. She had never dreamed that she would meet such a strong enemy in the Black Mountain Ridge. The difference in their strength was too great. With the strength of the two of them, there was no way for them to turn the tables. All right, the game is over. You can all go die now. The black-clothed man said with killing intent. He attacked again, this time he was going to kill, so his attack was more powerful than before. The attack carried a destructive force as it struck out at them. Burning Chi. As the man in the black clothes attacked, a determined look appeared in Yin Xilan's eyes. She burned all of her vital energy and blood at all costs and poured it into his fire crystal sword. She slashed out with her strongest move at the man, making her final move. The moment Yin Xilan went all out, Feng Yun took out the mysterious black sword from his dantian. He ignored the danger and injected his spirit chi into the black sword, then activated the first move of the Nine Heaven Sword Art. Seeing the mysterious sword art, the man in black clothes, stunned for a moment, but it was enough for Feng Yun to dodge the attack. As Yin Xilan, who was burning her blood and launching her strongest attack, she was unable to dodge, and was struck in the chest by a green light of the claw. The inner armor she wore immediately shattered, and she vomited a mouthful of blood as she fell dozens of meters away. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. The man restrained his surprise and said with killing intent as he looked at Feng Yun, who was holding the black sword in his hand. Now, the black clothes man was more angry. He was not able to kill a body refining cultivator in a one attack. It was humiliation for him. Brat, looks like you have some special treasure on you, but it will not able to save you from died. The man said and walked towards Feng Yun with heavy steps. Although he walked very slowly, his aura increased with every step he took. The powerful pressure made it harder and harder for Feng Yun to breathe. Fire Shadow Sword Art. At this, Yin Xilan, who was injured, attacked again at the black clothes man. Many shadows of the fire sword appeared in the air, moved towards the man. Your attack are useless, go die obediently. The man slapped his right hand in the air and formed the green claw once again. With an ear-piercing sound, it grabbed towards Yin Xilan's chest, wanting to crush her heart. Seeing this, Yin Xilan closed her eyes as she ready accept her end. A reluctant expression appeared on her face. As she thought that she would die, at this moment a person came in front of her to protect her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Feng Yun in front of her. Feng Yun came in front of Yin Xilan and blocked the attack of the man with his sword, but attack power far more than the capacity of Feng Yun. The man's claw broke the defense of the Feng Yun and it hit directly at the chest of Feng Yun. Both Feng Yun and Yin Xilan flew back a few meters and fell on the ground. There was a big wound on the chest of Feng Yun and a large amount of blood pouring out of the wound. The wound was painful, almost making Feng Yun to lose consciousness. But Feng Yun did not give up. Feng Yun stood up again ready to fight. Seeing this, the black-clothed man even more surprised that a body cultivator can withstand his attacks. A vicious look flashed in his eyes as attacked again, but not powerful enough to kill Feng Yun immediately. The man in black clothes was playing with Feng Yun. Every attack give Feng Yun a wound, and blood sprout out, but Feng Yun stood up again even in a half-dead state. Seeing Feng Yun's state, there were some tears dripped from the Yin Xilan's eyes. Feng Yun was not willing to die like this. He wanted to live, wanted to reach the greater level of the cultivation world. He promised his father that he will find his mother, and also to his aunt that he will bring her with him to explore the outside of the world. How could he die here? His clothes were covered with blood, his footsteps were wavering, but his gaze was firm, a fire burning in his heart. Unknown to Feng Yun, a large amount of blood was swallowing by the mysterious black sword. As the sword trembles slightly and red light shine from the black sword. Next, the black sword turned its color into the crimson red. Feng Yun's eyes were closed as he immersed in the mysterious state. The crimson light emitted by sword in Feng Yun's hands giving a sense of danger to the black-clothed man. He did not hesitate to attack at Feng Yun to kill him soon as possible. Just as attack about to reach to the Feng Yun, at this moment, Feng Yun opened his eyes and roared, while clenching the mysterious sword that suddenly rang out. He slashed at the man's claw with a sky-splitting force. In the next moment, a powerful sword force released from the mysterious sword. Under the terrified gaze of the man, it pierced through the eagle claw and slashed at the chest of the man. The black-clothed man did not expect that Feng Yun could unleash such a terrifying sword attack. Furthermore, they were too close to each other, so he had no time to dodge. Iron Wall. At that critical moment, he used shield-type martial technique, hoping to defend against the sword energy attack. Chapter 39, Heavenly Slayer Sword. However, the power of the final sword attack was too terrifying. The iron wall that emitted gray light could not withstand it at all. Boom! A strange clashing sound rang out, and the terrifying sword aura split apart the iron wall that was made from the black-clothed man's martial skill. Without any suspense, the remaining power did not diminish as it hacked at the black-clothed man's body, cutting off half of his body. Sword energy, with your strength, how could you unleash such powerful sword energy? Who exactly are you? How could you have such a treasure sword? The black-clothed man has never imagined that he would fall into Feng Yun's hands, he said in despair. I never would have thought that I would fall into the hands of a member of the younger generation. The man regretted it and said, I should really kill you as soon as possible. If it were not for his own stupidity and arrogance, he would die at the hands of Feng Yun. When the mysterious penetrated the body of the black-clothed man, it immediately swallowed the vital energy and spirit chi of the black-clothed man, and the man died instantly. His body became a dry corpse without a bit amount of spirit and vital aura. As expected, the sword did not disappoint me. As time passed, a large amount of pure spirit energy entered his body from the mysterious sword. It was the spiritual energy that the sword had swallowed from the black-clothed man after killing him. Feng Yun felt the spirit chi entering his body from the sword, but he was not too surprised about it. He had already got little information about the mysterious sword before when he emerged in the mystical state. The name of this sword was Heavenly Slayer Sword. Although he did not get full information about this sword, he knew some functions about it. This was the sword that was created in the ancient age to slay immortals and even gods. The Heavenly Slayer Sword was a godly weapon that could penetrate any kind of defense. When someone was hit by this sword, the sword absorbed the spirit chi of that person and absorbed the vital energy of the enemy. Later it transfers the energy to its owner. The spirit chi could be used for cultivation. Feng Yun did not know who made this evil sword that can make a person stronger after killing people. The more you kill the powerful cultivators, the more spirit chi you can obtain. This sword was really a devil sword, but Feng Yun was not a devil, he could not kill innocent people. Whatever the heavenly slayer sword saved his today, and in the future he needed this sword to reach the peak of the world, killing all obstacles that will try to stop his footsteps in his way to heaven. Feng Yun was fully exhausted, he did not have the high-grade strength to stand up properly after the fight, his body covered with deep wounds, many bones were broken in his body after the beating of the black-clothed man. He stored the spirit chi of the man inside his dantian for refining. Later, there were many impurities in the spirit chi of the man, it needed to be refined. A high-grade cultivation technique was necessary for extracting the impurities from the spirit chi, otherwise, it would give the backlash to the cultivator. To Feng Yun, it was not a problem, he has the heavenly yang cultivation art that was the divine rank technique. Feng Yun turned back and looked at Yen Xilan, who was lying a few meters away. She had an incredible expression on her face as she was looking at Feng Yun as he was some kind of monster. Feng Yun killed a peak stage of the spirit-gathering realm cultivator while he himself was the body-refining cultivator. How could she believe that unimaginable fact? A new picture of Feng Yun appeared in her mind when he was not giving up in front of a powerful enemy and stood up to fight again and again. A strong will to live, and a stubborn attitude of not giving up. She thought she would die here, but her life was saved by Feng Yun, who was only a body-refining base. Feng Yun looked at her and smiled slightly, his smiling handsome face printed on the heart of Yen Xilan. Feng Yun took a step towards her, but after a step, he could not hold the pain as he fell on the ground and fainted. Feng Yun! Yen Xilan immediately woke up her daydream of the past event and, holding her injuries, she stood up and walked towards Feng Yun. After coming to him, she checked his breath. When she felt his low breath, she relieved a little. She realized that Feng Yun did not die but only lost his conciseness. She looked around, she looked at the bodies of the three people. The Zhou brothers were already dead from the attack of the black-clothed man and the black-clothed man killed by Feng Yun. She stood up and came to the spirit tree. Yen Xilan picked the 2 red spirit fruits and placed them in a jade box in a hurry. Then she pulled off the spirit tree from the ground, wrapped in a cloth. Then with quick speed she searched for all valuables items from the 3 bodies. She found a dimensional storage pouch on the black-clothed man. Putting the rest of the things inside the pouch, she came to Feng Yun. After picking up Feng Yun, she immediately thought of leaving the place. The smell of the blood would definitely attract the attention of the monster beast, so they could not stay there for a too long period of time. Yen Xilan hugged Feng Yun's body to carry him, and just she about to pick up the sword of the in Feng Yun hand. Suddenly, the heavenly slayer's sword trembled, and after becoming a flash of light, it entered into the body of Feng Yun. She has already many miracles, so she was not too much shocked by this. She carried Feng Yun and left the place. After a few minutes, the monster beasts arrived at the fighting area near the lake and began to fight for bodies of humans. In a few minutes all the remaining were eaten by beasts. Chapter 40: Healing Wounds Inside the Cave. Yen Xilan carried Feng Yun on her back to a safe place. After searching for a while she found a hidden cave. The inner side of the cave around 3 meters in width and 2 meters in high, and also very deep around 20 meters. Yen Xilan checked if there was any monster beast inside the cave, but it was empty. There were some very old weapons and clothes inside the cave. Maybe it was used by humans for the shelters in the forest. Yen Xilan put down Feng Yun on the ground from her back slowly. Next, she took out a bedsheet and placed on the ground. After placing the bedsheet, she picked Feng Yun and laid him on the bedsheet. Yen Xilan walked to the entrance of the cave, placed some tree branches to cover the entrance, and placed some traps to alarm the intruders. Then she started the fire for the light source in the cave with the help of the dry woods. She searched all things inside the pouch and took out many spirit herbs with healing property, for the healing injuries of Feng Yun and her. After eating some spirit herb, she stabilized her injuries. She picked the all high-grade or middle-grade spirit-ranked spirit herbs for making medicine soup for Fengyun. And for the rest of the spirit herbs, she smashed them into the medicine powder that will help for healing the wounds of Fengyun. Because of some liquid inside of spirit herbs, the powder became paste. Coming closer to Fengyun, Yen Xilan torn his upper clothes for applying the medicine paste. She was embarrassed after seeing the naked body of Fengyun, but his injuries were serious, so she did not think about too much and focused on the wounds of Fengyun. Ah! As Yen Xilan put some paste on the wounds of Fengyun, a painful scream rushed out from the mouth of Fengyun. Even in unconsciousness, Fengyun's wounds hurt like hell. Sorry, Yen Xilan's hands froze instantly, as she whispered. Her eyes became moist, a few drops of tears dripped from the corner of her eyes. She slowed the movement of her hands and gently applies the medicine paste on the wounds for Fengyun. Fengyun groaned slightly in pain, but Yen Xilan did not stop and continue applying the medicine paste. After applying the paste, she took out a new robe and torn it into many long bandages. She wrapped the clothes bandages around Fengyun's body. Next, she brought the medicine soup to Fengyun. There was no spoon on her and Fengyun could not drink soup from the bowl himself in a fainted state. After many failed attempts, she had no choice but to do it herself. Yen Xilan looked at the face of Fengyun. Her face blushed as she thought about her next plan, that how should he be able to drink the soup. She sat down near the head of Fengyun, placed his head on the soft thigh to make him comfortable while drinking soup. She took a sip from the soup's bowl but did not swallow. Coming her head closer to Fengyun, she kissed on his lips. With the help of her hands, she slightly opened the mouth of Fengyun. Then she poured the soup into the mouth of Fengyun. She continued this process until the entire medicine soup drank by Fengyun. Yen Xilan did not leave the side of Fengyun. She looked down at the face of Fengyun as she was touching her lips. There was still a bit taste of the soup left on her mouth, but she was more thinking about her first kiss of her life that was given to Fengyun. Even though it was for saving the life of Fengyun, but it was still a kiss. Yen Xilan reached her hand, caressed the face of Fengyun. She put her fingers on his lips, and rubbed them. Slowly, she fell asleep as her back leaned against the wall of the cave. Yen Xilan was also injured. After she carried Fengyun to the cave, she drained out herself to her limit. Her body was tired. As both of them were sleeping inside the cave, a dim light flickering in the cave because of the fire. Slowly night descended in the forest and a silent atmosphere emerged in the cave. After some time, fire was extinguished and darkness appeared in the cave. Only 2 heartbeats of Fengyun and Yen Xilan could be heard inside the cave. Fengyun was still unconscious and lying on the lap of Yen Xilan. From outside he looked like he was sleeping, but inside his body huge change taking places. The heavenly yang cultivation art was running by itself and refining the spirit chi of the medicine soup. In a state of emergency, Yen Xilan put all the high-grade spirit herbs that she got. She has all the loot of the 3 people of spirit gathering realm, and she herself also a spirit gathering realm expert, so the amount of the spirit herbs that she has on her was not small. She has put all these spirit herbs for healing a body refining cultivator because of confusion. These high-grade spirit herbs all contain spirit chi inside them. The heavenly yang cultivation art refining spirit chi of the medicine soup into pure yang spirit chi, yang chi spread through the entire body of Fengyun and started healing his wounds. First, it healed the broken bone of Fengyun, then rushed towards the inner organs of Fengyun and start healing them. Later it went through muscles and skin. This healing process continued again and again for half night until then the wounds of Fengyun healed to 60%. This was the advantage of the heavenly yang cultivation art. It took half night of the time to heal Fengyun's wounds to 60%. The heavenly yang cultivation art was a miraculous technique. It could heal for many wounds with many times faster speed. Fengyun still did not wake up, kept unconscious, sleeping on the lap of Yen Xilan. Chapter 41, Kissing Yen Xilan. They did not know how long they had been sleeping for. At this time, Yen Xilan suddenly woke up. When she saw darkness in the cave, she took out luminous crystal stones from the storage pouch. Luminous crystal stones were a unique type of spirit stone which illuminated in the darkness. Last light she did not remember these luminous crystals or lamps that she brought from the city for the trip to the mountains. When luminous crystals appeared, these crystals glowed a dim blue light that was enough to lighten up the cave. Yen Xilan checked the condition of Fengyan. She saw that the wounds were almost healed, and he was sleeping peacefully. How can his wounds heal so soon? Who are you? You are the most mysterious young male that I have ever met with in my life. Yen Xilan thought herself. Yen Xilan suddenly remembered the moment when she first saw him. At that time, he was only a good-looking young man who had the potential to become a genius in the outer sect. When they lost in the Death Fog Valley, that time Fengyan found a way and brought her and his team out of the Death Fog Valley. As she spent more time with him, the more mysterious he became. At this time, Fengyan was still sleeping deeply. He had no idea that Yen Xilan was awake or that he was asleep on her lap. And from seeing his sleeping face, everybody could tell that he slept comfortably as if he had not slept for several days. An hour had passed since Yen Xilan has woken up. But Fengyan was still sleeping. Yen Xilan touched his face gently, then blushed from the embarrassment. Seeing that he was sleeping in a comfortable position, Yen Xilan started stroking his long black hair. 2 minutes later, Fengyan opened his eyes. When Fengyan opened his eyes, the beautiful and charming face of Yen Xilan appeared into his view. For a few moments, Fengyan thought that he was dreaming, but when he felt the soft touch of Yen Xilan's thigh on the back of his head, he smelled a faint sweet fragrance of Yen Xilan's body and felt pain from his body. Fengyan realized that this was the reality, but it felt like a dream to him. Fengyan was surprised when he realized that his head was on Yen Xilan's lap. Seeing Fengyan, he opened his eyes and had an amazing expression on his face. Yen Xilan's face became red. She did not know how to handle this situation. She wanted to explain, but words were stuck in her throat. You are awake. Yen Xilan could not find others to explain the situation, so she asked a simple question to break the silence between them. Are you feeling better now? Yes, I have never felt this good before. Fengyan smiled but did not leave her lap. He replied as he was still lying on her lap. Fengyan stretched his hand and touched the face of Yen Xilan. We are alive. Yes, we are. Yen Xilan let him touch her face, then she put her hand on top of Fengyan's hand which was still touching her face, and nodded. Fengyan looked at the face of Yen Xilan. She also looked at the face. More precisely, she stared at his deep black eyes, but after a few moments, her heartbeat became faster a little as Fengyan was staring at her. Thump. 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 Longer Fengyan looked at her face, the more she felt that her heart was beating faster. When Fengyan saw her beautiful face and pretty lips, he suddenly desired to kiss her. Fengyan slid his right hand behind her neck and slowly brought her face closer to his face. Despite knowing what he was about to do, Yen Xilan still did nothing as if she was waiting for him to kiss her. And when she saw her lips approaching his lips, she slowly closed her eyes. She already kissed him many times last night, but that was one side kiss and Fengyan was unconscious. At that time, Fengyan stopped moving her face when her lips were 1 centimeter away from his lips. Thump. 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 Yen Xilan's heart beat faster every second, and her breathing suddenly became heavy. However, Fengyan still hasn't kissed her and only looked at her closed eyes. Because Fengyan still hasn't kissed her, Yen Xilan slowly opened her eyes. She wanted to know why he still hasn't kissed her. And when she saw his handsome face at close range, she suddenly desired to kiss him. But because she was too shy to kiss him, she only hoped that he would kiss her quickly. Fengyan brought her face closer to his face and placed her tender lips on his lips, started kissing her passionately. Yen Xilan's eyes blanked for a moment as Fengyan kissed her, but she slowly closed her eyes to enjoy the kiss. Fengyan sucked her soft lips, tried to push his tongue inside her mouth. Because Yen Xilan had no experience in kissing, Yen Xilan stunned for the moment when she felt something soft wanted to enter her mouth. When Yen Xilan realized that was Fengyan's tongue, she opened her mouth slightly and welcomed the tongue of Fengyan. Without waiting for another second, Fengyan put his tongue into her mouth and began looking for her tongue. As soon as their tongues met, they intertwined their tongues lewdly, which made them exchange saliva and drink it with lustful faces. Because Yen Xilan's head on top of Feng Yun's head, most of Yen Xilan's saliva poured into the mouth of Feng Yun, and he savored the entire saliva of Yen Xilan like immortal medicine. They were kissing passionately for several seconds before, finally, Feng Yun stopped the kiss. Because there was some difficulty to kiss in this position, so Feng Yun stood up from the lap of Yen Xilan and sat beside her. Then started kissing her again. Now that it was easier for him to kiss her, his kiss suddenly became more aggressive than before. Chapter 42 To the Spirit Gathering Realm. After kissing for a while, Feng Yun released her, Yen Xilan already panting because of being out of breath. Feng kissed her on her forehead, then gave her rest. After stabilizing her breath, she leaned her head on his left shoulder while locking her left hand's fingers with Feng Yun's right hand's fingers. Feng Yun also wrapped his hands around her waist. They remained in that position for several seconds without saying a single word. "Senior sister, how long was I sleeping for?" Feng Yun asked as he hugged her with his left hand. "I don't know, I also fell asleep. Maybe we were sleeping for one night. It is most likely afternoon already." Yen Xilan thought about the time and said. She closed her eyes and rubbed her face against the chest of Feng Yun. Yen Xilan wished that they could stay like this forever, but when she remembered that there were bandages wrapped around Feng Yun's body, she immediately woke up and checked for wounds. Seeing her reaction, Feng Yun smiled, kissed her on her head, and said, "It is all right, the wounds have already healed." As he said, Feng Yun unwrapped the bandages from his body. When Yen Xilan saw that there was not even a scar left on the body of Feng Yun after the healing of the wounds, she was shocked. His skin was smooth, there was no sign of being injured. Yen Xilan caressed his chest with his fingers, felt the sturdy muscles of Feng Yun. Her heartbeat became faster as she touched the naked chest of Feng Yun. But soon she came to her senses and said, "The wounds have healed, even the scars have not left. How did you do this?" "I have an extraordinary bloodline, it can heal any kind of wounds." Feng Yun did not explain too much to her, told her the basic knowledge of his ancient fire demon bloodline. "Oh, that's how it is." Yen Xilan soon understood the reason for the strong healing power of Feng Yun. "Here, take this is the pouch of the black-clothed man. Many things inside will be useful to you." Yen Xilan took out the pouch of the black-clothed man and gave it to Feng Yun. Then she took out the jade box that contained 2 red spirits fruits and put it in his hand. "There are 2 red spirits fruits inside this box, these will help you to break through the spirit gathering realm," Yen Xilan said. She has no regret of losing these things. Without hesitation, she gave all the things to Feng Yun that she got from the 3 people. "Sister Yen, why are you giving all things to me? We will divide all the things into 2 parts." Feng Yun looked at her amazement. He held her waist and placed her on his lap, then hugged her waist. "These things are not much use to me, so you can have it." Yen Xilan did not struggle when he put her on his lap, as she also wrapped her arms around his neck. "You don't need to call me by my senior sister, only call me by name." "Okay." After that, she kissed his cheek. Feng Yun kissed her on her lips, hugged her tightly. Yen Xilan moaned slightly as Feng Yun kissed her. "Okay, I understand, but you can have 1 red spirit fruit. I only need 1 red spirit fruit to break through the spirit gathering realm, while you use the remaining 1 red spirit fruit for cultivation. You are at the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm now. After eating it you can break through to the late stage of the spirit gathering realm instantly." Kissing her for a few seconds, Feng Yun looked her in the eyes and said, "He has a large amount of unrefined spirit chi inside of his dantian given by Heavenly Slayer sword, and spirit soup also gave him extra spirit chi. With the red spirit fruit, he was confident to break through the spirit gathering realm. But if you need, all right then." Yen Xilan tried to pursue him, but when she saw his sincere expression, she held back and nodded. "Then, what should we do next? Should we go to the sect now? Or, should we cultivate and break through to the next stage?" Feng Yun asked her in confusion as he caressed her back with his hands. Even with clothes he could feel the softness of her skin. I don't know, maybe we should cultivate first then go to the sect. This cave is hidden which is suitable for cultivation. Yen Xilan enjoyed the touch of his hands on her back and said, Okay, we should start cultivating. Feng Yun lightly kissed on the lips and said. Feng Yun opened the box of the red spirit's fruits. After taking one red spirit fruit, Yen Xilan stood up from his lap and sat down on her knees a few meters away from Feng Yun for cultivation. Feng Yun also sat on his knees and started cultivating. He did not take the red spirit fruit but started refining the spirit chi that was inside his dantian. If someone wanted to break through the spirit gathering realm, he needed to gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside his dantian, then refine it into spirit clouds inside the dantian. For breaking through the foundation realm, the clouds turned into the liquid state. There was another big difference in the body refining realm and spirit gathering realm, that the spirit gathering realm cultivator opened spiritual sense. Spiritual sense is also known as consciousness or divine sense. With the help of divine sense, cultivators could scan their surroundings far beyond the limit of their natural 5 body senses. The distance they could scan corresponds to the strength of their spirit. With the help of divine sense, a cultivator could talk to the other cultivator inside their minds. Feng Yun ran the heavenly yang cultivation art to refine the spirit chi. The spirit chi inside the dantian turned into pure yang chi and gathered into the dantian. Some yang chi spread through his entire body for strengthening the body of Feng Yun. Little by little all the spirit chi turned into the pure yang chi and gathered into his dantian. Feng Yun took out the red spirit fruit and directly ate it. The fruit entered the stomach of Feng Yun. The spiritual energy of the red spirit fruit exploded inside his stomach. A large amount of spirit energy began to havoc inside his stomach, but it was soon absorbed by the heavenly yang cultivation art and refined into the pure yang chi. When Feng Yun felt that enough yang chi was gathered inside his dantian, then Feng Yun started to transform into the spirit clouds. Little by little yang chi transformed into a pure white-colored cloud. Soon the cloud became the size of 10 meters, but the process did not stop and continued to transform. The size of any ordinary cultivator's spirit cloud inside dantian is around 20 meters, and geniuses cultivators have spirit clouds of the size of 50 meters. Who has spirit clouds above the 50 meters? That person was called a super genius. The size of Feng Yun's spirit cloud was increasing continuously, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 90 meters, 95, 96, then it slowed down. Feng Yun clenched his fists and continued to push further. Soon it became the size of 105 meters. At this point, it stopped increasing. Even Feng Yun tried many times, it did not increase again. Feng Yun realized that it was the limit, so he also stopped. Chapter 43 Amazing Loot, R18. After some time, a powerful momentum rushed out from the body of Feng Yun. Feng Yun has broken through to the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm. He woke up from his cultivation and felt the new power inside his body. He was just a breakthrough to the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm, but his combat power was behind any mid-stage of the spirit gathering realm cultivator. Feng Yun stood up and looked towards Yen Xilan. She was still cultivating, so he did not disturb her. He sat on the side of the cave, waited for Yen Xilan to wake up. In his spare time, he changed his clothes and started looking at the loot they got from 3 people. There were many things inside the storage pouch. Feng Yun checked them one by one. Soon after, Feng Yun discovered that there were 3,000 low-grade spirit stones in the pouch. In addition to spirit stones, there were also some cultivation techniques. However, they were all unconventional. Feng Yun tossed them all aside. They are not useful to him, but he could sell them in the market for money. There were many low-grade weapons, spirit herbs, and spirit pills in the pouch. He put them aside. There were only 2-3 things that remained inside the pouch, 1 jade box, 2 old books. Feng Yun took out 2 books. They were a cultivation technique of top-grade spirit rank and a sword art of initial grade earth rank. He did not know how the black clothes man got the earth-ranked martial skill, that even the entire White Stone City did not have it. Feng Yun read the book of sword art. It was called Wind Slashing Sword Technique. There were 4 moves in the Wind Slashing Sword Technique. Every move was powerful after cultivating this sword. In the fourth form, it could amplify the combat power of a cultivator to 80%. The wind-slashing sword technique was very fast, not giving enough time to the opponent for dodging. Feng Yun memorizes the entire book in 1 hour. After he looked at the cultivation technique, that was called the Red Star cultivation technique. This was a top-grade spirit rank cultivation technique, so Feng Yun decided to give his family. A top-grade spirit rank cultivation technique was even valuable in the sect. It is guarded by the sects like a treasure. There was only one top-grade spirit rank cultivation technique in the Seven Sword sect. Only a Grand Elder or a sect master could practice it. After putting aside the books, he took out the jade box. The jade box was not big, only around the size of 10 centimeters. When Feng Yun opened the box, there were 4 blue moonflowers inside it. Feng Yun became happy with these flowers that Yen Xilan needs. At this moment, a spirit wave appeared from the direction of Yen Xilan. When Feng Yun looked at her side, Yen Xilan also woke up from cultivation and walked towards him. She has a bright expression on her face. She broke through the late stage of the spirit gathering realm. Clearly, she was very excited. Yen Xilan came closer to Feng Yun and sat in his lap face to face. I am very happy, I broke through to the spirit gathering realm perfectly, and it was all thanks to you. Yen Xilan kissed him on his cheeks and said. She was smiling brightly like a child. I have something for you. Feng Yun showed her 3 things. She checked the things, seeing 4 blue moonflowers she was thrilled. When she looked at 2 martial techniques she was shocked to the heart. A top-grade spirit rank and other an earth rank. These things were extremely valuable, her body trembled as he held them in her hands. She wanted to say something, but Feng Yun interrupted her. You don't need to say anything, I have already memorized the techniques, so I don't need these books. Destroy the old books after you read them. Don't tell anyone about the techniques. Feng Yun looked at her lovingly and said with a high voice. With the excitement, Yen Xilan kissed him on his lips. Soon their kiss became more aggressive, as Yen Xilan wanted to stop the kiss. Feng Yun wrapped his arms around the waist of Yen Xilan, hugging her tightly, her 2 boobs pressed against his chest. Their tongues entangled, Feng Yun sucked her tongue and saliva greedily. He sucked on it hard, making her gasp at the intensity. After 5 minutes, their kiss ended. They both were panting for breath, but Yen Xilan showed an erotic smile to Feng Yun. It was too beautiful. You are really a greedy little man. Yen Xilan doped the books on the ground that she was holding in her hands, then wrapped her hands around his neck and said with a seductive smile. You taste so sweet, I cannot eat enough. Feng Yun kissed her again, his hands started to explore her body. Feng Yun moved his hand at the twin mountains of Yen Xilan and touched her boobs. Yen Xilan's body trembled slightly as she felt Feng Yun's hands on her chest, but she did not stop him. A low moan escapes from Yen Xilan's mouth as Feng Yun rubbed her breast. Her breasts were big, they could not fit in his hands, he fondled them and pinched her nipples. The body of both of them was heating up. Her huge soft but pressing against his penis, causing it to become fully erect. Feng Yun untied her robe and started removing her clothes, she also helped him to remove his clothes. They both became naked. Feng Yun squeezed her large bowl-shaped boob in one hand and moved his face close to the other one. Ah! Yen Xilan moaned as Feng Yun put her erect nipple inside his mouth, moved his tongue around her nipple like it was candy, then sucked her nipple while his hand pinched her left nipple. Ah! Be gentle. Yen Xilan said as she moaned loudly. Chapter 44, First Time with Yen Xilan, R18. After sucking her nipples for a few moments, Feng Yun pushed her onto the ground before getting on top of her. Feng Yun looked down to see that there was black hair around her pussy lips, he ran his fingers through her garden. Her vagina was already wet. Yen Xilan moaned as Feng Yun his fingers inside her pussy, he moved closer to her, kissed her on her lips. Not forgetting to knead her soft breasts at the time, Feng Yun's tongue easily slithered its way inside Yin Xilan's mouth and got into a tug-of-war with her own fragrant tongue. Pinching the puffy pink nipples all of a sudden, Feng Yun, who had already seen how wet Yin Xilan's pussy, moved his dragon and placed it at the entrance of her pussy. When Yin Xilan saw the huge dick of Feng Yun, which about to entering her small pussy, some fear and excitement both appeared in her eyes. I'm not needing to finish his words because Yin Xilan gave him a determined nod. Feng Yun took a deep breath of himself to calm down before swiftly moving his waist forward and invading the beautiful woman's pussy in a single go. Feng Yun didn't even stop when he felt Yin Xilan's hymen trying to obstruct him and pierced his way through, and finally stopped when he felt his rod hitting a wall which wasn't meant to be broken through. Letting out a cry of sorrow and pain over her lost hymen, Yin Xilan's eyes were also filled with tears due to how much it hurt down there. In fact, the pain was so bad that Yin Xilan felt as if she was going to be severed into two pieces from down there. Luckily, Feng Yun had stopped when he had and allowed the woman to take some time to calm down and stabilize her breathing. Wiping her tears away with a pitiful look, Yin Xilan looked so much more attractive to Feng Yun due to how she was trying hard to keep a straight face and act as if she wasn't feeling any pain. Dipping his head down, Feng Yun kissed the corners of both her eyes and got rid of the tears there and said, "You look so cute when trying to be brave." Humph! Hateful brat! Snorting weakly, Yin Xilan ended up blushing and wrapped her arms around his back. "Kiss me, that'll make me feel better." Speaking very softly, Yin Xilan's face was so red that it looked as if blood would start leaking out of it any second. Smiling a little, Feng Yun cupped the face of the woman who was overflowing with cuteness and pressed his lips against hers. Gently nibbling on her lower lip, Feng Yun pushed her lips wide open and started the exchange of saliva, bringing a weak yet blissful smile onto Yin Xilan's face. Separating his lips and bringing along with it a long thread of shining silver, Feng Yun licked his lips and said, "Tasty." Pounding Feng Yun's chest with her fist, Yin Xilan hid her happiness behind her embarrassment and began spreading her tightened legs, making it possible for her partner to start moving. But Feng Yun surprisingly didn't start moving right away and instead used his hands to play with her milky breasts and puffed up the clitoris so that Yin Xilan would feel more relaxed. Feeling his dick being covered in warm juices within a few seconds, Feng Yun felt that his decision was good because the lubrication made his rod feel even better. "I'll start moving." Nodding her head, Yin Xilan clenched her fists and got ready to be assaulted by pain once again. Seems like the woman was willing to bear with pain as long as it meant her partner could enjoy himself. But no such thing happened. Soon after, Feng Yun pulled his dick back until it almost exited her cave and pushed it all the way back inside her. Yin Xilan only felt numbness down there. "Huh? No pain? Maybe I was wrong." Eyes turning wide even before she could finish thinking, Yin Xilan was assaulted by a pleasure unlike anything she felt until now after the huge thing inside her began rubbing against her wet walls. At the same time, she could now tell that her pussy actually wasn't simply accommodating Feng Yun's dick, but was instead being stretched and turned into a desirable shape by its invader. Wrapping her spread legs around Feng Yun's back, Yin Xilan's mouth soon could no longer close due to the constant moans leaking out of it. "Ugh. Ah, so good." Letting out all kinds of moans, Yin Xilan's unclear head wanted the dick to move even deeper since she saw that there was still a part of it that had yet to enter her. And since the previous time it broke through a wall down there made her feel so good, was she going to feel even better after it broke through this second wall? With such thoughts, Yin Xilan looked straight into Feng Yun's lust-filled eyes and tightened her legs around her back. "Come deeper." Eyes turning wide, Feng Yun's pistoning slowed down as he asked, "Are you sure?" Feng Yun by now was already reaching his limit with how good he felt. He knew what awaited him if his dick broke through this second wall. Yin Xilan's womb. Seeing the woman herself nod, Feng Yun didn't ask twice and began thrusting his dick deeper inside her. After all, even though he didn't say anything, having a part of his dick remain outside even after he filled Yin Xilan's pussy made him feel more disappointed than proud. Grunting a little as the tip of the dick began slowly pushing open the womb's entrance, Feng Yun gave one last push and plunged all of his dick inside Yin Xilan. Eyes rolling back the very instant, Yen Xilan could no longer even moan properly due to the overload of pleasure and just lied there as her pussy began tightening by itself. Almost as if it didn't want Feng Yan's dick to ever leave it, the walls of Yen Xilan's pussy tightened so much that the sheer pressure behind it made it impossible for Feng Yan to hold back any longer. With just his will no longer being enough to control himself, Feng Yan spoke through his gritted teeth. "I'm coming." Hearing those words, Yen Xilan's rolled back eyes regained some clarity. Nodding her head weakly while biting her lips to hold back a loud moan, the woman decisively strengthened her grasp on his back with her legs and allowed him to know what her answer was. Not speaking any more unnecessary words, Feng Yan grabbed onto Yen Xilan's waist and rammed his dick deeper if such a thing was possible. Throwing his head back and letting out a small roar, Feng Yan, while enjoying the warmth his balls were feeling from being pressed against the perky ass, let loose and began shooting all the semen inside his dick. Gah! Moaning incoherently as if she was an animal, Yen Xilan's eyes completely rolled back this time, showing no signs of recovering in a short time, and an obscene smile covered her face. Feeling the huge amount of hot liquid being shot out of Feng Yan's dick and covering every inch of space inside her womb, Yen Xilan began showing a perverted look on her face. At the same time, Feng Yun himself was also filled with indescribable pleasure. With a face filled with bliss, Feng Yun continued moving his waist a little to make sure that he poured all of his semen inside Yen Xilan. Releasing a pleasure-filled sigh, Feng Yun finally stopped coming and fell forward to lie on top of Yen Xilan and continue enjoying the satisfaction inside him which had yet to die down. Kissing Yen Xilan, who was yet to regain her senses, Feng Yan caused the woman to whimper and moan at the same time and hug him even tighter. Hugging Yen Xilan for a while, Feng Yan didn't show any eagerness to continue and waited until she snapped out of her euphoria. "How was it?" Snorting weakly and looking away, Yen Xilan didn't even dare look at the one who made her feel so good that she almost peed herself. "Let's go for another round." Using his arms to push himself up, Feng Yan looked towards Yen Xilan's pussy, which had his white semen still leaking out of it, and brought his dick close to it, re-entering it. Again moans of Yen Xilan appeared in the cave. Chapter 45, Spatial Ring. After having sex with Yen Xilan for a few hours, Feng Yan finally released Yen Xilan. Yen Xilan has already drained out after such aggressive sex. Feng Yan fell on top of Yen Xilan, buried his head in between her big boobs, and in a few moments both of them fell asleep. After taking her virginine chi, Feng Yan's cultivation has progressed further, reached the peak of the initial stage of spirit gathering realm. 4 days later, Feng Yun and Yen Xilan came to the Seven Sword Sect. They went straight to the mission hall to submit the missions. After submitting the mission, Yen Xilan went to meet her master. She needed to report to her master about her advancement. Feng Yun returned to his courtyard and was continuing the cultivating of the 9 Heaven Sword Art and Heavenly Yang cultivation technique. News of Feng Yun's breakthrough in the spirit gathering realm at the age of 18 years old has spread like the wind in the whole sect. The Seven Sword Sect already has 2 geniuses, Zhou Chen and Ziling, who broke through the spirit gathering at the age of 19 years old. Now one more person has appeared. Ziling was the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Sword Sect. Not only she was a genius in cultivation but also the top beauty of the Seven Sword Sect. She did not like to appear in front many peoples, so not many people have seen her. But she rumored to be one of the top 3 beautiful girl of the White Stone City. Not only the Seven Sword Sect, but the other 2 sects are also alarmed by this news. With 3 geniuses, the balance between the 3 sects will be broken. Black Water Valley. In the large mansion, a few people are sitting. They are all elderly people of the Black Water Valley, and a middle-aged with gray-colored hair man is sitting in the middle chair. He is the master of Black Water Valley, Sun Ling. He has a grim look on his face. "Valley Master, what should we do about these 2 new geniuses of the Seven Sword Sect?" one of the elders asked. "We can't let them grow. It is a misfortune for our valley," another elder said. "We should find an opportunity to kill them before them a threat to us," an old man said. Sun Ling waved his hand to quit the elders. "After a month the secret realm will open. Make sure they will not walk out from the secret realm alive." Sun Ling said. Yes, Valley Master. All the elders said in unison. The next day Sect Master has summoned Feng Yun and Zhou Chen. Feng Yun and Zhou Chen came to the Sect Master's mansion. Feng Yun saw a man about 40 or 45 years old, had a black beard and long black hair, wore white clothes, and he was sitting on the throne in front of two of them in a big room. He is the Sect Master of the Seven Sword Sect Zi Jinxing and has at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm cultivation. Sect Master. Feng Yun and Zhou Chen bow in front of the Sect Master in unison. Good, 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 I am very happy with your talent. Zi Jinxing smiled and said. To call two of you here today, because there are still 30 days before the opening of the secret realm, I decided to give you some rewards to make you stronger before the opening of the secret realm. It will increase your survival in the secret realm. Zi Jinxing waved his hand, two rings appeared and floated toward Feng Yun and Zhou Chen. These are two spatial rings, which have 20 cubic meter dimensional space to store the things, and there are some spirit herbs and pills to quickly raise your cultivation. Feng Yun dripped blood on it to confirm his ownership and instantly felt the space within the spatial ring. It's a low-grade spatial ring. Feng Yun said to himself in his mind. This spatial ring was small, like a normal ring, but had the capacity to store things size of 20 cubic meter space inside it. Spatial rings were divided into many levels, but in the Seven Sword Sect, this low-grade ring was treated like a treasure. Feng Yun was excited. Spatial rings were extremely precious. Even if one had spirit stones, they might not necessarily be able to buy one, and there are many precious spirit herbs and pills inside the rings to cultivate. Now let me tell you about the secret realm. Zi Jinxing said. Secret realm is a different space in another dimension, was created by a very powerful expert, and for what purpose it was created, it's unknown. Secret realm is open every 4 years, every time it is open for 1 month. There are countless opportunities and treasures in the secret realm, but it is also accompanied by great danger. Every time the secret realm is opened, there will be a lot of the genius disciples ID mourning inside. According to experience from the past, most of the genius disciples who lost their lives in the secret realm died in the hands of the other sect geniuses. Sect Master, is it true that the Foundation establishment and above the level of cultivator can't enter the secret realm? Zhou Chen asked. I don't know why the secret realm is not available for the Foundation establishment and above the level of the cultivator. But there was a gold core realm and even earth profound realm cultivator can't enter the secret realm. Only the spirit gathering realm can enter the secret realm, who is not over 25 years old, otherwise, they will be injured by the power of the space of the secret realm. And disciples of the three sects can kill each other, but the secret realm is too big, the danger is everywhere. As long as the hand is clean, leaving no trace, without the evidence, the three sects have no way to claim the revenge. Zi Jinxing said. Now you should cultivate well in these few days. We will depart for the secret realm after 20 days. Zi Jinxing said. Yes, Sect Master. After Zhou Chen and Feng Yun returned to their house for cultivating. Chapter 46 Sword Qi. After returning to his courtyard, Feng Yun started to cultivate. He has only 20 days to raise his strength. Feng Yun took out the pill from the ring given by the Sect Master. He then looked at the pill, which was about the size of the thumb, and its outer appearance was a silver white. It was exuding pure spirit qi, it was truly a rare item. Feng Yun has read books from the library about pills and herbs, so he instantly recognized that this pill is a qi refining pill of the middle stage spirit rank. As long as he took this pill at the spirit gathering realm, his success rate in breaking through even increased by 30%. Since he had already taken it out, Feng Yun no longer hesitated and immediately put the qi refining pill into his mouth. It did not melt immediately as Feng Yun thought. Feng Yun only felt a thick medicinal taste spread through his mouth. The taste was somewhat sweet. Feng Yun swallowed it into his stomach. It was rather mystical. The pill exploded when it entered his stomach, transforming into a warm current that flowed around his body. It might take a few days for any other cultivator if he wants to absorb the whole spirit chi inside the pill, but for Fengyun, it took only 1 day to completely swallow the pill. Fengyun reached the peak of the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, just a little distance from the breakthrough. He didn't stop the cultivation and take out the rest of the spirit herbs from the ring and swallow them. Time slowly passed. Fengyun used the spirit herbs and the chi refining pill to quickly raise his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Fengyun's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm, and his strength increased explosively. However, Fengyun did not plan to stop cultivating. Next, he started practicing the sword's arts. If Fengyun wanted to practice the next move of the sword's arts, he needed to refine his spirit yang chi into sword chi. Sword chi is condensed in the sword and can attack into the air like the blades made of spirit chi. Fengyun stood up with an ordinary iron sword and started to practice the 9-heaven sword art. Unknowingly, half a day passed. Fengyun did not even have to be able to sense the sword chi, but he did not give up. After another half day, Fengyun felt the sword chi. Buzz! The sound of the iron sword cutting through the air resonated throughout the yard, but the strength contained within was even stronger than before. Boom! Once the sword moved, a faint sword light flashed past the iron sword and a black hole actually appeared into the wall that was no less than 10 meters away. It was obvious that it was caused by the sword light just now. Is this the sword chi? It's actually this powerful. If he used his full power, then even the peak stage of the spirit gathering realm can be killed. Fengyun practicing the sword arts. When sword chi reached the upper level, you do not need a sword to condense the sword chi. With the bare hand you can condense the sword chi and attack. But Fengyun is far from apart from this level. He will at least need a few months to grasp the sword essence to condense the sword chi without a weapon. After that, Fengyun starts using sword chi in different types of sword form to attack the opponent, sweeping the sword horizontal, vertical, and thrusting straight. After some time, Fengyun fully grasped the use of the sword chi. But Fengyun was sure that in White Stone City not many people were able to sense the sword chi, maybe 1 or 2 only. After practicing the sword's arts, Fengyun started practicing the flying cloud steps. The flying cloud step has reached a small accomplishment realm before he left the sect. Fengyun came to the gravity cave again to train the flying cloud step. With the help of the gravity pressure, the reward of training in high pressure will get double. Fengyun entered the gravity cave and started practice. He feels the pressure from the gravity cave is less than before. Last time he was in the body refining realm, now he is in the spirit gathering realm. After 5 days of training, Fengyun has finally practiced the flying cloud step to the great accomplishment realm, and his speed increased further than before. Now, with the help of the flying cloud step, Fengyun can leap into the air for a short time to fly and run. Later, Fengyun left the gravity cave and came to his courtyard for rest. After continuously training for a half month, he is tired now. It is only 3 days left from the time when Fengyun and others depart for the secret realm. Yen Xilan has visited him once in the last 20 days. She was also being instructed by her master personally for the preparation of the opening of the secret realm. It is already morning time. Fengyun was preparing to go outside to see the market of the White Stone City. He had many things that were useless to him. He was going to sell these and buy some yang-type spirit herbs for the cultivation. Fengyun. Just as Fengyun is going to wash, a cheerful voice can be heard in his ears. There was no need to guess, clearly, it was Yen Xilan's voice. Chapter 47, Yen Xilan's Anal, R18. Fengyun opened the door and saw Yen Xilan was standing on the outside of the gate with a beautiful smile on her face. She was wearing the usual red-clothed dress. Seeing Fengyun, Yen Xilan jumped into his embrace. Her hands were wrapped around Fengyun's neck and started kissing him. After their time apart, she couldn't stop thinking of him. Fengyun also responded with a deep kiss. Closing the door, he lifted her up by her thighs as she wrapped her legs around his waist. He carried her to his room as they kissed each other and entangled their tongues, sucking each other's saliva. Fengyun led her to the bed. On the bed both of them started stripping off their clothes. in a few seconds both of them were completely naked. Feng Yan started rubbing her naked breast. The bounciness of the breasts of Yan Xilan make him more excited. Yan Xilan began to feel her bottom lips already become moist. She looked at Feng Yan and said, "Do it, I want it inside me." Feng Yan moved his dick to her entrance and in one thrust all in the pussy. Feng Yan's waist moved up and down and attacked her pussy repeatedly. He could feel her soft flesh wrapping around his dick, engulfing it each time he attacked her. Her moist walls pressed against his sword, causing him a great amount of pleasure. On. Yes, move faster. Yan Xilan moaned delightfully. Her hands to grab Feng Yan looked into her eyes and kissed on her neck. He started moving faster. He groaned every time he pierced Yan Xilan. Soon, Feng Yan's mouth began to savor each part of Yan Xilan's body. He licked her neck and descended to her chest, teasing her breasts with his tongue. Her nipples stiffened under his constant teasing. He smiled and bit them softly, causing Yan Xilan to scream. So good. Yan Xilan opened her mouth in ecstasy, her whole body trembling in pleasure. Feng Yan could feel her body quivering and shaking with each thrust. It was obvious that Yan Xilan was feeling very high pleasure. Feng Yan's penis continued entering and exciting continually. He sucked her breast and pounded her fiercely while smelling the sweet scent of her sweat. Her sparkling body had turned red due to her constant movements, and her breathing had turned heavy. Yan Xilan moaned and groaned repeatedly, accepting his attacks and staring at him with a lustful gaze. Her cave had turned completely moist, making his movements easier, so he began to move deeper and faster. On. I am coming. Yan Xilan screamed in joy, her mind turned entirely blank. But Feng Yan did not stop. When he saw that Yan Xilan climaxed, he lifted her body and turned around, making on her ass toward him, then resumed his movements. His waist slammed furiously against Yan Xilan's ass and slapping sounds filled the place. Her eyes had turned blank due to the unprecedented pleasure, and her short black hair was sticking to her back. Feng Yan sighed in delight at seeing that image and pierced her as deep as possible. Ugh! The tip of his dick reached Yan Xilan's womb, giving her incredible pleasure, making Yan Xilan moan intermittently. His penis thrust all the way into her womb once, then twice. Yan Xilan screamed loudly and cummed again. Her vagina squeezed his penis strongly, giving him an incredible feeling of bliss. Finally, he was unable to endure anymore, and the thick hot liquid was shot into Yan Xilan's womb. Come inside me. Yan Xilan said, feeling the twitching of the penis. So good. Feng Yan shot his thick sperm inside her womb. Feeling warm liquid poured inside her, making her delighted. Yan Xilan was unable to hold and cummed again. Yan Xilan fell on the bed tiredly, but her butt was still held by Feng Yan. Yan Xilan's orgasm extended for a few seconds until Feng Yan pulled out the dick from her wet pussy. Feng Yan kissed her neck from behind and caressed her breasts with her hands. Yan Xilan's nipples appreciated that very much as they got hardened beneath her. Feng Yan looked at her butt cheek, they are big and bouncy. His heart was attracted to the small pink asshole of Yan Xilan. Feng Yan, unable to hold his curiosity and place his penis on the pink asshole, Yan Xilan's eyes widened when she felt Feng Yan's still hard and wet cock rubbing across the crack of her ass. Xilan, do you want to try something different? Feng Yan asked curiously as he began to grope the bountiful flesh of her backside. Yan Xilan gave a low moan as she shook her head in negative. No. It'll hurt. She pleaded, but she also wanted to try this. There was excitement in her eyes. Feng Yan just grinned at her as he spanked her hard, making her skin turn an angry red as she squealed in pain but began to moan as he rubbed her where he spanked her tenderly. It will hurt at first, but then it will feel better, said Feng Yan cheekily before he put the head of his penis on the rosebud of her asshole. As Feng Yan forced his dick into her anal cavity and began to stretch her, Yan Xilan began to shake and whimper in pain as tears welled up in her eyes. She began to groan in pain as Feng Yan began to slowly move, but soon those groans became moans as the pain was replaced with the pleasure she had never felt before. There was still some pain, but it was enough to accentuate the immense pleasure that being fucked in the ass for the first time brought her. "Xylan, you are so tight," grunted Fong-yun as he gripped her hips, so he could speed up his thrusts and help her throw her ass back into his movements. "Ay. It's too big," Yin Xylan screamed with some pain and pleasure mixed in. Fong-yun started kissing her neck, shoulder, and rubbing her body to make her comfortable before he started thrusting. Yin Xylan was feeling extreme pleasure, saliva began to trail down her chin and her tongue was hanging out of her mouth. She could feel Fong-yun's balls hitting her vagina's lips as he thrust wildly into her ass, and she was enjoying every second of it. She could feel her ass cheeks rippling as his pelvis met with the bountiful and perky flesh she admitted being proud of. Soon Xylan has again climaxed and cummed again. After a few minutes of this, Fong-yun gave another grunt as he began to thrust even faster. "I'm about to come, Xylan," he told her as wet slapping sounds echoed through the room as his balls teased her pussy every time he buried his dick into her ass. Ejaculate inside, Fong-yun. Yin Xylan moaned and said. Fong-yun groaned as he came powerfully into Yin Xylan's ass. This triggered Xylan's own orgasm, and she screeched as Fong-yun prolonged their mutual orgasm by keeping up with his movements. The pinnacle of ecstasy lasted for a few more seconds as Fong-yun shot thick ejaculate into Yin Xylan's rectum. Chapter 48, Meeting Lu Qing again. In a courtyard within the inner sect of the Seven-Sword sect, a handsome young man was sitting on a chair. He was wearing a blue-colored robe, had long black hair, straight-shaped eyebrows. He was the top male disciple of the inner court of the sect, Qi Yongliang. Qi Yongliang was at the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. In front of him, two outer disciples were standing, telling the news with a panic expression. "Are you sure about this?" Qi Yongliang said with an angry face. "Yes, senior brother Qi, we saw them with our own eyes." Fong-yun and Yin Xylan were walking together in the White Stone City. They had gone to the sect mission together. After coming back from the mission, Yin Xylan went to find Fong-yun 2 times and stayed in Fong-yun's house for a long time. One disciple said with a nervous tone. In the inner court, everyone knew that Qi Yongliang was pursuing Yin Xylan for many years, but Yin Xylan has never accepted his proposal. Even though Yin Xylan did not accept his love, but Qi Yongliang has never given up. Because of the fear of the Qi Yongliang, in the inner sect, no one tried to pursue the Yin Xylan. If someone tried to get close to her, he would have beaten Qi Yongliang. Listening to this, Qi Yongliang's expression became ugly. He was pursuing Yin Xylan for many years. She has never even talked to him, but now she was going shopping in the market with an outer disciple. This was a humiliation matter to him. Boom! Qi Yongliang punched the table, broke it in pieces. Qi Yongliang was an arrogant man. How could he endure such a humiliation? His anger rushed out, making 2 disciples from fear. Who is Fong-yun? Where did he come from? How can Yin Xylan be acquaintance with an outer disciple? Qi Yongliang asked. He was cultivating and secluding, so he did not hear about the latest news of the sect. Senior brother Qi, Fong-yun, is a new genius disciple of the sect, ranked first in the sect's examination. Later he also ranked first in the outer sect competition, and now, in less than 6 months, he broke through to the spirit-gathering realm and became an inner disciple, the outer disciple hurriedly said. He also selected a candidate for the expedition team of the secret realm. Qi Yongliang was surprised after listening to the news about Fong-yun. Then a killing intent flashed in his eyes. I will make sure that he will not leave alive out of the secret realm. A lowly cultivator is trying to steal my thing, he will pay for it. Fong-yun and Yin Xylan were having great times in Fong-yun's house at this moment. Fong-yun had no idea that he was marked by a venomous snake. The next morning, Fong-yun and Yin Xylan came to the Phoenix Treasure Pavilion. Inside a guest room of the Phoenix Treasure Pavilion, 3 people were sitting and drinking tea. They were Fong-yun, Yin Xylan, and Lu Qing. Junior sister, your smile have become more beautiful than before, and your face also radiating a bright charming glow, What is the secret behind it? You should tell your sister? Lu Qing teased Yin Xilan. She was a mature woman. In a few moments, she caught the difference in the nature of Yin Xilan. From Yin Xilan's reactions with Feng Yun, she also recognized that Yin Xilan and Feng Yun's relationship has become more than friendship. Is junior brother Feng Yun the reason behind it? Lu Qing said as she looked at Feng Yun. Feng Yun smiled a little, but did not say anything. He was not embarrassed because of Lu Qing. But Yin Xilan was very embarrassed. Her face became red from the shame. Sister Lu, how can you say that? You are spouting nonsense. Yin Xilan said as she puffed her cheeks, making her more pretty in this expression. You don't have to hide it from your sister, and I have already heard about Feng Yun, a new young genius of the sect. Such a young age, he is already at the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm. He is a perfect match for you. Lu Qing said with a smile. Sister Lu, you are so hateful. Yin Xilan said as hugged Lu Qing and buried her head in her bosom with a blushing face. Lu Qing pat Yin Xilan's head like a big sister taking care of her little sister. Feng Yun looked at the front scene with some emotions. He started missing her Aunt Feng Guan. In childhood, Feng Guan was also taking care of him like a big sister. He was away from the home for a few months. He had thought of returning to the family after becoming an inner disciple, but he did not get enough time to visit his town because the opening of the secret realm has arrived. As Feng Yun immersed in the thoughts of his family, two girls also separated. Feng Yun, what happened? Yin Xilan said when she saw that Feng Yun is lost in the thoughts. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about the home. I have decided that after the coming back from the secret realm I will visit home. Feng Yun woke up from his thoughts and said. Yes, I also have something to tell you that I'm leaving the White Stone City in a few days. My grandfather is fallen ill, so I have to go to my clan. Lu Qing said. She remembered her home because of Feng Yun's conversation. What? You are leaving the city, then when will we meet again next time? Yin Xilan asked in surprised expression when she heard Lu Qing's talk. We will meet soon. You don't have to worry about it. Feng Yun takes care of little sister in the secret realm. If something happened to her, then I will not forgive you. Lu Qing said. Sister Lu, nothing will happen to her while I am alive. Feng Yun said with an assured voice. Knock. Knock. At this time a door knocking sound appeared. Come in. Lu Qing said. After the door of the room opened, a servant came in with a storage pouch and gave it to Lu Qing. After reporting the calculations, he left the room and closed the door. Lu Qing gave the storage pouch to Feng Yun. There are 6,500 low-grade spirit stones inside it, and some yang-type spirit herbs as you requested. Lu Qing said. Feng Yun sold all unnecessary things to the Phoenix Treasure Pavilion that he got on the mountain trip. Chapter 49 Opening of the Secret Realm. After 1 hour, Feng Yun and Yin Xilan have returned to the sect. Coming back to the sect, Yin Xilan stayed with Feng Yun in his house for 2 days. In 2 days they have sex most of the time. Early the next morning, Feng Yun and Xilan came to the training field. There were already many inner disciples presented in the field. 15 inner disciples were gathered here for the journey of the secret realm. When Feng Yun and Yin Xilan appeared in the martial training field, the eyes of many disciples were attracted by them. Most of them were staring at the sexy figure of Yin Xilan, but she did not pay any attention to them. Sister Yen, you are also joining the expedition team to explore the secret realm. How about we form a small team, so there will less danger in the secret realm? We can help each other in a dangerous situation. Just as Feng Yun and Yin Xilan appeared on the field, a young man appeared in front of Yin Xilan and said with a proud smile. There are 2 other inner disciples were following Qi Yongliang's behind. Qi Yongliang blocked the path of Feng Yun and Yin Xilan duo. He glanced at Feng Yun with disdain and hostile expression, then he soon put a smiling expression and looked at Yin Xilan. Feng Yun already noticed Qi Yongliang's hostility towards him, even it was for a short moment. Feng Yun was surprised by Qi Yongliang's hostile expression for a moment, but he immediately realized that Qi Yongliang should be one of the pursuers of Yen Xilan. "No, thank you, but I will be fine by myself," Yen Xilan said with an annoyed voice. She was irritated by Qi Yongliang many times in the past, so she stopped talking to him. She led Feng Yun towards the carriages which were parked here for the journey to the secret realm. Feng Yun also did not pay attention to Qi Yongliang. He looked around all the disciples presented there in the field. He only recognized one person, Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was standing with his master, a white-haired old man. Feng Yun's eyes moved around and stopped on a girl. She was standing with the sect master. The young woman was wearing a slim purple dress, making anyone can see her perfect figure. Her dark brown hair descending onto her waist and her skin is glistening like beautiful jade. She has a fine raised nose, pointed chin and a slender jade-like neck, added with her big breast, making other women feel inferior to her. At that time, when Feng Yun looked at her, and coincidentally she also looked at him. But it was for a moment, then she moved away from her gaze from him. She is the daughter of the sect master, Ziling. Her cultivation has reached the middle stage of spirit-gathering realm at the same age as you. Yen Xilan whispered to Feng Yun when she noticed the direction of Feng Yun's eyes. She is Ziling. She is truly a genius woman and also very beautiful as she mentioned in the rumors. Feng Yun said. All right, everyone is here, so we are going to depart for the secret realm. At this time, one elder of the sect said to the disciples. There were 5 carriages parked there, but every one of the carriages was big enough that 10 people could sit inside it comfortably. Feng Yun and Yen Xilan also choose a carriage for travel. It would take many days to reach the destination. After 10 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. When the carriage came closer to the gate of the secret realm, Feng Yun saw from the window that many carriages were already parked there in the plain forest. It is people of Blackwater Valley and Azure Cloud sect. One disciple said immediately, he saw their identity at a glance, and the powerful fighting intent was revealed in his eyes. Feng Yun and the rest people of the Seven Sword sect left the carriage and appeared outside in a clear forest. The people from the other 2 sects also standing therein formed 2 groups. When they saw the disciple of the Seven Sword sect, fighting intent appeared eyes of all disciples. Everyone was here for an opportunity in the secret realm, but there were not enough rewards in the secret realm, so fighting for the treasure was unavoidable. Feng Yun, the man in a black robe with a visible scar on the corner of his eyes, is named Rin Qingsheng. It is the first expert in Blackwater Valley. Its strength is terrible. I once played with him and lost to him by half a stroke. As Feng Yun secretly looked at the Blackwater Valley and Azure Cloud sect's disciples, Yen Xilan's mouth moved slightly and whispered. This Rin Qingsheng is so strong. Feng Yun looked direction at Yen Xilan's eyes and was surprised to see Rin Qingsheng was sitting cross-legged on the ground with dangerous breath on his body. This Rin Qingsheng is a genius with a sword, but, if I now deal with him, I have the confidence to cut him under the sword. In addition to Rin Qingsheng in Blackwater Valley, Azure Cloud sect's Wendisheng is also not to be underestimated. Yen Xilan said as she pointed toward a young man in a red robe from the Azure Cloud sect. Feng Yun glanced at Wendisheng. He was in a dark red robe and has a slightly pale face. His breath was no less than Rin Qingsheng. Other than 2 of them there are still some powerful disciples, but we can handle them, Yen Xilan said. At this time, Ren Qingsheng stood up and walked towards the Seven Sword sect. He came in front of Qi Yongliang. Yongliang, I heard that 2 new genius disciple has appeared in your sect. Introduce them to us. We also meet them, Ren Qingsheng said as he came in front of the Seven Sword sect's group. His primary aim was to see the face of Feng Yun and Zhao Chen, so he can take care of them in the secret realm. Chapter 50, Entering in the Secret Realm. Why should I introduce them to you? If you want to meet them, then go to them by yourself, Qi Yongliang said with displeasure voice, as he stared towards Feng Yun. Clearly he wanted to increase more trouble to Feng Yun. Ren Qingsheng followed the gaze of Qi Yongliang and looked at Feng Yun with a malicious look in his eyes. After printing the picture of Feng Yun in his mind, he returned to his groups. The three sects seemed to be in good agreement, and they did not provoke each other, quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. While everyone waited quietly for about 2 days, an increasingly endless red light was suddenly reflected in the forest and red light patterns appeared on the ground, reflecting heaven and earth. Slowly, connecting to the secret realm, a space black hole appeared in the middle of red light runes that was the entrance of the secret realm. True Spirit's secret realm opened as scheduled. Seeing this, all disciples became alert. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp, it depends on your skills. The Seven Swords Sect Master raised his head and glanced at the black hole in the space leading to the secret realm, said with a thick voice. We will never let down the expectations of Sect Master. 15 disciples of the Seven Swords Sect said in unison. Well, you can go in. Remember, no matter where you send it, you must keep calm. If the situation is dangerous, then remember not to force it, so you do not lose your life because of your greed. Sect Master Z urged seriously. Yes. On the occasion of speaking, the disciples selected by Blackwater Valley and Azure Cloud Sect jumped into the air one after another, and rushed into the space black hole. Let's go! Seeing that 2 sects disciples first entered into the secret realm, after paying their respect to Sect Master, Shi Yonglian and other disciples of the Seven Swords Sect also rushed into the black hole. When Feng Yun approached, he felt a powerful aura of the space forces from the black hole. Feng Yun holds the hand of Yin Xilan and took a deep breath, once again raised his body, penetrated the violent energy that was gushing out of the black hole in space, and entered the secret realm. When Feng Yun entered into the secret realm, he appeared in the green forest and Yin Xilan was not his side. This was the rule of the secret realm, that everyone would be separated from each other and went to the random places. Feng Yun looked at the surroundings. All the ancient trees in the forest were more than 40 meters high, and more than 5 meters wide. Each tree in the forest was almost 1,000 years old, and not far from him, a waterfall of more than 100 meters high. The curtain of the waterfall was felt like a spectacular painting. This secret realm should be an ancient ruin. Looking at the ancient mountains and spectacular waterfall in front of him, Feng Yun was feeling the vicissitude of time. Feng Yun took out the heavenly sword and started walking toward the waterfall. In the forest there were many ordinary spirit herbs that could be sold outside in a good price. Feng Yun picked up some rarer herbs. White jade spirit fruit. When Feng Yun came to the waterfall, he unexpectedly saw that there was a white-colored spirit fruit 3-inch sized, hanging on a 2-foot-tall plant. A thin white-colored light reflected on the surface of the fruit. White jade spirit fruit was very rare in the outside world. Each cost more than 20,000 low-grade spirit stone. From the bright color and the size of the white jade spirit fruit in front of Feng Yun, the white jade spirit fruit was probably 2,000-year-old. Luck is not bad, just sent into the secret realm. It gives me a 2,000-year-old white jade spirit fruit. Feng Yun smiled slightly, his feet flicked to the ground. It is necessary to take the white jade spirit fruit. However, when he was close to the white jade spirit fruit, his sharp perception suddenly felt a strong sense of danger from the water, and something rushed out from the water. Without thinking too much, he instinctively pierced the heavenly slayer sword. A purple snakehead with the size of 9 inches rushed out from the water and attacked Feng Yun. But attacked of purple snakehead blocked by the heavenly slayer sword, purple-colored blood poured out the wound of the purple snakehead. Feng Yun forgets the spirit fruit, took a few steps back, and stared at the 3-meter-long purple snake. There were purple-colored scales on the entire body of the purple snake. Middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Feeling the breath of the purple snake, Feng Yun guessed the strength of the purple snake spirit beast. Secret realm has a lot of opportunities, but it is not easy to get it. Without certain strength, even if you encounter an opportunity, I am afraid you will not get it. Feng Yun murmured to himself, his pupil narrowed and looked at the purple serpent, and a heated breath radiated from his body. Feng Yun attacked with sword chi at the purple snake. A faint light shined from the heavenly slayer sword. It rushed towards the purple snake. Hiss! The 4-inch hole was pierced into the body of the purple snake. The purple snake screamed in pain. It rushed at Feng Yun and opened its big mouth to bite Feng Yun. The spirit beast in the secret realm is much more terrifying than the outside world. Feng Yun was slightly surprised when he saw the purple snake being penetrated a 4-inch-long hole through its body, but still showing amazing power. First sword form, fire. Feng Yun used first sword art of the 9 heaven sword art, a red light shined from the heavenly slayer sword. The heavenly slayer sword turned into a crimson colored and pierced the head of the purple snake. As the sword pierced into the purple snake head, it sucked all the vital energy of the purple snake. The energy entered into the body of Feng Yun. Feng Yun run the heavenly yang cultivation technique to refine the energy given by the sword. He was at the spirit gathering realm. Now he can refine the energy given by the heavenly slayer sword anytime, even if he was fighting some at that time. But the energy given by the heavenly slayer sword was less than before. After the awakening of the heavenly slayer sword, the sword also needed vital energy for restoring its power. It was damaged in the past, otherwise it was powerful enough to kill any person on this continent. But Feng Yun is still very satisfied with the heavenly slayer sword even it was damaged now. After killing the purple snake, Feng Yun cut the purple snake with scales, very tough snakeskin, removed the snake gall and cut off several large pieces of snake meat for ration and stored them in the ring. After collecting the white jade spirit fruit, Feng Yun left the waterfall and walked into the forest. Chapter 51, Killing Azure Cloud Sect's Disciple. As Feng Yun continued to penetrate the mountain forest, he was attacked by dozens of powerful spirit beasts. After about 3 days or so, Feng Yun has found a corpse under a boulder that was more than 5 meters high. Next to the corpse, there was a fire-red knife handle inlaid with a red gem pierced on the ground. Top-grade spirit artifact. Looking at the blade in front of him, Feng Yun shined. Although he didn't need any weapon, if he took this fiery red blade to sell in the market, he could sell it for a lot of low-grade spirit stone. This spirit blade is mine, just leave here, if you don't want to die. Just before Feng Yun stepped forward, and wanted to put the fiery red blade into the storage ring, a cold voice came into his ears. A boy wearing a white robe, with a white sword in his hand appeared behind Feng Yun. There was killing intent in his eyes. Azure Cloud Sect's Disciple. Looking at the Azure Cloud emblem on the chest of the young man in front of him, Feng Yun immediately recognized identity of the young man. I count to 3. If you don't run from here, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The young boy was middle-stage spirit gathering realm. He looked at Feng Yun, and seeing how young Feng Yun was, he thought Feng Yun was at only early stage of spirit gathering realm, so he did not put Feng Yun in his eyes. The young boy in the white looked Feng Yun indifferently. His face gradually turned cold, and strong murderous energy spread out from his body. I saw that blade first, so this mine, you can fuck off. Feng Yun glanced at the young boy in the white clothes, then moved towards the blade. After listening Feng Yun, the young boy in white became very angry. He channeled his spirit chi into the sword, said loudly, I hope that in the next life you can keep your eyes open. Some people you can't afford to offend. Azure Sword Art. The young boy in white clothes transmitted his spirit chi into the white sword. The sword in his hand released a white glow as the young boy moves his sword towards the neck of Feng Yun. Feng Yun took out the heavenly slayer sword, attacked at the boy in the white clothes. When both meet, a powerful rushed out from the sword of Feng Yun and hit the boy's sword. The boy in the white clothes felt as like his entire arm became numb, and blood flowed down of the cracked skin of his arm. The boy in the white clothes took a few steps back. He was shocked from the power of Feng Yun, but he did not have time. This time Feng Yun took initiative to attack him. Wait, I don't need that blade, you can have that, the boy in the white clothes said. But Feng Yun did not retrace his attack. The sword of Feng Yun moved towards the chest of the boy. As the sword just about to pierce into the chest of the boy in the white clothes, a white halo is reflected in his body, resisting the attack of Feng Yun. Poof! With the help of defensive amulet given by Azure Cloud Sect, the boy in the white clothes was able to escape for the attack of Feng Yun, but he was still heavily injured by Feng Yun's sword, and a lot of blood was sprayed from his mouth. Feng Yun was stunned for a moment. Boy, I will remember you. When I will meet you next time, I will definitely kill you. There was only one amulet given on him, and it was now broken from the attack of Feng Yun's sword. The boy in white would no longer be able to save his life if he stayed here. He immediately started running. There will be no next time, but Feng did not give time. If Feng had not enough strength and his body was lying on the ground, how could he let him leave alive now and create more trouble for the future? First sword form. Feng used the 9 heaven sword art. The heavenly slayer sword hacked on the body of the boy in the white clothes. The boy in the white clothes did not even have time to react, and like a soft tofu, his body cut into 2 by the sword and the vital energy absorbed by the heavenly slayer sword. After killing the boy in the white clothes, Feng looted his body, then destroyed his body. After picking the spirit blade, he left quickly. On the way, Feng checked the pouch of the boy in the white clothes. When he saw the inside of the storage pouch, there were 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and some spirit herbs inside the pouch. He did not find any rare treasure in the pouch, so he put in his spatial ring. Feng wandered in the forest for 7 days. He met many spirit beasts in the forest, but all of them were killed by him. As Feng wandering in the forest, a big cave came in the view of Feng. Feng looked around the cave for any guardian beast, but there was a quiet atmosphere there. Feng came at the entrance of the cave and looked inside the cave. There was little light was in the cave. When Feng entered the cave, as he went deeper in the cave, there were some crystals shining in the cave. Feng recognized the crystals. There were some luminous crystals in the walls of the cave. The size of the cave also increased to the 15-meter wide. After walking slowly for 10 minutes, Feng appeared in the depth of the cave. There were a lot of red-colored grapevines that are attached to the walls of the cave. Feng looked at grapevines. There were some red-colored grapes hanging on the thickest arm of the grapevine. Devil grapevines. Feng thought the name of grapevines. The red devil grape spirit fruit could be used to make spirit vine or direct cultivation. These devil grape were useful to Feng. From the length of vines and the dark red color of the grape, Feng was stunned for a moment. These devil grape spirit fruit at least 500 years old and became top level of the spirit realm ranks, but they were not less valuable than earth rank spirit fruit. Chapter 52, Meeting Qi Yongliang again. As Feng stared at the devil grape spirit fruits, Feng took a 2-step forward towards the devil grape vines. Suddenly the devil grape vines trembled and started rushed at Feng. 2 vines appeared at the foot of Feng and bind the foot of Feng just like a snake bind itself on the body of his target. Feng cut the vines with the sword, but it was only a start. Many vines rushed at Feng to attack him. There was no end to the devil grapevines. They were keeps coming at Feng. Feng was feeling like as he provoked a big snake nest. Feng was annoyed with the grapevines to move towards the trunk of the vines to cut the root of the grapevines. As Feng moved his sword and cut down one trunk of the vines, but it provoked more to the grapevines. A lot of roots of the devil grapevines broke through the ground like a long snake locked in the air, forming a black prison, trapping Feng inside. As Feng fighting with the devil grapevines, 3 people entered the cave. They were Qi Yongliang and 2 more inner disciples of the 7 Sword sect. There might be something good in this cave, maybe we should check it, Brother Qi Yongliang, a young man said. He was wearing a dark blue robe, his body was tall and burly, and a long black hair spread randomly on the shoulders. His name was Kong Su. He was the 2nd strongest male disciple of the 7 Sword sect. Although he followed with Qi Yongliang like a friend, he was not a friend of Qi Yongliang. If it was not for Qi Yongliang, then he would be the first disciple in the inner court. He tried many times to beat Qi Yongliang in the cultivation, but he was always left behind by a small margin. Let's go. Qi Yongliang, who was wearing a blue robe, said with a smiling face as he stepped forward into the cave, and the other 2 disciples of the 7 Sword sect also followed after him. When they came into the depth of the cave, they saw many grapevines spreading on the ground, cut by Feng. Devil grapevines. Seeing the red grapevines, the 3 people exclaimed in unison. After looking for a few seconds, they found the devil grape spirit fruits on the biggest arm of the grapevines. These grapevines look very ancient, and the devil grape spirit fruit is very rare to find in the world, and here are many devil grapes. We find the rare treasure this time. Kong Su said as looked at the devil grapes. Thinking about the rare treasure, the eyes of three people glowed hot. If they can get the devil grape spirit fruit, they can break through to the peak of spirit gathering realm and have a slight chance to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Even it was a slight chance, but it was worth it. Three people did not take action immediately, they were alert by the devil grapevines. If they reached the reach of grapevines, then the devil grapevines would immediately rush at them. But if they work together, they can get the red devil grapes. At this time, Feng Yun, who was trapped in the prison made by the roots of the devil grapevines, struggling inside the cage. Demonic fire. With no other option left, so he used ancient fire demon bloodline power. A powerful heated aura gushed out from the body of Feng Yun and yellow-colored followed out the Feng Yun. When the yellow-colored demonic fire appeared, it covered Feng Yun. Feng Yun transmitted the demonic fire in the sword. First sword form. The Heavenly Slayer's sword split the cage in half, but the demonic fire did not stop here. All the vines that touched by the demonic fire were started to burn, soon they turned into the ashes. When Feng Yun appeared on the outside, he was welcomed by the stunned gaze of the three people. It's him. As soon as Qi Yongliang recognized Feng Yun, he immediately attacked Feng Yun. When Feng Yun sensed the three people, Qi Yongliang's attack already in front of him, he did not enough time to repel Qi Yongliang's attack. Flying cloud steps. Feng Yun stepped on flying cloud steps, instantly transformed into an afterimage, and made an incredible dodge, avoiding the sword of Qi Yongliang. But even he dodged the sword of Qi Yongliang, but still injured by the spirit Qi released of the sword attack. But it was a small injury. Seeing Feng Yun dodged his attack, Qi Yongliang attacked again, but Feng Yun's speed very faster than Qi Yongliang. As many times Qi Yongliang attacked him, he was able to save himself. Kang Su, Yu Huizhong, help me kill this slippery man. He came before us, he must have more treasure on his body or red spirit grapes. We split the loot ourselves. Seeing his attack were not reaching Feng Yun, Qi Yongliang said to the other two people. Kang Su and Yu Huizhong were also taken the sword from the pouch and rushed towards Feng Yun. Although Feng Yun was from the same sect, when they thought about the reward, they did not hesitate to attack Feng Yun. There were only 4 people in the cave. After killing Feng Yun, they would destroy the evidence so no one would be able to find about this. Not good. 3 people attacked Feng Yun at the same time. Seeing this, Feng Yun again used the flying cloud steps and dodged the attacks of 3 people. Where are you going? When Kang Su saw Feng Yun trying to escape, he roared, pulled out the giant knife behind him, and slashed towards Feng Yun. Do you really want to kill the same sect's disciple? Don't you not afraid of the sect's punishment? Feng Yun asked as he was getting angry. Hee, no one will know how you died in the cave. Qi Yongliang said with a wicked smile. Boom! If you wish to die, then I will fulfill your wish. First sword form. Feng Yun said. You are a miscellaneous piece of middle-stage spirit-gathering realm, and dare to threaten us. Kang Su didn't put Feng Yun in his eyes at all and sneered. But at this moment, domineering yellow flames sprayed out of Feng Yun's body. Feng Yun used the 9-heaven sword art, attacked 3 people, as he channeled the demonic fire through the Heavenly Slayer's sword. A tyrannical aura emitted from the sword attack as Feng Yun attacked 3 people. The faces of 3 people changed suddenly. They didn't expect that Feng Yun can show such a powerful technique. A suffocating feeling emerged from the hearts of 3 people in the sword attack. Chapter 53, Killing Qi Yongling. Flying Cloud Steps. When the 3 peoples were surprised, Feng Yun's body moved and instantly appeared in front of the Qi Yongliang, and attacked the heart of Qi Yongliang. Good to come. Qi Yongliang had expected that Feng Yun would attack himself first. His pupils shrank, and the silver long sword in his hand ushered with a powerful destructive power, slashing his sword towards Feng Yun. Second sword form. The movement of Feng Yun suddenly increases, and the whole body becomes a blurry phantom, sword in his hand torn the air with amazing speed and penetrating the heart of Qi Yongliang. At this time, the amulet Qi Yongliang's body reflects the defense halo and resisted the sword attack of Feng Yun. But the attack power of the 9-heaven sword art was too terrible. The defensive halo formed by the amulet was still cracked by the amazing attack of Feng Yun's sword. The sharp sword penetrated the halo and stabbed the body of Qi Yongliang. Qi Yongliang didn't think that Feng Yun's strength would be so terrible. At the moment of life and death, extreme fear materialized in his heart. He tried to escape, but Feng Yun did not give him the chance to escape. The Heavenly Slayer's sword pierced through the heart of Qi Yongliang, swallowing the vital energy of Qi Yongliang, ending his life instantly. What? Kang Su and Yu Huizhong stupefied as they looked at the lifeless body of Qi Yongliang in trance and horrified expression. It is your turn next. Feng Yun looked at Kang Su and Yu Huizhong and said, Feng Yun, it was Qi Yongliang who was your enemy, we are just following his orders. Let us go and you can have all our loots, we will never tell anyone about this. Kang Su said with fear as he realized how big a mistake he had done by provoking Feng Yun. I will take after killing you. As Feng Yun said, he attacked. Both Kang Su and Yu Huizhong were weaker than Qi Yongliang. In a few minutes, they were killed by Feng Yun. After killing them, Feng Yun began to loot their storage pouches. Surprisingly, there was a dimensional ring on Qi Yongliang. Feng Yun became delighted after getting the ring. Although he has one dimensional ring that was given by the sect master, the dimensional rings were rare treasure. He could give this to his relatives. Feng Yun again looked at devil grapevines and walked towards the vines. As he already burned most of the roots of grapevines, so there were not many vines left, he used demonic fire to burn them. All the branches came near the Feng Yun were burned by demonic fire. Feng Yun leisurely walked to the devil spirit grapes and picked up them, placed the spirit grapes in the jade box, and after placing the box in the dimensional ring, he left the cave. Feng Yun sat down on the safe place in the cave and checked his condition. His clothes were already torn out, small injuries could be seen on his body. After killing 3 people, energy gained by them was being refined into the pure spirit Yang Qi. He was only one step from breaking through to the late stage of spirit gathering realm. Feng Yun took out new clothes and changed his clothes, then took out some healing pills for healing the injuries. After Feng Yun looked at the storage items of the 3 people, there were many low-grade spirit stones in the ring and some spirit pills, herbs. There was no extraordinary treasure that was important to Feng Yun, so Feng Yun placed 1 ring and 2 pouches in his dimensional ring. The secret realm opened only for a month, so Feng Yun did not waste time in cultivation. After resting for a while when his injuries were fully healed, he left the cave to explore the secret realm. Feng Yun traveled in the forest for 3 days but did not able to find something unique. He met many disciples in the forest, but he avoided most of them. Some have tried to rob him but robbed by Feng Yun in the end. After moving around for more than half day, Feng Yun came in front of the abyss. Coming to the edge of the cliff, Feng Yun looked down from the cliff and saw that there was a lot of fog down the cliff. He could not see the surface of the abyss. At this moment, the Heavenly Slayer's sword in the Dantian trembled slightly. The sword indicated that there was something extraordinary down in the abyss. Feng Yun was thrilled after this discovery. The Heavenly Slayer's sword was an immortal weapon. If it said there was something rare treasure in the abyss, so that treasure has to be a priceless treasure. Feng Yun started looking for a way to go down the abyss. As Feng Yun was searching a road to going down, he heard some fighting noise at some distance from him. When Feng Yun came near the fighting scene, he saw that a girl was fighting with a monster beast. Feng Yun was surprised when saw the face of the young girl. She was Ziling. But at this moment, her beautiful face was pale as white paper. There were many injuries on her body. She was desperately trying to defend against attacks of the spirit beast. If it was not for the defensive armor that she was wearing now, then she might be already dead. Feng Yun looked at the spirit beast. When he felt the aura of the spirit beast, he was stunned. It was a white wolf and reached the peak of the spirit gathering realm and only one step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Ziling was only at the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm and could live for that long. She was the first genius girl that Feng Yun has seen in his life. Seeing her in a dangerous situation, Feng Yun could not let a genius and beautiful girl like her to die here like that. Her father has also treated good Feng Yun in the sect, so he immediately decided help her. Feng Yun raced at full speed towards Ziling. Chapter 54, Meeting Ziling. Ziling was still struggling while fighting against the white wolf. If it was not her speed slower than the white wolf, she could have already fled. But even after fleeing for an hour, the white wolf still able to catch up with her. A few hours before, she has found a rare spirit herb in the cave, but it was guarded by a spirit beast. She had to fight with the spirit beast to get the spirit beast. After 1 hour flight, she finally defeated that spirit beast, but she consumed her lot of spirit chi in the fighting. After killing the guardian beast, she walked to the spirit herb and picked them up. As she was enjoying the moment of victory, the white wolf appeared in front of her and immediately attacked her. She already lost her lot of spirit chi in the last fight, and the white wolf has reached the peak stage of spirit gathering realm. So she immediately tried to run after seeing the white wolf, but the white wolf still followed after her. She already edges of the cliff. If she took a few steps back, then she would fall of the cliff. As she was thinking that how could she escape this life and death condition, a person wearing white clothes with a sword in his hand appeared before and stand up between her and the white wolf. Feng Yun used flying cloud steps with extremely fast speed. He rushed towards Ziling. As the white wolf's claw about to reach at Zizing, Feng Yun appeared in front of her and blocked the attack of the white wolf. First sword form. Feng Yun immediately displayed the 9 heaven sword art, resisting the claw of the white wolf. When the white wolf's claw hit against the heavenly slayer sword of Feng Yun, it cut in half. After being injured, the white wolf did not calm down, but the opposite. Its eyes became red and a frenzy look appeared in his eyes. The white wolf at the Feng Yun and Ziling while opening his fangs, with a madness expression. Second sword form. Seeing the white wolf that was approaching him at super fast speed, even if he wanted to dodge the white wolf, he could not dodge because Ziling standing behind him. If he stepped aside, then the white wolf would directly hit at Ziling. Thinking of this, Feng Yun continued to resist the white wolf, but the white wolf was getting angrier after being blocked by Feng Yun. Ziling looked at the back of Feng Yun that blocking the white wolf for her like a huge mountain block a water flood. She was never felt this helpless in the past. She was adored by his father. His father had always protected her from the childhood. Feng Yun and Ziling were in the difficult position. There was an abyss behind Feng Yun and Ziling and the white wolf in the front of them. For getting out of this critical situation, Feng Yun used all of remaining of spirit chi in one final move, then immediately attacked with sword chi and 9 heaven sword art. The amazing sword's shadow made by spirit chi spread out from the Feng Yun's sword as he used sword technique, shrouding the void. Each sword shadow turned into sword chi and flew towards the approaching white wolf. There was stunning expression on the face of Ziling as she saw the shadows of the sword chi. She was amazed by the sword art of Feng Yun. Each sword chi hit at the body of the white wolf. Many holes appeared at the body of the white wolf. Even after hit by the sword chi did not stop running. The white wolf's eyes has become bloodshot as he looked at Feng Yun with merciless expression. Seeing the wolf about to reach at them, Feng Yun turned back, hugged Ziling. Ziling's entire body trembled as she was hugged by an unfamiliar male, but before she could struggle to move out from the embrace of Feng Yun, the white wolf has reached at them, its huge body directly Feng Yun's back. Feng Yun, Ziling and the wolf all three fell down from the cliff. In the middle of the air, Feng Yun held the beautiful girl and was blown into the air by the white wolf, and fell down in the abyss quickly. The face of Ziling was extremely pale while falling. She was so scared that she hugged the waist Feng Yun tightly as she could. Although she was a strong girl, but she did not have any life and death experience in her life, she was very scared as she thought of death. What should I do? What should I do? Feng Yun kept yelling in his heart, and this time he was completely defeated. As he looked at below the ground, he could only see the darkness in the abyss. He did not know how much deep the abyss. The two did not know how long it had fallen. Ziling even fainted directly in the arms of Feng Yun's. Although Feng Yun is holding a beautiful girl, he has no joy in his heart. He looked at the girl near him and said with a sad smile, "Two people die, it is better to die alone." At the moment, when Feng Yun saw that the two of them about to reach the ground, then Feng Yun shouted, hugged the girl tightly in his arms, and turned the girl's body up, while he was under her. Boom! The two of them fell on the ground. Chapter 55, In the Abyss. A man and a woman lying there on the ground, isn't it Feng Yun and that girl? Soon, the girl who pressed against Feng Yun opened her eyes faintly. Am I dead? The girl murmured to herself, and then she felt something pressed under her body. She looked down quickly but saw a handsome young man under her body. Ah! The girl screamed and quickly got up from Feng. She seemed to care about skin contact between men and women. However, when she saw a trace of blood on the corner of Feng's mouth, a concerned expression appeared on her face. She came closer to Feng and called out to Feng for waking up him, but Feng did not respond to her. Seeing he was not waking up, she reached out her hand, touched Feng's shoulder, and then moved Feng's arm and said, "Hey, you wake up, you wake up." Ziling yelled twice at Feng but nothing happened. She reached out her hand gently and protruded toward the nostrils of Feng to see if he was alive. There was dim breathing of Feng. Knowing that Feng was alive, Ziling relieved a little, but Feng's injuries were heavy. He needed to be treated immediately. She looked at Feng and then looked up again, remembering that when they fell, the two of them were holding each other and fell together. How could this young man be pressed down by her in front of her? The answer is obvious. The teenager tries to save her. Just when the girl was at a loss, there were waves of strange noises of some monster beasts coming from the distance that scared her. She took out a few pills from her dimensional ring and swallowed them, then walked over to Feng and dragged the body of Feng to a clean place to hide. She came into the small-sized cave, placed Feng's unconscious body on the ground and herself sat beside him. What should I do this time? The girl thought, sitting with her arms folded and looking at Feng in front of her. Ziling has consumed almost all of her spirit chi. She gradually got too tired as she closed her eyes for taking a rest, and after a few moments of rest, she finally fell asleep. At this moment, Feng's body has undergone amazing changes. A faint halo of yellow light appeared around his body, which looked very sacred and illuminated the cave. In the Feng's body, a small yellow flame exudes a lot of vitality, and a few strands of yellow energy are transported from below the roots to the Feng's damaged limbs and organs. Where the yellow energy went, the damaged meridians and internal organs gradually showed signs of recovery. Bit by bit, all the injuries of Feng were slowly healing, but his injuries were heavy. It would take a lot of time healing them properly. Only his external wounds have healed completely, but the broken bones have not healed yet. He doesn't know how long it took. Feng finally woke up. He checked his body. Although his wounds have healed, but spirit chi has not recovered yet. Feng felt himself for a while and found that he was still alive, but only suffered a very serious injury. Where is this? Feng struggled to get up, but unfortunately, all his bones were scattered and the internal injuries were so severe that he couldn't move his body too much at all. Did I not dead yet? Feng felt a pain in his whole body and said to himself suspiciously. He thought he would die from the fall, but he has survived. It's better not to die. There is still hope as long as you are alive, Feng secretly rejoiced. At this moment, the young girl whispered around him and asked, "You had woken up, how are your injuries?" Feng froze for a moment, then said weakly, "Not yet dead, but not fine yet." "Thank you for saving my life." Ziling softly with a grateful look. "It's okay, we are from the same sect. After all, naturally we should help each other." Feng smiled slightly and said, "My name is Ziling, what is yours?" Ziling asked. "My name is Feng, newly promoted inner disciple. Well, I actually know you, the #1 genius girl in the Seven Sword sect." Feng said as set up while facing his back against the wall of the cave. "You should heal our injuries first, your wounds are heavy," Ziling said. Feng nodded his head as he took out some chi replenishing pill from his dimensional ring to restore some of his spirit chi. As Feng restoring his spirit chi, Ziling also eats some healing pills to heal her wounds. For a few minutes, there was a silent atmosphere in the cave. Both of them restoring their spirit chi. The speed of restoring of spirit chi with help of chi replenishing pills was too slow. It was taking a long time. There were many spirit beasts outside the cave. Feng did not have a lot of time. Thinking of this, Feng took of the box that contained the red devil spirit grapes. "Here, eat these will help to recover the spirit chi faster than chi replenishing pills." Feng gives some red devil spirit grapes. He already has more than enough to use on himself, so she gave some spirit grapes to Ziling. "Red Devil spirit grapes, these are too valuable, I cannot take these, you already saved my life 2 times. Ziling kindly refused to receive the spirit grapes from Fengyun. "You don't have to worry about these, I already have the lot of spirit grapes. There are unknown danger outside the cave in this unknown place, so we need to restore as much strength as we can to survive in the abyss." Fengyun persuaded Ziling and give the spirit grapes. This time Ziling accepted the spirit grapes as she thought about the strange place and danger. "Thank you, I will repay your kindness after we leave the secret realm," Ziling said as pick up the spirit's grapes. Chapter 56, Recovering the Spirit Chi. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the trees and the screams of some unknown spirit beast could be heard from outside the cave. Fengyun ate some spirit grapes, the grapes tasted sweet as he was eating them, they were filled with full spirit energy. After a while, powerful spirit energy released from the spirit grapes as Fengyun swallowed the spirit grapes. He runs the Heavenly Yang cultivation art at full speed, absorbing the spirit energy of the Red Devil spirit grapes. The Heavenly Yang cultivation art swallowed away all the spirit energy released by the spirit grapes like a hungry wolf. Later it converted it into the pure spirit Yang Qi for Fengyun to use. These spirit grapes are definitely close to any earth-grade spirit rank spiritual fruit. Fengyun immediately felt that the red spirit grapes were extraordinary spirit fruits. And how much precious these red devil grapes were, they can be sold for sky-high price outside world. With sufficient spirit Yang Qi, Fengyun closed his eyes and healed the wound with full strength, hoping to recover his body as soon as possible. However, it didn't take long for a dark shadow to come slowly from the dark place. "What?" Ziling exclaimed as she looked at the 2 rays of light in the darkness. In the darkness, a shadow came out slowly. Ziling picked up the white sword beside her and was on alert. There was a dark black monster beast that appeared in the cave. Except for his big eyes, the rest of its body are almost integrated with the darkness. When it came closer, Fengyun and Ziling were able to see his body. It was the size of a meter big black colored mouse, had 2 red eyes. Black spirit mouse. Ziling instantly recognized the identity of this monster beast and exclaimed. Black spirit mouse likes to stay in the dark and underground places, belongs to the group types of monster beast, and the number of black chaotic mouse in one group could be very large. This black mouse is only more than 1 meter high. It seems that it is only the strength of the spirit gathering realm. If it was a foundation realm black mouse, then its height would be at least 2 meters high. Now, there was only one black mouse here. It looked like a spy soldier who came out to look for prey. Despite this, Ziling feels very bad. Before she has lost her spiritual power, she did not recover her spirit chi yet and her wounds were still healing. She has now fighting strength of body refining realm, even low stage of spirit gathering realm cultivator can kill her at that moment. The black mouse did not launch an offensive but kept swinging its tails, making a chirping sound in his mouth, as if observing the prey. Don't be afraid, there is only one black mouse, kill it. Fengyun said while opening his eyes. His body could not move for now, he had to heal his internal injuries as soon as possible. At the moment, his body is recovering, but he still hasn't repaired all. Ziling moves her feet towards the black mouse and attacked with the white sword. The black mouse saw the prey move, and it also started to move. It shook its body slightly and attacked Ziling. Ziling swung her sword with all of her remaining strength and hit her sword at the head of the black mouse. The black mouse hit by the sword of Ziling. After being hit the sword, a wound appeared on the head of the black mouse, but it was not fatal. The black mouse paused for a moment and made a strange noise as it felt the pain in its head. However, just when the girl thought that the black mouse would definitely stop attacking, the black devour mouse actually ran over again toward her and attacked her again. Why useless, the girl exclaimed in amazement, and the sword in her hand hit again. The black mouse was shot repeatedly, and small holes were opened all over his body. Because of the pain, the black mouse became more furious that he accelerated his pace and ran its thin feet towards the girl, hit its head against Ziling. The girl couldn't avoid it, Her body was forced back as she almost fell on the ground. The black mouse still seems to be upset and moved his body continuously to hit the girl again. Ah! Ziling screamed as the black mouse hit against her again and again. Ziling resisting the attacks of the black mouse with a lot of difficulties. At this time, Fengyun felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He was sitting on the ground and gritted his teeth. He kept shouting, "Hurry, hurry again." The heavenly yang cultivation art in the Fengyun body circulated madly and quickly. Yang Qi washed his damaged body muscles again and again, and his whole body's light became more and more dazzling. Finally, after the heavenly yang cultivation art absorbed the energy of the spirit grapes to healing his body. Heavenly yang cultivation art healing internal injuries at a constant rate with a greater speed after being pressured by Fengyun. "It's done," Fengyun exclaimed as he felt that he has enough strength to kill the black mouse. Fengyun's body bounced from the ground, took out the heavenly slayer's sword, rushed at the black mouse. He didn't think much, moved his sword and attacked violently towards the black mouse. Poof! Fengyun slashed several consecutive swords attacks on the black mouse. The heavenly slayer's sword pierced through the body of the black spirit mouse. The black mouse could not even emit a death cry as it died by the sword attacks of Fengyun. Chapter 57 Ancient Ruins. After killing the black mouse, Fengyun and Ziling left the cave. They didn't go very far. Several black mouse came to the cave. One was particularly large, with a height of more than 2 meters. It was a black mouses of spirit gathering realm. Fortunately, these black mouses only turned around and found no abnormalities, and carried the dead black mouse body, and left the place. Fengyun and Ziling wandered in the forest for 2 days, but they could not find the path for going out of the abyss. There were many kinds of spirit beasts inside the abyss, but Fengyun and Ziling avoided most of them. After 2 days of hide-and-seek with the spirit beasts in the abyss, the injuries of Fengyun and Ziling almost recovered with the help of the red devil spirit grapes. Because the Fengyun and Ziling's injury was too serious this time, it took them 3 full days to fully recover to his peak. Fortunately, in these 3 days, 2 of them did not encounter any danger, which made them a little relieved, and decided to venture to explore the strange abyss, looking for a way to leave. After 1 more day of searching, they appeared in front of a huge ancient ruined building that looked like an ancient mansion but has been ruined after so many years. "This is the only way to go outside the abyss. What do you think, should we go in?" Fengyun said as he looked at Ziling. "Let's go, we have to take our chances, maybe there is something good inside the mansion." Ziling said and took a step forward toward the ancient ruins, but there was some anxiety on her face as she did not know what will appear in the ancient ruins. Fengyun also followed Ziling in the ancient ruin. There was completely dark inside the ruins. Fengyun took out a touch made by himself with the wood and clothes and lit it on the fire. With light emitted by the torch, Fengyun and Ziling progressed further in the ruin. "A lot of bones, how come there are so many bones here?" When Fengyun and Ziling came deeper into the ruins, there were some luminous crystals emblem on the walls. They could see the surrounding environment clearly. There are a lot of bones piled on the ground. Among them, there are many huge and seemingly scary beast skeletons. What is the unknown danger at the bottom of the ruin? If could it be? Looking at the large corpses in the distance, Ziling has become suddenly tense. But if they want to leave this abyss, then they had to move forward. They slowly went deeper into the underground building of the ancient ruin. However, with the deepening, there are more and more corpses on the bottom of the underground of the ruins. However, these corpses have existed here for many years, even thousands of years. When Fengyun touched them with his foot, the bones immediately weathered into the dust. Chi chi. At this moment, there was some noise could be heard and 2 black mouses appeared in front of them. Fuck off! As soon as the black mouses appeared, Fengyun attacked with a sword. In a 1-sword attack, 1 mouse split in the half. Ziling also uses her sword to attack and killed the other one. Look like there is a nest of these black mouses in this underground ruin. We need to find the exit as soon as possible. Fengyun said as he took the lead and run deeper into the building. Every 10 meters, they encounter some black spirit mouses. their numbers were increasing as they came deeper into the underground building. After killing 5 groups of the Black Mouse, Feng Yun and Ziling entered the huge hall. There was a big gate in the hall. Feng Yun tried to open it, but it did not even budge. As Feng Yun and Ziling were trying to find a way to open the door, a group of the Black Mouse was approaching them. The monster beast with a few hundred numbers was the Black Mouse group. This Black Mouse group has a particularly tall and big size of the Black Mouse, standing in the center of the group. His body was 3 meters tall and his tail was like a python, and the big eyes his like a lantern was full of cold and fierce look. It's needless to say that this was the Black Mouse King, which has reached the Foundation Realm Beast. There are dozens of spirit-gathering realm Black Mouses with a height of more than 2 meters near Rat King. These dozens of Black Mouse have majestically guarded the Black Mouse King. There are hundreds of low-level monster beast Black Mouses in front and back. As the group came near the hall, Feng Yun and Ziling also noticed the Black Mouse nest. Damn, Black Mouse has come with the entire nest. We don't have enough time. I will block them for a while and you try to open the door in his spare time, otherwise, we will become the food of the Black Mouses. Feng Yun said as he ready to block the Black Mouse group. I will also help, together we can kill them and then open the door. Ziling said when she heard Feng Yun's proposal. She also moved with Feng Yun to fight the Black Mouse groups. We both will die if we don't go forward. I think they are coming out with full nest this time. I am afraid that even the Foundation Realm Beast is also coming now. I can block them for a few minutes, just trust me. Feng Yun said. Ziling glanced at the big door, and then showed a poignant smile. Maybe we will eventually die. Feng Yun looked at Ziling's smile first time. It directly printed on the heart of Feng Yun. The smiling face of Ziling was so beautiful as a fairy has descended from heaven in front of him, adjective glory, just like a poem written by the ancients, and perhaps Feng Yun feels that the words were still not enough to describe Ziling's fairy pose. Feng Yun came closer to Ziling and hugged her. Don't worry, we will leave this alive together. After saying this, he immediately ran toward the Black Spirit Mouse nest before Ziling could even become angry for hugging her without her approval. Chapter 58, The Stone Door. When Ziling was hugged by Feng Yun, her mind became blank for a second. In her life she has never touched by a male apart from her father and elders. As Feng Yun hugged her, a new type of feeling arose in her heart, but she did not show to Feng Yun. If you do this again, I will cut you with my sword. Ziling said very firmly, as Feng Yun released her from his embrace. I'm sorry, I can't help myself for a while. Who makes you so beautiful as a fairy? Feng Yun looked back at her and apologized with a sincere expression, then moved toward the Black Mouse nest. Ziling snorted coldly and started to search for the key to the door. At this time that the Black Devour Rat group had arrived in the hall. A harsh sound made by them felt very uncomfortable. Listening to this voice, Ziling shrank involuntarily. However, the entry door of the hall was small and only 3 Black Mouses could enter at a time. Feng Yun didn't say anything. The black sword cut down and hacked the Black Mouse into the 2. One after another, the Black Mouses were killing by Feng Yun, but there was a full army on the Black Mouse. Even if Feng Yun has 4 arms, he could not kill them all. What should I do? Ziling said as she was exploring the stone gate. There were many ancient patterns on the stone door. There are many strange symbols on the stone door, but I did not understand them. I don't know the ancient language. Ziling said with a panicked voice. Don't worry, I'll block it for a while, you just try. Feng Yun said from the entrance of the cave, and the black sword kept cutting towards the Black Mouses outside the cave. Every Black Mouse who just arrived at the entrance of the hall was killed by Feng Yun. However, the number of Black Devour Rat is too much, as if the killing is endless. At this moment, he suddenly saw a very large Black Devour Rat, and dozens of smaller Black Devour Rat coming towards the hall. Shit, it is the king of the Black Mouse nest, a Foundation Realm Beast. We are doomed this time. Feng Yun cursed after seeing the Black Mouse King and the group of the Black Mouses. Grabbing the sword in the right hand, with the left hand yellow flame, and Feng Yun attacked with demonic fire towards the Black Mouses that had arrived. The yellow flame. First sword form. The gleaming sparkle of the sword and the fiery flames intertwine. Ziz! The black mouses that entered the hall were either chopped to death or burned alive, and the smell of burnt smell made people suffocate. Feng Yun, sword in hand, like killing a god, majestically blocked in front of Ziling. Ziling, beautiful eyes stared at the back of Feng Yun, and her heart shivered. In such a desperate place, he can die for her and block everything for her. Her heart was melted after seeing the heroic scene. Kill! Feng Yun went out and shouted, waving his sword towards the black devour rats non-stop. The swords and fire were everywhere, and the surrounding rocky cliffs have burst out big pits, flying sand and stones without splashing. Hundreds of the black mouses died under the sword of Feng Yun's, but there was a lot of sweat under the rain on Feng Yun. Ziling was trying to find a button to open the stone door. In a haste she pushed all the stone buttons and strange symbols. Suddenly Ziling's foot stepped on the stone tile in the front of the stone door. When her foot pressured on the surface of the stone tile, it pushed into the ground, then the ancient patterns on the stone doors lit up. Boom! The stone door opened with a loud noise. It has opened. Ziling shouted happily as the stone door opened. Ziling did not enter into the door but ran toward Feng Yun. Feng Yun was surrounded by black mouses. As Feng Yun heard the voice of Ziling, his face lit up. However, before he could run back to the Ziling, a powerful force hit him. The Black Mouse King attacked Feng Yun with a super-fast speed. Feng Yun did not have time to dodge the attack as he hit by the Claw Black Mouse's king. Feng Yun flew back because of the force. A big wound appeared on his chest. A lot of amounts of blood sprayed in the air, and his body dropped on the ground after flying back 10 meters. Feng Yun! Ziling screamed as she saw that Feng Yun was injured by the Black Mouse King. She came to Feng Yun. After killing the Black Mouse near Feng Yun, she crouched down in front of Feng Yun to pick up him. No, why are you back here when the door is opened? You should enter the door, leave me, and quickly go into the door. Although Feng Yun said when he saw that Ziling came for him, he was glad that she did not leave him alone while she can. No, we will leave here together or die here together. Ziling said as she put one of Feng Yun's arm on her shoulder and supported him to run toward the stone door. Shie! Shie! The Black Mouse King made some strange noise when it saw its prey was running away. After hearing the voice of the Black Mouse King, the rest of the Black Mouse also screamed and ran after Ziling and Feng Yun. Ziling and Feng Yun rushed to the door. There was only 20 meters distance from the stone door to Feng Yun. With one arm supporting each other and holding the swords with the other hand, Feng Yun and Ziling run and killing the Black Mouse who was blocking their way. After a few seconds, Feng Yun and Ziling arrived in front of the stone door. There was a light screen at the entrance, which is blocking the view of the indoor. Feng Yun and Ziling jumped in the light screen without hesitation. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Old Man. After entering the light curtain, Feng Yun and Ziling appeared in an ancient vicissitudes room full of ancient symbols. The entire room was white-colored and looked as new. There was not even a crack on the walls or the floor but as ancient patterns printed on the walls the same as the stone door. There was a squeaking sound, and a figure appeared in the center of the room, floating in the air. That was an old man in a white cloth, has silver-colored hair and beard, even his eyebrows also had silver-colored. The old man excluding an ancient aura. Feng Yun looked at the silver-haired old man. Standing in front of the silver-haired old man, Feng Yun felt like he was a tiny in which was standing in front of a giant elephant. It has been 10,000 years, and finally someone has come here. Silver lights bursts out of the eyes of the old man, looking at Feng Yun and Ziling and said, his voice was ancient chants, hypnotizing Feng Yun and Ziling. I didn't expect that the legacy of ancient fire demon clan is still alive, the old man thought to himself. When he looked at Feng Yun, a slight fluctuation appeared in his eyes. Just one glance he recognized the bloodline of Feng Yun. You are. Feng Yun watched cautiously at the silver-haired old man, and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Feng Yun felt that his all secret revealed to the old man. Although the old man was a few meters away from him, he senses a thick sense of danger from the silver-haired old man. He does not doubt if taken that this old man wants to kill himself. I am afraid that he has no chance of a fight back. I am a remnant soul, the owner of this stone temple, as well as keeper of this secret realm. The old man said as he stared at Feng Yun, Jr., do you want to take my test? What test? Feng Yun asked with a surprised tone. A test that will prove your worth, but if you fail the test, you may lose your life. The old man said slowly. However, if you can pass the test, you will inherit the most valuable thing of this secret realm. Senior, can you tell me how difficult this test? Feng Yun said. This secret realm has existed for 100,000 years. There were many great chances in this secret realm, but there is only one inheritance trial room. Many extraordinary juniors have taken the test, but unfortunately, so far, no one has passed the test, and they all lost their lives. The old man said with a natural voice. No one passed the test and all lost their lives. Learning about the difficulty of the test, Feng Yun and Ziling took a breath and hesitated. Juniors, if you are afraid to take the test, I can send you out, but there is only one chance. How to choose that is your own decision. The silver-haired old man looked at the hesitant face of Feng Yun and whispered. Senior, why is only me? What about her? Feng Yun asked as he felt that the silver-haired old man was only asking him to take the test, not both of them. Ziling has also had a great talent not less than Feng Yun, but the old man's attention was only at him the entire time. You had an ancient fire demon bloodline, but her bloodline is not pure enough to get my family's inheritance, the old man said with an expressionless tone. How did you know? Feng Yun was shocked after listening to the old man. This was only a remnant of soul, and he recognized the bloodlines of Feng Yun with one glance. Then how amazing could be this old man when he was alive? A shiver ran down through the spine of Feng Yun as he thought about this. You don't have to afraid of me. There are many extraordinary things in this world. You will slowly discover them, the old man said after seeing the shocked expression of Feng Yun. Ziling was also stunned after hearing the talks of two of them, although she did not know that how amazing the ancient fire demon bloodline of Feng Yun, but she could guess that it was definitely a high grade because anything related to the ancient era was an extraordinary thing. What will happen to her after I entered into the test? Feng Yun looked at Ziling with a concerned look and held her hand in his hand. After a slight resistance, she let him hold her hand. Don't worry, even if she did not take the test, I will give her a reward whether you fail or pass the test, the old man said with a slight smile. The path of cultivation's journey is based on the fate of heaven. It is a dilemma between life and death. If you can't sharpen yourself in life and death situations, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Thinking of this, Feng Yun took a deep breath and said with a firm tone. Senior, I am willing to accept the test. Feng Yun, did you not hear him? Nobody left alive after taking the test. Why do you want to take such a dangerous test? Ziling was stunned for a moment after hearing Feng Yun. She held the hand of Feng Yun with her both hands, staring at his face, and pursued Feng Yun to not take the test. I have to try once, even it is dangerous. But I promised you that I will come back alive. Feng Yun hugged Ziling. This time she did not deny Feng Yun, but she slowly hugged Feng Yun. Wait for me. After releasing her from his arms, Feng Yun kissed Ziling on her forehead and said, Take care of yourself, I will wait for your return. Ziling whispered as her heart wavered when Feng Yun kissed on her forehead. Senior, I am ready to take the test. Feng Yun said as he bowed to the old man. Okay, first take this healing pill and heal your injuries. The old man waved his hand. A mysterious pill bottle appeared in the air, moved toward Feng Yun. Feng Yun stretched his hand and took the bottle. There was 2 white-colored pills inside the small jade bottle. Chapter 60, The Silver Man. After eating the healing pills given by the silver-haired old man, Feng Yun and Ziling's injuries healed rapidly. In just 1 hour Feng Yun's returned to the peak condition. Senior, I am ready to take the test. Feng Yun stood up and said. Rest assured, the difficulty of the test will automatically adjust according to the realm and age of the candidate. The old man said as he waved his hand, and an illusory door appeared in front of Feng Yun. Feng Yun nodded to Ziling and jumped into the illusory door. After Feng Yun entered the door, then Feng Yun and the illusory door both vanished from the room. Only the old man and Ziling remained in the room. Ziling saw that Feng Yun has gone to take the test. Her mood became heavy. She was worried about Feng Yun. "Senior, do you know that Feng Yun can pass the test?" Ziling asked with some worry. "Originally, I don't know for sure, but he has some extraordinary treasured on him, so he should be 80% likely to pass the test," the old man said. 80%. When she heard the old man, Ziling's nervous face eased up a little, and a slight smile appeared on her face. "Well, I give you some benefits when he is being tested," the silver-haired old man said. A blue water, like a crystal shaped like a lotus, appeared in the hand of the old man. It contained the pure essence of the water attribute. "This is a sea heart crystal. You absorb it and practice it. It will help you to improve your talent. If you want to follow him, then you have to work harder, otherwise, you will leave behind," the old man said, and give the sea heart crystal to Ziling. "Thank you, senior." Ziling held the precious sea heart crystal in her hands as she thanked the old man. After calming down her heart, she started to cultivate while absorbing the sea heart crystal in the room. As Feng Yun teleported to a different location, he appeared in a narrow and long hall. There was a very dim light in the hall. "Where is it? What is the test?" Feng Yun muttered. "The formation method?" "Yes, this whole hall is equipped with the formation. Looks like to pass the test, I have to reach the end point of the hall." Feng Yun raised his divine sense, ready to deal with the sudden emergence of enemies, and strode forward. Snapped. As Feng Yun stepped forward, the formation on the walls flickered, then with a soft bang, a silvery liquid dropped from the wall, and dripped on the ground to form a large pool of silvery water stains. The liquid did not spread on the floor but started gathering. Finally, the silvery liquid formed a sphere with a diameter of 2 feet. Next, 2 hands, 2 feet, and a neck grow on the ball, and it quickly became a silver body. Slowly, the liquid turned into a silver person. The man opened his eyes, but there were no pupils in his eyes, they were entirely made of silver. 2 blazing silver lights flashed in his eyes as he looked at Feng Yun. He didn't talk but directly attacked Feng Yun at a fast speed. Feng Yun also slammed his foot on the ground and slipped to the left side to avoid the attack of the silver man. The punch of the silver man swept over his cheek, which has split some skin of Feng Yun. Not only the speed was faster, but the punching power was also terrifying. The silver man's body shape was folded and moved back. The movements of the silver man were very agile, and he punched Feng Yun again. "Take this." Feng Yun coldly snorted and slammed his punch against the silver man's punch. Boom! As Feng Yun's punch met the punch of the silver man, Feng Yun and the silver man, both of them were forced back a few steps. This silver man seems to be composed of liquid. It should be soft and incomparable, but in fact, its body strength is terrifying, at least far beyond Feng Yun. The 2 punches are letting Feng Yun suffer a loss. Feng Yun looked over and saw that the silver man's hand twisted, but it turned into a soft liquid and instantly restored to its original state. The healing power of the silver man was also abnormal. At the same realm, the silver man was undefeatable, almost undead. Feng Yun's fighting spirit rushed as he took the initiative to launch a counterattack. White light flashed in the eyes of the silver man and attacked Feng Yun with a powerful force. Feng Yun couldn't help but stagnate. This silver man's boxing method is very simple. It was a punch and a bang, but there is an imposing manner of invincibility in this simple punching art. Boom! Feng Yun slammed back in the wall, his brow wrinkled because of the pain of broken bones. He didn't even have the chance to launch the flying cloud steps, and the punch of the silver man hit the chest of Feng Yun. The silver man did not stop his attacks and slammed his punches at Feng Yun repeatedly. There was no life sign in the body of the silver man. It is still the simplest of the ultimate boxing method. The power is too big to fight with bare hands, and Feng Yun can only launch the flying cloud step, constantly dodging and retreating. Feng Yun never knew that the boxing method could reach such a height. This art was so simple, it seems that even people who had never been cultivated could perform it, but the power was stronger than any ordinary martial skill. If the Silver Man would use any martial skill, then how terrifying it would become. Chapter 61, Passing First Test. After fighting a few rounds, Feng realized that he could not win without bare-handed, so took out the Heavenly Slayer sword. Feng used the Heavenly Slayer sword and attacked the Silver Man. First sword form. A red light shined from the Heavenly Slayer sword and slashed down at the Silver Man. But at this time, the right hand of the Silver Man melted into the liquid and extended to 2 meters, then, it became a silver-colored sword. The Silver Man swayed the sword and slashed at the Feng sword. The sword art of the Silver Man was very succinct, full of simplicity but contained a powerful force. Ding! The Heavenly Slayer sword and the silver sword met, the sparks flashed. The silver sword was cut off in the half, but a silver light overflowed, and the sword's cut off grew out again, became the full intact sword. Fuck this. This is just cheating. Feng crushed as he saw that the silver sword grew up again. There was no vital energy in the body of the Silver Man, so the Heavenly Slayer sword could not absorb the vital energy. The Silver Man slashed his silver sword again, but this time, the Silver Man used the sword chi to attack Feng. A silver light flashed from the silver sword and it rushed at the chest of Feng with a quick speed. Feng shocked and quickly pushed the flying cloud steps to full speed. He jumped more than 10 feet in an instant, and his eyes were full of surprises. The Silver Man was too terrifying, and he could use the sword chi better than Feng, without using the martial skills. Feng continued to push the flying cloud steps to the fullest, and with an extremely high speed, he appeared in front of the Silver Man. The Heavenly Slayer sword moved toward the neck of the Silver Man. The Silver Man also moved his silver sword to resist Feng's sword, but the silver sword and the neck of the Silver Man were cut off at the same time. After cutting off the head of the Silver Man, Feng thought that he had won, but suddenly a new head grew on the neck of the Silver Man. The Silver Man started moving again. Shit, how can I forget? This thing is not a real human being and made up of a liquid with help of the formations. If I want to stop this thing, then I have to break the formations. But how can I defeat this undead monster? Feng muttered himself. As he looked at the hall, he could not see the end of this narrow hall. Feng did not attack the Silver Man this time, but he ran towards the end point of the hall. Feng was able to run 50 meters, then a clear sound heard in his front and another big drop of liquid dripped on the ground. Soon it became the second Silver Man, same as the first one. The first one still chasing Feng behind, and a second one appeared in front of him. Feng didn't stop his feet and bypassed the second Silver Man. But as Feng was running in the hall, the numbers of the Silver Man kept increasing. 3, 4, 5. Soon 9 Silver Men were chasing after him. When the number of silver increased to 9, it finally stopped. After running for 1,000 meters, there was a door that appeared in front of Feng. Feng pushed hard on the door, but the door was extremely firm. He immediately understood that he needed to solve the 9 Silver Man behind him to open the door. But how to kill this thing? Feng thought to himself while looking at the 9 Silver Man. There was only one way to go, and that was to really smash it. Then come to war. Feng's eyes flashed with violent fighting intent. He took a deep breath, ready for the final battle. 9 Silver Men rushed to the scene, and there was no pause. They flew from 9 different directions and launched a fierce attack on Feng. Any ordinary technique was useless in front of the 9 Silver Men. Feng used his bloodline power and the demonic flame rushed out from the body of Feng. The demonic flame covered his sword. 9 Heaven Sword Art, first form, second form. Feng shouted and attacked the Silver Men. Before that, no matter how many times cut off their body parts, they grew up again, but when they faced the demonic flame, they could do nothing. He didn't know how many times he slashed his sword. The 9 Silver Men were cut apart into several pieces, but these parts turned into liquid after melted by the demonic flame. Soon the 9 Silver Men were all cut into the drops of liquid. Is it ended? Feng thought as he saw the pool of silver liquid on the ground. He used almost all of his spirit chi after using the 9 Heaven Sword Art many times. Of course, his strength has increased by at least 5 times after using both demonic flame and the heavenly slayer sword. As Feng Yun was thinking that the 9 silver men were finished, but he reluctantly found that the liquid on the ground was constantly swimming and then bending together, soon the 9 silver men were reformed at an extremely fast speed. This cannot kill them, what should I do now? Feng Yun has no intention of giving up. He took out some qi replenishing pills to restore the spirit qi, ready to use the flying cloud steps until restoring the spirit qi, and after recovering his strength then fight back. The 9 silver men were fully formed. They took a step forward, and Feng Yun was about to run when he saw that the 9 silver men saluted him, then retreated to the edge of the wall, and the 9 silver soon merged into the wall. Passed. Feng Yun was stunned, but soon Feng Yun understood that he needed to knock down these 9 silver men, not to destroy them. Feng Yun strode forward and came to the door again. He pushed the door. With a slight sound the door opened this time. There was a bright light in front of him. Feng Yun didn't rush into the door instantly but sat down for recovering his spirit qi. After 1 hour he returned to its best. Then he stood up and entered the door. Chapter 62, The Stone Bridge.